Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2, the second day here at Garena Call of Duty Mobile Masters Season 2 with your casters for the first match for the second day of the group stage. It's me, Cali Gaming, down here with Beef Mammy. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Are you guys ready? Fasten your seatbelts because we got a lot of crazy action who's waiting to unfold. We have a lot of teams to look out for today. We have Smart Omega, MAMBA LOWKINGS, Tyrant Esports, and C8 Legacy. But one team that will stand out the most are the Kings that are tough to beat. The reigning Kings, Blacklist International Ultimate, they will be playing later on. What are the things we have to look forward to today, Beef Mammy?
Oh, there's so many things looking forward to just because of, the disparity that we've been talking about since day number 1. It's been such an amazing start. Day 1 was an absolute banger. You had so many matches full out. We didn't expect a lot of things happen there, but again, day number 2 is going to be the same case here. David and Goliath, that will always be the question. Who will be the underdogs in the tournament? Will they prevail or will it still be the Kings, especially like teams like Omega, Blacklist International, and New Kids, M4 LOWKINGS that definitely had made a name for themselves here in the tournament, not only in the Philippines but also here in our region in Garena. So we're starting things off with a really spicy treat here. Obviously, Warlord, Esports, Destra, people are looking at them because obviously they're one of the newest kids in the block here, Cali, especially going up against Looking for Organization. I feel like they're in the same platform here that maybe, yes, some teams, maybe some members from LF are a little bit more experienced, but let's see, it's their first time here in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, the boys of LF Organization and, of course, WE Destra, they're coming here as the new kids on the block and they're looking to make some noise. But before we run down the schedule and the competitors, please do make sure to visit the official esports page of Garena Call of Duty Mobile at fb.gg Garena CODM Esports for timely esports updates. Now, as we see on screen, we have 256 teams on the qualifiers playing a double elimination best of 3. The top 3 for each qualifier, they advance to the top 16 of group stage, where they will also play a double round robin for 6 days. And the top 2 for each group will play the playoffs, which is going to be a whole different ball game, Beef Family. Remember, on the first season of Garena Masters, MAMBA LOWKINGS were able to stun everyone with their brilliant performance. They're able to defy the odds, reach the depths of the playoffs, placing third in the competition, and no one saw them coming, and they were able to get the best out of the element of surprise.
Oh, yes, definitely. The elements of surprise is a really big thing in this tournament because if you just disregard one team, really just saying that, okay, you're a new team here, we're not going to take you seriously, that is probably one of the biggest decisions that you can get here. And that will definitely be a mistake because we've seen M420 LOWKINGS just absolutely guns a-blazing, just storm into the competition. So now you get to see all these 4 groups really just playing for us today. And obviously there's going to be a lot more days where they can go and just really pick up the points because obviously 2 days ago and Friday, we had day number 1. Finally, things put in together. And obviously a lot of the points that they gathered there are going to be important, yes, but make sure that you watch until the very end of the playoffs to really just know which team will come up on top. So we're only here at day number 2. So a lot of teams that kind of struggled in day 1 can definitely go and pick it back up into the future days that we have. So now that we've seen all the teams, the brackets, all that, round robin obviously will be for the group stages, you are going to be definitely taking a look at our prize pool tournament format up next. And now taking a look at that, the prize pool, first place, 10,000 USD. Cali, that is a lot of money. That's a lot of battle passes right there.
Yeah, that's a lot of battle passes. And to conclude, not only they do have the lion's share of the prize here, but they also have the pride of the champions to get and of course bag that 10,000 US dollars. But the second place, they bag 4,500. Third place gets you 3,000. The fourth place gets you 1,500. And you can place 5th to 8th place, you get 750. If you place 9 and 12 to the place, you get 500 US dollars. And of course, 13th to 16th place gets you 250. Small piece of the pie, but still is gonna be a lot. Now, every squad in here, they go through hours and hours of practice, days and days of preparation leading up to the major tournament time. And you know what's the motivation? This is the motivation right here, not only to be the best out of the best, but also to be able to bag the money that is on the table. Now, what I seriously love right now with the current Garena MSP is they keep the competitive players active with events. On Q1, we got Garena Masters, we got the CGI 2022. And now this time at Q2, we're starting it off with the Garena Youth Challengers and the following up event, which is this Garena CODM Master Season 2. This really shows how well and of course how active Garena is when it comes to making sure that there will be major competitions that will be lined up in every quarter. Now, we have seen the tournament format. We have seen, of course, the prize pool. Now let's see the teams that will be playing here for Group A. We got Smart Omega, C8 Legacy, C8 Stealth, and Tyrant Esports. As what Agent Mustachio assumed yesterday, this is one of the most competitive groups as he labeled it the group of death, Beef Mammy.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Got Smart Omega. Obviously, we know this name. We definitely have seen them flourish. But obviously, some giants can have a little bit of lull time, and for them, they're still trying to pick up all of the pieces that has faltered into the late stages of the first half of this year. I mean, obviously, Smart Omega, they're very talented, but they've had a hard time, especially going up against newbies like Tyrant Esports, C8 Stealth, and obviously Blacklist International Ultimate, our champions for the Eastern Champs. But we'll talk about them later. So now C8 Legacy and C8 Stealth, and obviously among these two, C8 Stealth is the one that kind of had a hard time. They did get an O a while, I feel like a day back. So it's going to be very difficult because they did go up against such a really impressive competitor. The M420 LOWKINGS definitely just pounded their way through. But C8 Legacy, again, they still have a little bit of pieces to pick it up. I feel like for C8, they have a very impressive brand that has definitely been a name and a staple for Call of Duty Mobile. So Tyrant Esports, on the other hand, obviously they won Garena Youth Challengers. They are the hot kids here on the seat. And yes, even though they're new here to the scene, but it's going to be very interesting for them, especially if they once go up against Smart Omega, which I'm definitely looking forward to.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to today. Tyrant Esports is Smart Omega. They will be playing for that match number 3. Now, we will be transitioning to Group B. This is the group I really find interesting. MAMBA LOWKINGS, MAMBA CORINTHIANS, C8 JEUX, and GAIJIN Rogue. Not really stacked compared to Group A, but there is a ravenous monster that leave amongst his competitors. I'm talking specifically about MAMBA LOWKINGS. Top 3 in Garena Masters Season 1, top 3 in CGI 2022. They showed why they are a threat. They were one map away from beating Blacklist in Garena Masters Season 1 upper bracket finals. They defeated Almighty in CGI 2022 playoffs. I saw MAMBA LOWKINGS grow with my own eyes. I was there when they started. I'm definitely here to see them rise. But again, for MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're looking to not stop and they will do whatever it takes to be at the top of the food chain. That's how hungry these uncrowned kings are. And we did see it yesterday with them actually defeating C8 JEUX, beat Mami.
Oh, yes, definitely going to be very interesting, especially going up against a lot of other bigger teams. So, obviously, that's going to be a smaller fish to fry. They definitely want to go in for the big leagues. And now, speaking of the big brothers, you have MAMBA LOWKINGS and you have a small brother. Obviously, they really want to make a name for themselves. But obviously, over here, making a name for themselves, we finally get the next bracket Almighty, Envy Doctors, VIT2, PC8 United. Now, I feel like this is a very disregarded team here, feeling like Almighty can definitely be stacked, but you already saw that Almighty kind of had a difficult time, especially going into Search and Destroy yesterday, which was the biggest surprise that we've seen here so far. And now we're going into day number 2, and obviously C8 United being that main team that the first team from C8 actually to get 3 points to their name because everyone thought that C8 Legacy would be the ones to get that, but obviously C8 United being a really good top here to bag.
Yeah, they are going to be a tough team to just beat here, especially yesterday when they're able to win majority of the games. 3-0 is no easy feat. And not only that, they were able to respond to the late game pressure that Envy Doctors able to put onto them. And they were the ones that will be initiating and will be ending the game. And that's something that C8 United really needs to continue here today at this day number 2, the second day of this group stage. And for Envy Doctors, having to lose that game, they need to bounce back here as well. Time for them to redeem themselves. But here you go. Group D, this is the final group. We are going to see them in action today. Blacklist Ultimate, the reigning kings of Garena. You got Warlord Esports, Destra, Huntsman, and again, the team with the question mark, LF Organization. It really spikes the interest for this group, Bit Mami.
Oh yeah, definitely a shrouded mystery LF organization is, especially with a question mark. And we're so excited to finally go and see them play today. And obviously, they are one of the first ones to play. So again, I feel like that can be a very interesting storyline for this particular bracket because Blacklist International Ultimate, we already know they're good, okay? But Huntsmen have been in the game for so long. Their franchise is very well known. But to be good at Call of Duty Mobile, to pick up the pieces here, even though they're probably really successful in other titles, is going to be very different because they really want to go and pick up the points. They want the prize pool. They want the glorious name of the Huntsman to come back into the limelight for Call of Duty Mobile. It's the same thing here for Warlord Destra because you don't really have much of information for them. But obviously, for our first game, we'll find out soon enough. Looking for organization, obviously, we're excited for that. But then, taking a look at our current standings right now, obviously from day number one, you get to see a lot of the points being taken up. Taking a look at Group A, you have Smart Omega and Tyrant Esports bagging two apiece, and C8 Legacy, C8 Stealth. That's going to be very difficult for them, but obviously there's going to be a lot more days for them to pick up a lot of the points. Group B, MAMBA LOWKINGS and MAMBA CORINTHIANS bagging all of those wins, with LOWKINGS getting the three, and Corinthians just falling back a little bit behind, only with two. Group C, on the other hand, taking a look at that, Callie, that's a really great scoreline for them.
Yeah, really great scoreline. You got C8 United with 3 wins. Same goes for Almighty, Envy Doctors, and VIT 2P. Still yet to find any map wins. And that's something that they will have to get through at the next day because obviously Group A, Group B, and Group D will be playing here today. But taking a look at this Group D, Blacklist Ultimate, Huntsman, Warlord Esports, Destra, LF Organization, they will be the team subbing in for Group C as they will be the ones playing here at this second day of the group stage. And we do have this rotation. But again, as much as possible, you would like to maintain the top two spot here for you to have the chance to play in the playoffs. And that's going to be the main goal for you in this Garena CODM Master Season 2. But now we're going to see the schedule for today. This is how we kickstart the party. We will be seeing Warlord Esports Destra play against LF Organization to open up the day. Right after that, we are going to see the reigning kings, Blacklist International Ultimate, play against Huntsmen. Now, for the third series, it is going to be Tyrant Esports going up against Smart Omega. And the first three matches here, really eye-catching, Beep Mami.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, I have been so excited for the past three matches. Obviously, the Giants are already here in this particular matchup. Looking for organization, everyone has their eyes on it because obviously Crush Gaming will be there, especially with his brother Hot Dog, which will be a duo of death. I feel like they're just gonna blaze into the gun field. Like we already keep saying, these guys are very talented, and obviously Blacklist International, a name for themselves. But with the Huntsman being a really particularly also successful franchise, that's going to be a very interesting storyline here in Omega as well versus Tyrant. These two teams, they're basically giants here in the Philippines. C8 Legacy and C8 Stealth would go up against each other. The brothers in arms will definitely be a very great match to see as well. You have here M420 LOWKINGS versus GAIJIN Rogue that will try to fix and, I don't know, maybe stop the momentum here for the big boys of 420. And now, ending the day, obviously last but not least, we have MAMBA Corinthians versus C8 JEUX. The Team Bs that don't really want to be Team Bs because they want to be that alpha team for their franchise.
Yeah, I mean, I really have to agree. MAMBA Corinthians, they're looking to play like their brothers. And honestly, for them, they did drop one map yesterday, but it was more than enough for them to still get into that top two spot on that first day of the competition. And this is going to be a really stacked day today. So make sure you guys follow, like, and share the official page of Garena Call of Duty Mobile. My highly needed. The more chances for you to anticipate the matches when you get that exclamation point notify. But here we go. The team lineup for Warlord Esports Destra. We got Basic, Eldos, Han, Lois, Neo, and Fries. Taking a look at the names, they're really quite savvy and they are quite well known in the community. Now, the question is, how will they step up to the plate? To represent Warlord Destra, they are going to be the Warlord Esports Destra. But for those who don't know, this is going to be a fact. This is the original team of MAMBA LOWKINGS, PJ, and Neopi. This team came a long way. There were a lot of player changes and there were a lot of rebranding that's really slowed their progress to be at the top of the competition. But now they have managed to get into the major stage, Beep Mami.
So yeah, the major stages is going to be a little bit more different compared to local tournaments, grassroots tournaments, and maybe even like the smaller B leagues. So now you are at the big dogs. Garena, you have an amazing I feel like it's a really good way for a lot of these pro players to finally go and make a name for themselves. And the fact that we're finally having a season 2 here, every quarter we have something really special for you, and it really just gives a lot of these teams that really want to make a name for themselves to just burst into the spotlight and show everyone what they have. It's kind of like the same thing kind of happening for M420 LOWKINGS, where yes, they dominated into the local scene, and now they're making a name for themselves with Garena because they had such an amazing run here in Garena Season 1. And now it is going to be probably a same story here for Warlord. I'm not quite sure, but let's see what happens here because obviously their opponent is not going to be easy to beat. Taking a look at that LF organization with a question mark, no, I feel like it's an exclamation point. Badman Bench, Crush, Epos, Hot Dog, and Risky will try to prove themselves, especially since it's their first showing here, their first appearance in a major tournament.
I mean, if LF organization do surprise us here today, I will be expecting that question mark to be edited out by production to be an exclamation point. I mean, these guys are going to be savant and savvy. I mean, looking at LF organization, despite being a recently new formed team, the talents they have is really uncomparable. You got Crush from Smart Omega, and it's really good to see him back in the major competition, Beef Mammy.
Oh yeah, the major competitions definitely does miss this man because he's definitely made a name for himself. And now let's see if his guidance, if his, I think, expertise, because he's been in the scene for quite a while, his experience can lead his team through. Because we've already talked about this team a while ago. They are a bunch of slayers. So let's see who can go and suffice to be the support, who can be that leader that they can go and depend on. And let's see if their chemistry as a team has been well thought out. Because we already know that this team, they've only formed this team just a week ago, and that's going to be crazy information if they do have a great chemistry. But now, taking a look at what we have next for us, that will be a very big thing. But obviously, the biggest thing here is map and modes, the bans that they finally picked here. As you can see, the coin toss being won by Warlords, and they chose to have standoff hardpoint.
And this is going to be a really great map here for Warlord Esports. But then again, they're going up against LF Organization, who is a bunch of slayers. And when you put a bunch of slayers in a very close map, the chances of you getting eliminated are pretty quite high. But then again, to take a look at the map advance first here, SnD and Slums going to be out of the play. Of course, Spyro and Purifier would be banned as well for the operator skill ban, and we will have the Annihilator open up for use for this respawn games. But to touch up once again for this standoff hard point, Warlord Esports Destra, this is a map pick for them, and I think the reason why they picked this map is this is where they're really comfortable at. So it's just how they will be adjusting to what will LF organization put them here on the spot at this kind of hard point. But then again, love the map pick here for LF organization. Firing range, search and destroy. We'll try to use that range to just try and overpower Warlord Esports Test at map number 2. And of course, map number 3, Summit Domination. It's going to be tight and compact, but obviously it's Summit Domination, Beef Mammy. I think you have to agree on me on this. The spawns are crazy, and there's a lot of chances for you to get and retake the flags here.
Oh yes, the switcheroo of A and C will be definitely felt over here in Summit Domination. But for a team that as aggressive, I think, as LF organization, they might be I don't know. I feel like they might have an edge here in Summit. But you know, let's see what happens here in Warlord. They might give us a little bit of a surprise here with the map bans. You definitely have SnD and Slums being banned off. Obviously, these two teams don't want anything to do with the new maps. But who can blame them? It's a really hard map. But if they do have that in the bag, they can use that to take advantage into the later stages. But now, speaking of the main stage, taking a look here, standoff hardpoint. We're finally starting things off. Let's see, especially with the split that we're being seeing here from LF. Let's feel like it's gonna be a really good close call.
This is going to be a good close call. Warlord Esports Destra, they're trying to take a hit all the way inside the hard point, but they're trying to get their hands in the mid-map. And this is going to be a great play from Neo, opening up the statues. But they do have 2 players to worry about inside this hard point, but Neo now doing a great job getting this lace. Got 2 in a row, make that 3. Warlord Esports Destra on a tear right off the spar as they now get the break inside this hard point. But Risky is going to step up to the plate to try and get that elimination inside that hard point, but still, it's going to be a back and forth. LF organization, they find themselves out of the spawn, out of the hard point, but they are trying to contest and get this back. But Warlord Esports looking to lock things down.
Locking things down already. You can have a really good start here from Warlord. Now, they are racking up all the points. As you can see, that LF organization trying to go in through back alley, trying to go in through the backstab. Not really quite seeing. There's one person right there taking in from the defense. That is a really big kill from Eldos. That will be very difficult for them because they know the spots. LF really needs to go and try to for the, I think, the rotation. But if they're just not winning all the gunfights, this is really surprising because the aggression was there, but they're not winning a single gunfight from against Warlord.
And right now, Warlord Esports is just doubling down their efforts to try and win this hard 20. Went in for the early rotation now, and Neo is just continuing to lock everybody down. 8 kills already in the game. Here comes the Fred coming through. no one will get intercepted, but still Neo is doing a great job delaying the attacks from LF Organization, and that's giving Destra a chance put themselves inside it. But now we are starting to say it. As soon as I say it, LF Organization, they suddenly get 3 players to sneak inside this hard point, and now they are inside. They got a pretty good solid defense, and all they just have to do is take the stand. Rizzy gets one, and his teammate will follow up. Crush now getting involved in that gunfight department, and it's going to be a pretty close one here. Badman trying to lock down this wood and this window, as he will be successfully doing that. Final 10 seconds in, 48-47, a pretty close game that we have here. Now we're moving into the P3 rotation, and LF Organization, they will be settling first.
Good rhythm coming up from LF Organization there in P2. And yes, they probably had a difficult time going in for the break, but that's a really good telltale sign that even though in the late half of that P2, they were finally able to go and break through and getting a lot of those kills. And now, not only that, they also got rotation going into P3. Now, that's going to be a very big push. And now you can see the disparity of points really, really close, 57 and 58. But it's still very doable for Warlord to really just go in for the infiltration.
Yeah, as long as they just break the spawns here first, because right now they've been under a plague, but now Eldos able to get the 2 players inside, and now Warlord Esports Destra will be now inside his hardpoint. LF Organization, final contest. Neo will decide to invest in an alligator here, try to get his team up in front, and now he's going to find more eliminations. Neo's got 16 kills already. Gonna be that player to watch for Destra as we succeed into the round. Final 17 seconds. LF Organization is gonna find themselves with 1 player inside the hardpoint. Hatdog will lose that gunfight, so scrap time will belong to Neo. But then again, you see the pattern here. LF Organization, as soon as that final 20 seconds ticks, they're moving into New, and they have a solid position here once again. All they just have to do is sustain.
Everything is just even here so far. 76 and 73, you're not going to be comfortable with that scoreline. And now the battle for mid control is definitely going to be won here by LF Organization. Big kills by Hatdog. Even though he only has 4 to his name, he can definitely go and defend, but unfortunately his Annihilator not being put into good use. Crush as well is in a really good place where he can go and defend, but that is going to be very big points for them, because we know that Bakery will be the money hill for this map, and they're taking a lot of the points. They're winning all the gunfights here so far.
Yeah, they're winning all of the gunfights, and not only that, they got the good zone inside his heart when they put 2 players in the perimeter, stack 3 players inside the defense, and they are just trying to stand their ground for most of the time. But then again, the break comes through for Destra, though they've been outbidden on the early rotation. They make up for it by making sure that they will be flooding inside as a team, and they will be able to get the final 20 seconds. LF Organization looking to contest for the final time, but like, again, the clock is ticking. They need to move into New, and now looks like they will be there early once again. Now we go to the reset. It's 97 to 103. Still pretty close for my liking, but I feel like this next rotation is going to be the turning point of the game, and Badman will kickstart this hard point for LF Organization. But then again, the trade coming through for Warlord Esports, and we both got these teams with their own respective score streaks, and that's going to be good use here at this remaining hard points we have as we are in the late stage.
And now taking a look at the very solid defense right now of Warlord Esports. And yes, they have a sentry gun there, but it doesn't really matter for them, because we still see that Warlord is really winning all the gunfights, LF as well. So that's why the points are just so even off the bat. I didn't really realize that LF Organization is struggling a little bit more than we actually expected. So they still have a hold of it, and even though, yes, they had early rotation going into one, the reset finally coming along, it's just Warlord was winning a lot of the gunfights, and the setup as well was pretty solid. But I feel like the sentry gun wasn't really put into good use, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, no one could really get eliminated there, especially in the hands of LF Organization. They were really able to remove that center gun as soon as they get inside this hard point. And LF Organization able to soak majority of the time here at this speed 1 rotation. And now we're moving on to New, and this could be the end for Destra if they do not find themselves involved with the gunfight. Now we're going to start to see them push on the windows. Badman will get one, able to delay, and now he's going to find more in the mid streets. And for Warlord Esports, they need to stop the bleeding, and they will do so by contesting 1 player at the top of this warehouse. We got 2 players per organization inside this hard point, and they will continue to dominate inside the hill. 1 big push now for Warlord Esports, and it looks like they will try and contest pretty huge here. Stacking 3 players inside, they will be able to contest and they will put away LF Organization, but not for long, as we are going to see LF Organization put some players inside his hill, but Basic will lock things down with a 3-piece. Final 20 seconds, and Hatdog doing whatever it takes to delay the push that Warlord Esports Destra will do to rotate back to that P2 rotation. And again, what we only need to have here for LF Organization is one final kill, and Crush able to get the final 3 kills, and that would be enough as they full up front in the map win.
Oh, that was a very scary start for LF Organization. A lot of the points there, there were a lot of very, very close calls here for both of these teams, but obviously LF Organization comes out on top. In a pretty fashion, maybe no, but it's still a win. But you can see here, they're finally getting the rhythm. Because in the beginning, they were kind of having a kind of a hard time, obviously, because the points were pretty even. As you can see here on the left and right, they have pretty even kills. So you can see that the KDA, especially for Neo, having 23. And on the right side, you can see Risky having the biggest one of them, all 25, and also having a minute and 22 inside of the hard point. So it's a pretty even matchup. This is what we like to see. And even though we didn't really hear much about the team of the Warlords, you get to see their skill up against a team that has been crushing it quite literally into the scene. So I love the beginning of this first matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Warlord Esports Destra, no one saw them coming here, and of course, giving LF Organization a really tough time. And do get this, Crush, he played for Smart Omega, Risky, Bench, and of course, Badman. They played for Phantasma before, and of course, for Hatdog, is one of the players from Ignite that was recently acquired here by LF Organization to play here during a huge for his Garena CODM Master Season 2. And they have a really stacked team, but again, they were shaky at the start, but they were able to make up for it, build up that momentum at the end. And I feel like even though Crush got that 3 kills, they got that early setup to end it at the next hard point, and it was a win-win situation overall for the boys of LF Organization. Now, for Warlord Esports Destra, they did a really great job, but they need to continue to do more. This coming game right up next is going to be very important for them to keep the series alive and well here for this first map.
Oh, definitely. You can see here, Warlord Esports. I feel like a player that has been kind of a really good player for his team is Eldos. He was in the hard point for so long. He was contesting every time. He was doing his job. And yes, even though he didn't get MVP, I feel like this guy deserves some recognition. He was slaying in and out. Not only that, having the most time inside the hard point. And he was the one that was trying to stop the push, going to the reset of P2, and just basically went there for 15 seconds uncontested. He was there into the second floor of blue. No one was killing him. He was winning all of his gunfights, eventually delaying the win of LF Organization. If he picks things up, he can basically spearhead his way through going into Summit Domination. But obviously the question mark here is firing range, search and destroy, where we're slowing things down just a little bit, because SnD, you need to play for picks first before entering a site, not becoming a little bit aggressive, because SnD, it's the information game.
And it's going to be the information game. And do take a note of this. To those who are just currently new for the Call of Duty mobile scene, you play search and destroy, you die, you don't have any chance to respawn right away. You got to wait for the next round for you to be able to help your team. So having the total man advantage at every round is going to be a threat, not only for you, but for your team overall, as you're going to have a lot of odds of winning, of course, the rounds. But now here we go. This is going to be map number 2. Warlord Esports Destra is currently trailing on this best of 3 series. And now Warlord Esports Eldos kicking the top, dropping Epox, and that's going to be a pretty great start for Destra. Eldos with that scope.
Oh yeah, Eldos. This is what did I tell you, Callie? What did I tell you guys? Eldos, he's the man right now that you can really just rely on. And now for LF Organization, they need to find a way to contest this man, because having 4 men apiece here, that's going to be very difficult. As Eldos tries to spot one, doesn't quite get the shots. Spots him though, the information is given. Oh, there you go, one more for Eldos. Give 2 to the man. Just give the man an ace. Maybe, you know what, I'm going to call it. He might even get the ace here. I know I'm probably going to be wrong, but you know what? I'm feeling good today. This guy has been good. He spots one more. But here you go. Neo denies the ace. And that's a really good start here for Warlord.
Yeah, a really, really good start. And they got this early 5v1, and Hatdog back against the wall. What can he do? He's about to get surrounded. He takes one, dropping prize, but Basic at the back, finally able to get the best out of him. And Warlord Esports Destra, they will be taking this first round. And the reason why is because of Eldos getting those early picks. That sniper, from that American, and of course the attack from the back tier list propelled them to get the confidence to extend out and play for the kills. And they're looking to defend this A-bombs. They're doubling down their efforts, but they went in at the wrong side. The players, their opponent at the opposite side of the map, and we are going to see a free bomb plan here for LF Organization and for Warlord Esports Destra. They're about to try to play for retakes here, but the bomb's still not initiated, but Bench spots the players, lines up the first shot. Here comes the topper play, will not take any. He will be backing away, but Crush takes Eldos down. Neo gets the trade. Afox with the kill with the trophy system. Hand takes Crush, Risky with the basic. A pretty back and forth, but the numbers in the hands of LF Organization all down to Neo on this hideout. Number 5 in blue going to beat the trailer, and of course in the tunnels. And 30 seconds to beat is still plenty of time, and Han will lose that gunfight. Now we got a 1v3 hat that will go down. Neo gets one, and Risky trying to get the hunt, and getting that final delivery is going to be important for LF Organization as they will be tying the scoreboard.
Warlord Esports Destra, what a bad call trying to stack A. And if you're on the defense, that's going to be very tricky because you're being aggressive going into A, and that just left B just open. That was game over. The moment that we saw the rotation from both of these teams, that was game over for them. And now it seems like a B push again, but it's a good thing that 2 players from basic extras just extra careful here. Neo having a lot of these kills, and now finally 1 by 1 Warlord Destra having another good push, but with a 2v3 situation, it's still very good for LF Organization to pull things through.
Yeah, this is going to be still a double situation for Hot Dog. As long as he repositions perfectly, gets one, almost gets the second, but Basic able to get an early free fire advantage, and Destra will be able to anticipate that attack at that B-bomb side. For LF Organization, I feel like it's kind of a hasty decision to attack that B-bomb side, Bitmami.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, it worked out for them, yes, in Bravo, just because Warlord Esports just left it so open, but now they're just slowing their time, and now they're stacking doing a 3-2 split, 2 in A, 3 in A, 2 in B, but then the rotation coming through. They already have the information that maybe the push is coming through A. And now, very carefully, Crush needs to be very careful with the DLQ, just because you know that one person coming to the side of Price can actually go and make a difference here. Now, finally spamming a lot, finally gets Crush, and that is a price that you pay quite literally. But there you go, Epox with the adjustment.
Well, I mean, Price with the 200 mag reload on that RPD. Plenty of bullets to just spray through, but Risky now 1v1 situation on the Woodhouse. Takes Basic out, so we got this 2v3, but the bomb from LF Organization is going to be dropped at the boxes, and it is not really looking good, but with Apox taking down Han, trying to get one more here at this bomb site. He's gonna connect! Look at the quick flick of that wrist! LF Organization is really making sure they will be trading the rounds, and that's going to be the first 4 rounds back and forth.
That is a nasty quick scope, and Epox, there you go. The man is dangerous with that sniper. And now we finally get to have a little bit of a response coming up against Eldos, and now he needs to go because it's 2 and 2 now. Everything is even when you had a pretty sizable lead. It doesn't really matter at this point. You are going up against LF. And now Basic finally gets one more. Crush going down very early into the round again. And now Price gets one more. He's able to get one more. No! There is going to be a double push going into very deep into American.
Yeah, no challenge there for the guy just holding off the barrels, but for Eldos taking down Risk is going to be a huge important play, but Bench able to get the trade. We got this 3v2 situation. The bomb yet to be planted, and the numbers in the hands of Warlord Esports. As they take one, they only need to worry about Bench, and with Neo taking him down, that's going to be Destra always getting the opportunity to pull out front. We haven't yet seen LF Organization gather themselves up and take that lead. We've always seen them get that rounds equal, but we haven't yet seen them actually pull up front, and that's something that they have to do now. We're going to switch the sides. This time, out of Organization, they're going in for the defense. And take a look at this, Bitmami. They got a 3 players stack at the mid-map. They got 2 players at the B, and they're forcing Warlord Esports Destra to commit an open plant at the A-bomb site, and they're looking to play for a retake.
And now the retake might happen, especially since they have the information that no one is going to be here in Bravo. And now they're probably expecting that it's going to be an A push, but with Eldos having the bomb and very deep there, it's going to be very difficult. He must get one. There you go, finally. Oh no, Epox gets the shot. Risky also. And just like that, the bomb is going to go down, and that is the price you pay for leaving the bomb so open. The bomb carrier needs to be protected at all costs. The Crush doesn't quite get it, but there you go, even things out. And now Neo is going to be having really big kills, but the bomb is still in a bomb site with one person there.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty scattered offense for Warlord Esports Destra. And if you're LF organization, you have even more chances of getting the picks that you need. But now here comes Hot Dog eliminating Neo. And that's what happens when you don't have any backup. You get down to that ground. And for Hot Dog getting that kill, going to give them the opportunity. Risky with the God Nade dropping prize. And there you go. The damage has been done, and LF organization only needs to worry about only one more player. The clock is ticking with 35 seconds left, and LF organization, they're just waiting for Han to commit to pick up that palm, and they will go and try for the retake. And it's going to be a tall order here for Han. He has to plant that bomb, has to defend it for 45 seconds, and has to worry about the 3 entries if he do so manage to plant this bomb at this A bomb site. Now, desperation call here. He needs to find a way to find a gun to play with on this close range. And that Hoger 26 is going to be very, very useful in holding down the entryways. He's got 54 magazine on this sucker. All you just have to do is convert. Here comes the first dose of the attack. He gets one, gets another no. Hot Dog with the deny. And LF organization, they will be taking round number 6.
LF organization playing the numbers to perfection, and now Warlord Esports Destra. I feel like that play from Neo just still pushing in B, trying to get a lot of the kills on the backside. Probably wasn't the best push for them. He probably should have just stuck to his team because they were even in the numbers, but him going down, that was the end of their run in that particular round. So now you are still even out in a 3-3 where you get to have a really solid push going into mid, a very aggressive push into mid. The smoke obviously helping them, but you still have to worry about one player there. It's going to be Epox. He's been such an annoying character right now for Warlord Esports, but you know what? Doesn't really matter. Basic gets up, but again, Epox again with a very solid hold, and now he has a perfect sightline for a really good take here in A.
Yeah, and now he's looking to convert even more. Epox is giving that reliable sniper that LF organization needs to get that first blood exchange or equalize the number inside that battlefield. But Crush, we haven't yet seen him much here, but he's looking to attack the thriller. He gets one player, but no Neo with the shot down. 2 players committing at the front barrels, and Basic with the 2 Ps. They get the round that they need. They will be pulling up front once again. And Crush still really having a rough time. Same goes for Bench. They both have only 1 kill here deep into this search and destroy rounds that we have. And if LF organization wants to win, they need to see more from Bench and Crush.
I feel like with Crush, he's having a very hard time being the opener because he's a really aggressive type of player and he's just not winning a lot of his gunfights. So now we have a very aggressive push going into A as the bomb might be planted really, really soon. And Epoch is going to be the only person that can go and make a difference for them as per usual. But Epoch having 6 to his name is very important. Doesn't really quite spot one hand. Finally gets to have his revenge against Epoch. He's been taken down so many times by this man. And now 4v5 situation, especially with the number 4 player right here. Crush might be a little bit... No! Bryce still gets him! Crush just can't take a break here.
Yeah, every round he takes and in every angle he hits is going down one by one. It's not really looking good. It's not really helping the team at all. And now Risky all down to the final player. He gets one double challenge up front. He gets denied, and now we get to see the largest lead that we have for the search and destroy. 2-round lead now for Warlord Esports Destra. And not only that, they now have that match point. They only need 1 more win, and they will be taking this map number 2 away from LF organization. And again, desperation call for LF organization. Meanwhile, for Destra, they will be looking to settle for a very aggressive attack. Risky now looking to hit the flank, but is going down. And what I really love right now for Warlord Esports Destra, once they go in and commit, they always find a way to check their backs and check their sticks, and that's why they're able to deny Crush and Risky when they're trying to go in for that flank. And for Warlord Esports Destra, that's going to be the winning play. And they really did their assignments really, really well. And now they only need to push for the bomb here, but Bench able to intercept prize. The bomb yet to be picked up here by Warlord Esports Destra. And LF organization, now that they have the numbers, will they be able to capitalize? But no! Look at the double play from Neo and Basic, Bivmami. A double challenge to take 1 player in the barrels, but an overcommit there for Neo to the back, and Hot Dog able to get the most out of it. We got this 1v2.
1v2 situation. It's going to be a very massive thing for Basic to go and push, especially with Epox with the sniper going in for the long shots. But then there you go, Basic gets one.
No.
And you go, Epox pays the price for looking a little bit too far from his scope, and now he has 44 seconds to play with. And I feel like for Basic should have just rotated going into Bravo, but
Yep.
looks like he wants to gather that information. Sees Hot Dog. Oh, you know what? Maybe Hot
No.
Dog might think that the Bravo push might actually happen. Basic, just wait a little bit longer. Just wait a little bit longer. Just make Hot Dog think that you're planting for B, but worrying for him. There you go, Hot Dog.
The
He's going in
timing.
for the rotation, the timing, the COD timing. He's going in for the long rotation, going in the very back of spawn, going into bathrooms. But Red is not going to be working out for you. But with the Holger 26, maybe that's the best thing you can do because of the long sight lines that you have here. 10 kills for Basic. But obviously with the Mac 10, he needs to go and find a way to go in there. The thumper goes in, and there you go, the kill from Basic. Basic lang yan, pare.
Basically embarrassed. Warlord Esports Destra, they will be taking that final round at round number 9. And not only that, the Thumper from Deep and Warlord Esports Destra finally able to steal a map against yours truly, LF organization. But the business is still not yet done. Warlord Esports Destra, they take map number 2, but earlier at the hard point, it was LF organization who gets the first map. So this series is still on the line. It's going to be decided at map number 3, but take a look at the stats here. For Warlord Esports Destra, they got Basic and Neo having double-digit kills, doing most of the damage at that close range. Meanwhile, you got Eldos, Price, and Han really helping combine, of course, with that mid to long range engagement, especially with Eldos and Han having those dual snipers set up, really able to get the first blood exchange and of course equalize the number in the game. Meanwhile, Price, that RPD that he has when it comes to holding down the lane, really gave LF organization a run for their money. But then again, you look at the team on the right side, Beef Mammy, you got Hot Dog Risky with Epox having a really great time, but then you got number 4, number 5, Bench and Crush, who's always hitting that flank, but they always get shot down. And I believe that it's Bench and Crush who really cost the game here for LF organization.
Yeah, I mean, for LF organization, they had pretty good plays here, especially coming in from Hot Dog and I think from Pox. Pox always had a shot up against Eldos, up against Han. He always got that. But unfortunately for him, even though he had the retaliation, it's just not enough because for Bench and Crush, to only having 2 and 1, that is going to be very detrimental for their team because they're just not winning all of the gunfights. That's the fundamentals of this game, is to win it. So yes, even though if you had really good position, if you're not winning all of those gunfights, then what's the point? So now you get to have Search and Destroy up in the bag with Hot Dog finally have 10. Really getting his, I feel like, revenge run going in from that bottom frag in I think it was what map was that? Yes, it was hardpoint in standoff. So he had a hard time there, but maybe Search and Destroy is his matchup, and now it will be difficult for I think both of these teams because you already know the respawns. LF organization has that in the bag, but you already know that the momentum swings to the side of Warlords, especially with the dominating run here in firing range, Search and Destroy. And now for Summit Domination, I think it's both of these teams' time to pick things up just a little bit because we've seen that Warlord can definitely bring things up. They can really win those gunfights. But for some reason, when it comes to being just picking up the pace, they might have a hard time here because with standoff hardpoint, yes, the scoreline is pretty close. At some point, everything's going to be even. So I may be swimming a little bit more towards Warlord to just win this map. But obviously, looking for organization, they're a really talented bunch, especially with Crush. He's going to be really good at those close quarters combat.
Yeah, I really have to agree, especially when he wields either that Mac 10 and of course that CBR4 into this Summit Domination. But then again, you take a look at it this way, the problem for LF organization and when they play the respawns is, yes, all of them are really slayers. And the problem is, who's going to adjust? Who's going to be that anchor? Who's going to be the support player here for LF organization? That's something that we really need to see here at Summit Domination. As you said earlier, Warlord Esports, they're going to have that momentum and of course the high morale to actually swing this map number 3 to their side. And not only that, it's going to be their map pick. So this is where they are comfortable at and they are the most confident at the most to try and defeat LF organization on this best of 3 series. And again, for those who are just watching right now, this is a best of 3 series. You need to win 2 maps or 2 game modes for you to be able to get this win. And this is where it all starts. Okay, this is going to be LF organization still trying to huddle up with Mami.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to huddle things up, especially this is going to be a round robin where 3 matches will definitely be played. So you have all of the game modes being played, but it's really the points that you really need to look for. If you have that one loss, that can be the meaning of you being in the playoffs or saying goodbye to this competition. And now we're starting things off, heating things off more into Summit Domination, where we get to see the snow finally melting up, and you can see the fire finally going and igniting here in control room. Now, Crush going in for 1 kill. He really wants to make things right, especially from that search and destroy matchup, and now he finally goes down, having a very difficult time. AB already being conquered by Warlord Esports Destra, where they already knew that they had the momentum swinging into search and destroy. You know, just basically handing the L, going in here, almost getting that double kill, but it's a good thing for them. They also have Charlie into the bag.
Yeah, they also have the Charlie in the bag. This is going to be a nice rotation here for Warlord Esports. Destra, they lost the alpha, but they're able to flip it very, very fast, and that's what you need. Constant communication and, of course, fast reaction, and things just went out of hand. But then again, for LF organization, they have opened up the mid-map. They put 3 players as they have inside. They're going to get this B flag. 2 flags now in play for LF organization, and Bench tracking with 2 kills. Batman now gets 1 straight transfer, but will Basic take him? Yes, indeed. 21-15. Still the good score of the game. The target score is 75, so the teams here, they have to find a way to outdo their opponent. For the meantime, Warlord Esports to get Charlie and Alpha, so now they have the chance to divert the attention of LF organization, and they will be opening up this B flag side, and this is going to be a smart play for them. Now they will put 2 players, make that 3 players in the B flag, and this is going to be a fast recovery for Warlord.
Warlord is playing this so well. I can't even put into words, because Bravo, yes, it's been contested in and out, and Alpha as well, but the fact that they went in for the distraction play going into Alpha and then eventually going flushing into Bravo, making sure that everyone else from LF are gone, and now they just played it to perfection, and now Charlie is definitely in the sightlines of LF, and it's going to be very difficult because everyone else from Warlord knows very well that the C push is definitely going to happen. But a really big kill right now coming in, but no, Neo with the denial, especially, he's very fully shielded out.
Yeah, I mean, Neo is going to be the one highlight player for Warlord Esports, and not only that, it's going to be very vital on that second half when that score shake rained down upon LF organization at the end of the game. Final 20 points here now for this first half, and Han will win a 1 huge gunfight, and they will be trading the Charlie flag. And there you go, the whole flag's been flipped once again. Neo trying to anticipate, lining up the shots, got 11 kills, got the 4 yellow lights available for use, and this guy's going to be a threat. 12 kills now for this guy as he continues to just anticipate the players attacking to mid-map. But take a look at the push now for LF organization. 2 players now getting this B flag. Crush being that delayer is gonna get those 2 players, and they only need a few more points to get into this B flag, but they will get denied in the last absolute second, and the first half stands. Warlord Esports, the map control, the gunfight, just uncomparable compared to LF organization.
LF organization just can't catch a break with Bravo. They already tried fully stacking it, but then unfortunately for them, losing the gunfights, even there was only just 1 player trying to go in for the contest here in control room, and it was still hard. Crush trying so hard to delay the push, but then doesn't really work out. And now we finally get to have Warlord Destra having the stronger side for their spawn, and only just 1 person going in there. It's a good thing that they were able to kill it. Basic and Neo always slaying, and basically winning those 2 frags. That's big for them. Not only that, look at A. Taking a look at that very cheeky push. Just 1 person trying to go in there. Price really just want to give them a little bit of a hard time.
And right now, LF organization, they're probably scratching their heads. What's currently happening? I mean, Warlord Esports, Destra, they are all over the map earlier. But for now, they are going to remain at this mid-map, try to play for B flag. And yes, they got the Charlie flag, so they got the automatic control towards the 2nd floor. They got that height advantage. And not only that, they will be having the center turret pointed out the entrance at the A flag. And that's going to be even more problematic for LF organization. But let's see, how do they counter? Now, the question is here, they're trying to flip the flags here first to try to create a diversions, and Crush now 12 kills in the game. He's gonna find 1, but still, look at it this way. Look at that kill feed. Lovely shade of blue.
Lovely shade of blue indeed. That's a triple cap. Has been happening, but obviously not going to be for too long. But it's still very essential for Warlord, the points obviously. But now looking for organization needs to go in and pull in a triple cap of their own. But before even getting there, before even starting that journey, you need to go in for that Bravo push, which they have such a difficult time with because the defense is just solid for Warlord. Not only are they fully streaked out, not only do they have a sentry gun there, but also they are doing the buddy system where if one guy falls, you have definitely another going in there. And even though, yes, they lost that gunfight here, especially from Hot Dog, the sentry gun is proving to be a difficult opponent to beat as well. And that gives Eldos enough time to go in for the rotation.
Yeah, man, little things like that, dude, Mami, is gonna win. It's gonna let Warlord Esports Destra win. They're playing as a team right now, and they're making sure when someone goes down, they find that trade, and that's been the winning formula for them here inside this game. And there you go. There comes the first line of attack. The bombardment with the cluster strike is gonna delay LF Organization for the Charlie flag attack. And now they're sorting an attack here at this B flag, wherein they're gonna be very successful. And this is going to be a wise play for them. Finally, they break the B flag, but they need to get the Charlie. They need to get the Alpha. They do want to come back. Warlord Esports Destra, they get one flag here, and that's going to be the A flag. And they only need to defend here for a little bit more time. But take a look at this, number 1 and number 4 in red, going to be at the left side of the minimap, and they're going in for the continuous effort. 2 players locking down the Alpha flag, and you got number 2 in red defending that Charlie flag as well. But Han lining up these 3 kills, and that's going to be huge for them, going at for the pressure, delaying the player's rotation. And here we go, Charlie flag about to be in the hands of Warlord Esports Destra, and Eldos now bringing in the shredding machine gun's gonna get one. They only need 12 more points for the win. And LF Organization, they're doing whatever it takes for them to pressure Warlord Esports Destra even more. But they need to execute now. 10 more points for Warlord Esports, and they will be able to get this victory. More points coming up ahead for Warlord Esports, while LF Organization is trying to find a way to create the attack at the Charlie flag. 3 players from Warlord Esports Destra will be making their way to get the B flag, and that could be the dagger. And holding down the top floor control is gonna get shot down, but with Warlord Esports Destra just making sure that they kept this mid-map control, that will be the winning play as they will be coming back, reverse sweeping LF Organization in this best of 3.
Warlord Esports Destra. That was a beautiful summit matchup. Can I just say, being an analyst, it really just warms my heart, especially since you get to see a lot of misguided plays, but they play this to the T. And even though, yes, they were triple capped for a while, they were able to really collect themselves, calm, cool, collected, as what Coach Jay says. They are going in for the rotations. They're winning all of the gunfights. And even though, yes, there are times that they didn't, they use score streaks, the timing to their advantage. The cluster strike, stopping the push, going into Charlie. The sentry guns going in through mid-control. The fact that, I feel like we're going to see it in the highlights later, but it was basically that one person coming in from Warlord's Destra, just being alone in control room. You usually wouldn't have one person there, but they decided to stack C, defend it really hard because they know the push coming in from LF is going to go through there. So they just left one person. And with the guidance of the sentry gun as well, that can be another player. So that's why you need to use all your store streaks really just to your advantage and really just stack a site and leave just one player and one sentry gun to go and defend Bravo, which really made them have that win.
Yeah, honestly, for Warlord Esports Destra, that was just perfect right from the start. They were able to control the first half, though we did see better performance from LF Organization at the second half. That's still not enough compared to what Warlord Esports Destra just did earlier at that second half. They made sure that their rotation was just perfect. The efficiency with the score shake, with the operators, just really gave them an even more chance of delaying the game. And of course, intercepting rotation, and that was just the winning play. And overall, it's not just going to be Eldos. It's not just going to be Basic, Prince, or Han. Everybody just made sure that they get a lot of flag captures here. Take a look at this. Eldos, Basic, 12, with Han with 12 as well, with Neo with 8. I mean, adding up prize with that flag captures, they're looking at about a very staggering, huge number of captures, Beat Mami.
Oh, most definitely. Taking a look at the Basic and Eldos already 12 to their name. That is a really big deal. And now for LF, you have a lot more time to go and recover from this one. Obviously, it is their first time playing here, so it's the first time for both of these teams going to play against each other. And now for day number 2, they need to find a way to stop this push because yes, they maybe have that mechanical skill, they maybe have the experience that they definitely deserve to get, but the recognition here definitely belongs to Warlord, where they just played domination to a T. And yes, maybe standoff hardpoint was a little bit hard, but at a certain point here, everything was even in the score line here. Firing range search and destroy as well. Warlord did not have a hard time whatsoever. Summit domination is the same case. They just keep getting better and better.
They just keep getting better and better. And I did the calculation for that flag captures for Warlord Esports because it never fails to astonish me. 55 total captures overall. And yesterday, the highest was just 25. And this guy's got 55. Just really shows the effort and the team play that really was able to put into in by Warlord Esports Destra. And for LF organization, yes, they took one. And it's still really going to matter a lot as we go through these group stages. 1 point is better than none, especially when you're trying to play in a double round robin format where every points and where every win is going to matter at the end of the group stage. And now we are going to see the highlights here at this best of 3 series. And to start things off, it was on hardpoint standoff where it was really a pretty back and forth in the first few set of hardpoints.
Beautiful back and forth here in Hardpoint. Now, at a certain point, we didn't really know who was going to win here in this particular game, but obviously for LF organization, they did a little bit too well going into the reset, and we can see that Warlord Esports session. That's when you know that the team is good, when it's been a back and forth ever since. Taking a look at the scoreline here, that was only into that third highlight, third hard point there, and now 109 130. This is where everything kind of faltered, especially we thought that that early rotation going into P1 from LF organization would give them a lot of the points, but sadly for them, they just lost a lot of the gunfights. And now going in here for P2 after the reset, this is where everything kind of faltered, but you got to see a little bit of a sneak peek as to how good Basic and also Eldas have. Really, really good. Eldas held off in the second floor of P2 for so long, really just delaying the win of LF organization. And now a different story coming through here for Search and Destroy, where firing range seems like is a very hard push. I feel like the brightest point here, I think the funniest push here, I think for me, Callie, is that rotation from Warlord Esports really just deciding to stack A when no one was at home. Well, LF organization basically had a free plan.
Yeah, they got the pre-plan and everything there for Warlord Esports. When they full stack at that A-bomb site, they were in a point of no return. And when they played for that retake, they got flushed out really, really clean. And honestly, that was a nice play for LF organization. But after that, it was Warlord Esports Destra who claimed majority of the rounds. But here at this domination, this was the play here. LF organization, they're trying to create the play, stacking 2 players at this B flag. And they put Crush to delay the players in the spawns. But still, they were able to get denied, and this really shows how well aware Warlord Esports Destra is when it comes to defending this mid flag. And what they really did is just astonishing. And of course, impressive performance overall. Your soldier of the game, Warlord Esports Destra Neo, averaging 20 kills, 11 deaths, 4.67 assists with 2,463 points, 0.33. And of course, a KDA of 1.82. And not for him to be that MVP. And we're going to need to see more from this guy, especially to the succeeding days of this group stage.
Oh, yes, a talented man indeed. But everyone else in his team is actually very talented. It just really depends on what kind of game mode you have. And you get to see a lot of the bright points of this team ever since they started. And now you get to see how they will fare up against a really strong team. And yes, LF organization just started a week ago. That's when they were formed. And maybe that's why there's a little bit of, time for them to build up their chemistry, which I feel like, you know what? I feel like they're just gonna blaze through the game, get day after day, just improving all of the games. And you get to see a lot of bright spots, especially you are going up against a very well-known team, very well-known personalities, but it did not stop Warlord Esports Destra. They're just really tunnel visioning into the win. So for a lot of the time here, we get to see so many kills. Eldos, obviously, with the guidance of Eldos, he's the one that's basically coaching his team. They don't have a coach. He's the one that's giving the shots, and you can already tell how talented this guy is. And obviously, with the slaying powers of Basic and Neo, can definitely get a lot of the points for them when it comes to the respawns. And with the support of Price and Han, that is a well well-rounded team here. Bet on your life. But also for LF, since they're still trying to gather the chemistry that they have, I feel like in the few days that we'll have here, they'll definitely find their footing.
Yeah, they will definitely find their footing. Again, to touch up on the point that you said earlier, LF organization, they are a recently new formed team, so that team chemistry is still not cohesive enough to try and help them propel. But you see it here. I feel like they're going to get even better as the group stage succeeds to its following days. But still, we did not really expect Warlord Esports Destra to play great at this point. We expected, or I expected at least, that LF organization is going to have a far better advantage, especially when they play those respawn games. But when it comes to play the domination, Warlord Esports Tester was just really totally different. And we really have to admire this team. They've been in the community for so long. And though they've been suffering player changes and, of course, rebranding, now that they're here under the name of Warlord Esports, they are able to shine even more. And this team is going to be the underdog for Group. They just really showed it out here at this game against LF Organization.
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of the bet was going in for the side of LF organization, but everyone was basically questioning how good are they as a team because they are fully formed. I mean, they just had their team a week ago, like we keep saying, but how fully formed can they be, especially going up against teams that have been playing for such a long time? And yes, even though they didn't really have much of a presence into the pro scene here, especially in Garena, it doesn't really matter. This is the underdog season, I think, because of how many new teams we've been seeing here. And Warlord Esports Destra really proves that it doesn't really matter if you don't have the followers, if you don't have the following, if you don't have much experience, but if you know the game well enough, if you know the meta well enough, you can adapt very easily. This team has definitely put their name on the radar, especially for me being an analyst. I get to see their plays and how well they can go deal everything under pressure, and this team definitely has my vote quite literally because you already know that is going to be definitely really easy. Well, I feel like we need to talk about it in the comment section. Who's your vote to being one of the best teams here in Garena? I feel like Warlord Esports definitely has shown up a really blazing start for game number 2. And obviously, give your love for everyone else. Who are you rooting for here? And yeah, give some of us casters here because we are definitely excited to give you all of the hottest action and just, Mother's Day. It's Beef Mommy. Give some love in the comment section. Just say Happy Mother's Day and tag your mothers, even though they don't really play Call of Duty Mobile. Wait, what are you doing? Are you studying? No, Mom. I'm watching COD, watching Beef Mommy and Cali Cast here.
Yeah, really heartwarming there here. But again, to all of the players' moms right out there and the viewers, of course, in YouTube and Facebook, Twitter, and of course in Twitch. Happy Mother's Day from Cali Gaming and yours truly, Beef Mammy. But now, the first game has officially been set and done. And we did expect LF Organization to able to win that map number 2, but our boys from Modern Esports Tester, they were just able to put in the show. They just tunnel vision, make sure that they get round after round at that map number 2, and they're able to make the most out of it. And honestly speaking, Warlord Esports Destra could be the underdog that we really need to see more from Group D. They could be that top 2 here for Group D, but we'll never know. This is just the first day, and maybe we will have to see more from them as they face against Blacklist International Ultimate, and of course the one and only Huntsman, who's gonna who's gonna play with them this following days that we are gonna have. And to look at it here this way, Biff Mammy, everybody here from LF Organization and Warlord Esports, they tried their best. Everybody was just trying to work. But in a competition, there can only be one winner and there can only be one team that will be more hungry for that win. And it was Warlord Esports Tesha, more hungry, more than ever for them to kickstart their first day here at Garena CODM Master Season 2 as they get the win at map number 2 and at map number 3. And again, I think this is the problem right now for LF Organization. Warlord Esports Destra, yes, they are a complete package. But you look at LF Organization, Beef Mammy, everybody is slaying. And honestly, we need to see those roles divided for higher efficiency when it comes to distributing the plays at their respawns. And we need to see more from them, especially at the support line, because everybody was just slaying earlier, Beef Mammy.
Oh yeah, I feel like it really comes into the play, what kind of rotation you can go and pull off, and definitely it's the support that Neo has. This man has spearheaded his way and really just not really carrying his team, but everyone else in his team is actually doing their job. So I feel like it really comes out for LF to really just gather that rhythm going into the later days, because we have more days for you to come. You have more days for you to just prove to everyone that yes, maybe it was a rocky start. It wasn't even that rocky. They won hardpoint standoff. So for everyone thinking that LF organization may not be a little bit of a seasoned team, yes, that's true, because they were literally just formed a week ago. And yes, they are professionals individually. They've been in very well-known teams, but for them to come together, they still need to have that time. And for that, for them to really pull off what they did in just 1 week of being together, is definitely going to be really great. So now the question begs, is that enough for them? Will that fire finally push through into the next few days of the competition?
And honestly, for LF organization, losing now is going to give them the opportunity to find what they have to improve on. And with that going to be a great gameplay, we're going to see more action right after this break. It's going to be AJ Mustachio and Beef Mammy. We'll be right back. This is the Garena Call of Duty Mobile Master Season 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. And if you thought the opening match of today was amazing, we have exactly what it takes to up the ante. The team to step up next onto the stage is the best Call of Duty Mobile team in existence right now, Blacklist International Ultimate. Your undisputed champions hailing from the Philippines. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, alongside the amazing Beef Mommy to bring you guys series number 2.
Wow, that is a very great intro, especially I feel like if you're going to be Huntsman, you introduce Blacklist International like that, but obviously they really deserve that kind of
They
intro.
do.
They are the kings for a reason, and now Huntsman needs to find a way, especially they're coming in from a really great franchise and they really want to make a name for themselves here in Call of Duty Mobile, which I think is very possible, especially from that one game that we had here, the first matchup from Warlord Esports against LF Organization. Obviously, we didn't get to see that coming.
Yeah, exactly right. But before we move on, I just want to point something out, right? I know exactly why you're wearing pink, Beef. And
Yes,
I
because it's
just had-
Mother's Day,
I
and
just-
we
I just
are
had to
the
match-
mommies and daddies of Call of Duty Mobile.
Exactly, right. I just had to match up with you. My mama's up in heaven, but please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not forget to wish your mothers a super duper happy Mother's Day and make sure you guys spend some time with them as well. Okay, it's really, really important. Sometimes when it's a little too late, you tend to regret later on. Same way as to how some teams do regret when they do not scrim against other squads enough, right? You really need to build on your momentum. And the only way to do that in competitions like this is to make sure the synergy, the chemistry between your team members within the squad is absolutely perfect. And we've seen exactly how that communication has broken down for some of these squads out there, Beef.
Oh yeah, the comms really are going to be solid here, and I feel like in that first matchup we really got to see it. I can't stop saying it. I can't stop pointing it out. Being an analyst, Warlord Esports had the comms down to the T. Search and Destroy was their baby. It was amazing. We didn't really expect that LF Organization would struggle that much, and they just ended it all the way through in Summit Domination, where it was basically perfection for Warlords Esports Destra. But now we are going up against our Group D, the last two teams that will be playing for today from this group, Blacklist International versus Huntsman. Now, really just pacing their way through. Huntsmen have been quite under the radar, not really quite being in top, just being in the middle of the pack here.
Yeah, exactly right. Middle of the pack. You are very, very kind. Sometimes we have seen them at the very bottom. Huntsman is a team that has most definitely struggled. And as a whole, the Malaysian region, right, we've definitely struggled against Singapore as well as Philippines. Both of these nations truly have a lot of supply when it comes to great Call of Duty mobile players. But even that being said, what we have to love about the Malaysians, what we have to love about Huntsman is their never say die attitude. Even after all that time, they're not walking away from the game just yet. Some of their team members have, mind you, Beef, but the core group is still there and they are trying to achieve something for themselves, right? Not a lot of improvement comes immediately for some of these teams, and hopefully the Huntsmen will be able to prove themselves in the opening match for the Season 2 of the Garena Masters this time around. The only downside of this all is that they have to prove themselves against the best of the best of the best. And I'm not even talking about just the Philippines. I'm talking about SMP. I'm talking about the whole of Garena. I'm talking about the whole eastern side and potentially the whole world here, B.
Yeah, I mean, now we get to say that it's really overwhelming for a lot of the teams and a lot of the people watching here how talented Blacklist International Ultimate was. And you get to see their growth. It really is, especially since they were coached by such a talented person. And after being coached by that person, it was just skyrocketing in and out. And now that they've made a name for themselves, they were the underdogs. They were the new kid on the block. And that really gives a lot of inspiration for a lot of the teams who are going in here into the Season 2 of Garena Masters to really be just like them. And now I believe that can definitely happen here.
Absolutely right. Now, let's take a quick peek at the schedule just to get a quick recap of how the day has been going on so far. A lot of people were looking forward to this first matchup where we did see the Warlords take down looking for organization, LF organization. A lot of anticipation, a lot of hopes were placed on them, but they just weren't able to measure up. That being said, this has only been game number 1 out of 5, or series number 1 out of 5, out of 6 that they have to go through in the competition. So 5 more left on in here. This next matchup, the one that we've been hyping up, Blacklist International Ultimate takes on the Malaysian squad of the Huntsmen. It might be a one-sided match, and the only thing that can change that is exactly what the Malaysians have been preparing for so far, and hopefully they will be able to pull something off in here. If they do manage to pull something off, it would be quite monumental, Beef.
Oh yeah, it's really monumental if Huntsman is able to get at least one map against Blacklist International. But now, speaking of two really big teams, Smart Omega versus Tyrant Esports, really well-known teams in the community, and obviously going down the line here, C8 Legacy versus C8 Stealth, the brothers, and MAMBA LOWKINGS versus GAIJIN Rogue, and ending up the day, MAMBA CORINTHIANS versus C8 JEUX, which you can definitely go into the very end because it's going to be action after action we have over here in our day number 2. But now, taking a look at what we have here, here. Obviously, we got the Kings. They don't even need an introduction, but you know what? We'll still do it just because how special they are. We got AG, Jabin, Skur, Tin, Yato, and Yobabs representing the code here. Trying to break it? Yes, they definitely will.
There is no one player that you can single out and say that they do not, pitch in anywhere near as the others, right? Yes, you do have your usual MVPs. Yato, Yobabs usually take that spot. Jabin as well, Skid. The problem here is you can never just expect one player to consistently pick up that MVP title, because even within the squad, they're constantly beating each other up, and they're consistently and continuously competing with each other to be the very best. But the difference between them and some of the other teams that we've seen in these past competitions is that they, even whilst competing against each other, they work together as one team, as one squad. And I just find that absolutely crazy to pull off, right? Even with so much of potential within these team members, they know exactly when to push and exactly when to hold back.
And holding back, they definitely will not, especially going up against Huntsman. I feel like whatever team they go up against, whichever player, they'll give it their all. And that's the best part here with Blacklist International Ultimate. It doesn't really matter for them. And now, a giant of a team as Blacklist International, definitely with the grandest entrance here by any other team. This team is no joke. Huntsman, the team lineup for today: Alfari, RSFI, Asmal, Derp, Raven, and Speed. So you already know, you've seen a lot of these names as well, especially in the name of Derp and Raven, which has been speedheading their way through into the Malaysian scene. And now, AJ, you know these guys a lot more, and you get to see the growth that they've had here in the competition so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. But the problem is we only see the same few names in rotation all the time. I mean, if there are any Malaysians watching this particular broadcast, I mean, I hope we have in the thousands, right? I really hope to see new names step into the pro scene for Malaysia, right? Because we cannot just continuously hope on the exact same names within a couple of organizations continuously going out there hunting for the medal. I mean, look at the Philippines. Look at how many new talent is being born each and every single day. In the past, maybe some of, my boys from Malaysia might have thought that, okay, maybe there's no future when it comes to competing within Call of Duty Mobile. Maybe because the prize pools weren't attractive enough. But here we are in 2022, where quarter after quarter, we have got Garena Call of Duty Mobile planning to just grow this ever so much bigger, so that all of these pro players have got a community and an ecosystem to compete and sustain themselves at. So it is growing. There are opportunities. We just need to see more names. Not to take anything away from these boys that you see up on your screen. They have been grinding for a long, long time. I just want to see some new faces.
Definitely. And new faces we'll definitely see, especially with the birth of the Garena Masters, where every quarter we'll definitely see new faces. And now we keep saying, yes, we need to have a really good ecosystem here, because obviously without players, without teams, there will be no competition. There will be no tournament here. So it's important to just give a little bit of light, give a little bit of hope to everyone else who wants to take COD, want to take esports seriously, to just give that light in the end of the tunnel. And obviously that will be this team, because yes, Malaysia needs to go pick up all of the points, and obviously RSG was one of those teams that can go make a difference. But you know what, maybe Huntsman can be that for them.
Hopefully they are going to be the brand that makes Malaysia proud at the end of the day. But if they are not, all I want to see is the community to grow a little bit bigger each and every single time we have competitions in here. And Garena is most definitely focusing on helping the COD community go in that direction. It's just that we need the COD community from Malaysia as well as Singapore as well to throw a little bit more dedication into Call of Duty Mobile grinding, right? I mean, we have to emulate the Philippines. And so we've got tons of Filipino teams in this competition. I mean, Garena Masters at the end of the day is going to be taken over by the Philippines. If the game has not been taken over by the nation already since day one, right? A little bit of a fight can most definitely be put up. And Huntsman, going back to the story as to how they've been struggling in the scene for a long, long time now, right? A few changes in organization, a lot of roster changes. But in terms of where they hang in, when it comes to the capability of winning matches, they still seem to be struggling. And I quite honestly have not been able to figure out exactly why, because individually, these are really talented players.
Most definitely. It really comes down to it is a team sport. I mean, a team esport where, as much as you are a very talented individual, you need to have the comms, you need to have that chemistry,
Yes.
which we saw a while ago in LF organization, where individually they're amazing, they're phenomenal. They came from really good teams, really
Yeah.
good brands, but you're going up against basically people who are unknown, but their
Yeah.
chemistry is just so good.
And you also need a great coach. And I think this is something that the Philippines is, doing so well. Each and every single organization, we do see their managers, we do see their coaches, we do see those players going through a really strict regime within their gaming houses itself to improve and dominate out there on the battlefield. And very clearly, these are bringing results. So I hope to see the Malaysian teams emulate this a little bit more. But to go back to the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your undisputed champions of Garena Call of Duty Mobile, Blacklist International Ultimate, they win the coin toss and they take Hacienda off of the list. Firing range is the ban out of the Huntsman, and Slums will be pulled in for the very first map since the Huntsmen do not take that off of the list. They choose to start off on the Special Forces side, but we've already seen a couple of teams hop on into hardpoint at Slums. It may seem like an easy map to take over, but not easy at all in terms of execution out there on the battlefield, Beef.
Most definitely. Just because of Slump's hardpoint, that is a really difficult game mode in this particular map because it's small. The spawns are terrible. The spawns are terrible in a way that it's close by each other. You can spawn literally right behind the enemy and they would even know it. So it's really important to just gain the power positions, especially going into P1 where it's so open that breaks is going to be the essential part, and maybe even try to go in there for the rotation into the next. But again, raid, search, and destroy, that's going to be very scary for the side of the Huntsman because Blacklist International absolutely loves that map. But you know what? I actually really like this map. As small as it is, it's just really crazy.
I love this map, right? It's not the easiest, but you need a lot of communication. You need strong teamwork in this map if you want to win it overall. Hardpoint is not easy, but I really feel like I prefer hardpoint at Slums in comparison to Domination. Getting the hold of that D flag is just an absolute no for me. I always lose. And going back to the point where you mentioned going in for bricks is strong, I agree, but everybody tries for bricks, and that usually is the point where if you are in defense, you'll be looking towards that spot, right? Even at hardpoint, the entrance through bricks is going to be one of the biggest contested spots for this first hardpoint. So I'm just not a personal fan of that. For me, it's always going to be broken. You take the backstep through dumpsters, but that's of course Domination. Even through hardpoint, I kind of go with the exact similar setup when I move in together with my squad. But of course, Blacklist International Ultimate pulling off the exact same strat, locking down all of the memorial side first and then dropping back into dumpsters as well, just to make sure nobody doubles back and takes that backstep. And that also allows them a quick entrance to open up P2. 21 to 15, Huntsmen aren't doing all that too bad.
Yeah, they're doing really impressive, especially going into that P1, getting a lot of the points ready and boggled down. And now taking a look at what we have here in Dumpster, they need to go and infiltrate that really quickly as Blacklist International has a hold of that. They need to have that sideline right beside Blue where you can have a lot of titans coming in from the Hummers where you have the third hard point, but the rotation needs to come through, especially going inside the Huntsman. They finally get the contest on, but it's not really enough. But yes, they're sparking in really, really hot, especially going up against a really good Slayer like Yato, but 13 to his name, especially fully streaked out, that's going to be very difficult for them to go and contest.
Yeah, great plays out of the Huntsman. They hold on to the important spawn out of the Special Forces base, but immediately broken by Blacklist International Ultimate, who access it through the arches. And that is one of the things that you want to take note of if Hardpoint Slums is one of the maps that you do not perform all that too well at. P2 is really difficult to break if you take the entrance through broken as well as dumpsters, but the backstep through arches is the way to go. You take their spawn first and then later on focus on the hardpoint. At P3, on the other hand, it will be the Huntsmen who are in there first, but it's going to be the flush, and it's going to be really easy for Blacklist International Ultimate to take this, mainly because of where they're spawning out of the Guerrilla base, straight into P3, easy access and easy to keep the Huntsman numbers down as they slay one after the other.
Really gold hold from Blacklist International. They really have Mountain down to the T. That is definitely one spot that you want to get to if you really want to defend this hard point. And now, going in there, they finally got the break. Huntsman, though, really impressive break, especially with 33 seconds up on the clock. Those are going to be big numbers that you can definitely utilize at the very end. They're finally winning their gunfights. This is definitely very impressive for me to see. And now, the points are trickling down. They are winning their gunfights. And now for Blacklist International, 75, that's not going to be a really big break in between.
Asmal all streaked up already. The Huntsmen are playing this to the T, breaking the spawn, making sure they've got the easier access into a 3-3, and now on the road to playing catchback. But are they going to be able to hop on into P4 as well? Garage is already on the early setup for Blacklist International Ultimate. Yobabs tries to purify a couple of members, but only manages to get one. Immediately gets traded out. Derp with the double on his own purifier. Yato gops in for the shutdown, but Derp is there for the save. 65-75, and the Malaysians will be able to finally catch up to Blacklist International Ultimate. Asmal bringing in his XS1 Goliath. Not the best at P4. Perhaps could have waited until we reset these hard points into a statue, but whatever goes for the Malaysians as long as they can get in front. 80-75 now. They finally move in front of the undisputed champions of Garena.
Well, it looks like they really want to go for a full 60, which is very possible, but he needs to go look behind him because there are going to be players spawning left, right, and center. And now you get to see a little bit of concession here. Jabin finally gets rid of him, but then he gets taken out as well. And now really big plays right now from Ares, but doesn't really quite hold it, but that's still very good time for them. Scrap time goes down to Blacklist International Ultimate, and now the rotation going to the next hard point is going to be very good. As you can see here, the setup already there for P1. The Sentry Gun is up and running.
Oh, Derby dropping that sentry, and this is going to be the fight of their lives. If the Malaysians want to pull this victory off, it will most definitely be monumental, but they will have to work for everything in here. Now, the gods of RNG giving them an unfavorable spawn all the way out at Graves, but that will also allow them that quick backstep in. Hardpoint taken over by Blacklist International Ultimate. Yato just absolutely dominating with the Mac-10. 4 kills in a row. If this guy is allowed to streak up, it's going to be game over for the Huntsman, but they take the backstep through Memorial, squeezing on in. Sentry Gun for the assist as well, and finally for the break, Blacklist International Ultimate. This is just back and forth action by both of these squads.
It really was Yato, that solo hold going into that fountain, really just trying to stay alive. It doesn't really matter that the Sentry Gun was up top because the sidelines wasn't really there. So I feel like it could have been a little bit better for the rest of the Huntsmen to try and go and help the Sentry Gun out. But Yato obviously is going to be a beast on its own. And now 125 and 97, that's going to be very big points right now. But all the Huntsmen can do is go in for the rotation, but they just spawn so far away.
Now, they've already learned their lesson earlier on when we went on into P2. They tried the straightforward approach. It did not work, but the backstep through arches, that was the answer. Take the spawn away first, and the Malaysians will have this, but they deliver the cluster strike right on the heads of Blacklist International Ultimate for a straightforward attack. Raven now, will he be able to get it with the kilo? No, drops behind the dumpsters. Cluster strike still in action, gives them a little bit of time to catch right back up. Jabin with the Mac-10, 1 kill, make that 2. Now straight in for the backstep, will be able to take over, but Asmal shuts him down instantaneously. 3 players now just to be purified by Asmal, but Tin shuts him down with a CBR4. 138 to 114. Blacklist International Ultimate breaks the hill, and this might potentially be the final break.
And now that was a very good break coming in from Blacklist International. 146 and 114. It's just a little bit too late for the Huntsmen to go, but then they still contested. Asmal still goes in there, but unfortunately gets traded out right now by Yato and still going strong. Really big kills here, but unfortunately, there you go. Yobabs still getting a lot of the kills with the Purifier. Blacklist International Ultimate maybe just sweating just a tiny bit as the Huntsmen are really giving us a really good show.
So well played. All of the rotations were perfect. All of the focus in terms of direction by the Huntsmen were perfect. But Blacklist International Ultimate just slightly better when it came to those engagements, those gunfights. Mechanically, Blacklist International Ultimate have always been the superior team, regardless of who they go up against. And that's exactly what the Huntsmen had to juggle this time around to go up against that supreme gunfight ability of Blacklist International Ultimate. But they did one heck of a job. They were hanging in there with them, equalizing at the right points, but just towards those final moments, not being able to throw in enough numbers, managed to get to them at the end of the day. And I have to say, I'm not truly happy with that, because remember what we were talking about, Beef, going through arches, breaking the spawn. That's exactly how you take over P2. A straightforward approach with the cluster strike might have been amazing, but can you imagine what the cluster strike would have been together with the backstep through archers? Once they take over those spawn, they would have been able to throw in bodies, throw in numbers back to back, even if Blacklist International continuously slays them. That was the only problem I had with this matchup, but apart from that, the Huntsman was spot on. And Yato, the beast himself, steps on out onto the battlefield, absolutely annihilates those players while still being the objective player. Amazing stuff out of both teams.
Right, 41 to his time and 27 for his kills, the most out of everyone except for Ares maybe. But again, it's just really impressive to see Yato, especially we got a little bit of an eye a while ago when he was trying to defend spawn. He was trying to defend statue. Every time he just goes and defends there, and even though he does get stunned a lot of the time, he just prones. No one gets to see him. The guy's basically invisible, and now he just spearheads his way through, going into the hard point. And now with that kind of scoreline, you get to see how impressive Blacklist International is. But obviously, the response coming in from the side of the Huntsman is definitely very impressive as well. And I'm really excited to see what will happen here in our SnD matchup, because we are slowing things down just a little bit, and maybe this is what the Huntsmen need. Because kind of like the trend that we've been seeing here so far in day number 1 and day number 2, this is where things start turning around for a lot of the teams are kind of struggling here in Hardpoint.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And for the Huntsmen to be able to hold Blacklist International Ultimate back in this fashion and to not get thrashed, but in fact be almost capable of taking the matchup to them and pulling it away is just nothing short but impressive. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how close you got. What matters is who reached the finish line first. And that's always going to be Blacklist International Ultimate if you do not keep your pace up. And towards the final moments of that match is where the Huntsman lost it for me. But as we move into Raid SnD, I'm just curious as to how this chemistry of this new lineup on the side of Huntsman going to perform against the well-oiled machine that Blacklist International Ultimate has always been.
Oh, I'm confident that they'll probably take a few maps and maybe even make it reach into round number 11, because we've seen it already before and it's very doable. But for Blacklist International, like what you said, a well-oiled machine they are. But let's see, with how much Huntsman has been showing us in that game number 1, is definitely going to be very impressive, especially with the SVD really just popping off. I really want to see it. Obviously, Ares has been a really good slayer for them. But honestly, for me, I just want to see the sites being cleared without any kind of aggressive pushes, especially going up against Blacklist International, where they can go and really just retake really well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. I mean, both of these teams perform quite well out there on SnD, but the Huntsmen, with the new lineup, you just don't know exactly who's going to be the aggressive player, who's going to be going out there scouting for the squad up first, initially aiming down their sights. I'm very sure Derp will be one of the point men for the side of the Malaysians as he pulls out his sniper. Hopefully he can hit some of those snipes, because if he doesn't, it's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate. And here's the problem though. Blacklist is on defense as we start things off on Raid. And when you are on defense, you just allow the Malaysians to take the call. But, initially it's potentially going to be a 3-2 split with 3 in Gardens, 2 at Basketball Court. You really don't need all that too many. But what I'm more focused on is whether or not Blacklist International Ultimate is going to take an aggressive defensive stance from the get-go. Because we have seen the Huntsmen go into some of these matches, and when their opponents are a little bit too aggressive, they bunker down. They go back into their shell.
Oh yeah, and really just gonna be a game of cat and mouse, but hopefully they can definitely fight fire with fire if it really is dependent on them. But I feel like with the guidance of Azmal and Ares, that can definitely go and pull through. And now, speaking up, we get to see a very interesting push here. One presence in A, that's gonna be Yato going in through mid into Garden. They're really just closing it out. I mean, it's a very aggressive push coming in from the side of the Huntsman, going in through that A, but they need to go and gather information first, as Raven might be able to go and take out Yato, and finally does so, and now a 3v3 situation is in order.
A good takedown by Ares. The thumper and the anticipation was perfect. Raven, on the other hand, does not swing around quick enough. AG with the CBR finishes him off. But information sent back to Azmal. Azmal watching his back. Open stairs, but takes his eyes off of it at the worst moment ever. But AG misses him, turns his back around. SVD going up against AG, who repositions himself away from open stairs back into Central Garden. The players of Blacklist International Ultimate, they do not need to push. They have got the numbers advantage. And when you're on defense and you've got the three attackers locked down in a position like this, all you need to do is play the game of wait and see. See exactly what they want to push on in with and then finish them off one after the other. Yobabs now spots a player in the worst timing of all as he reloads, but Asmal does not punish him. That information gets sent back to Jabin. CBR way too easy. Derp on the other hand, can he clutch this out 1v3?
That's not really possible. AG finally puts the nail in the coffin, and now we finally get to have 1 point for Blacklist International Ultimate. But for Huntsman, now the aggression doesn't really do you well, so you need to just slow down a bit, get that information on, especially the presence here in mid from Yato is going to be very dangerous because he can go and just adjust going in there. But it's a good thing here. We finally get to see a different kind of push, but one person down, Derp, one sniper, one of your eyes that will give you vital information won't be there anymore.
Immediately taken out that blue van, but a very aggressive Yato will be able to take Ares down. Sorry, to be traded out by Ares right after he finds one player of the Huntsman. Blacklist International Ultimate will continuously thin the numbers down as Jabin thumps out Asmal. A 4v2 situation with two players, no bomb in hand, having to back right back into the gorilla base. Jabin spots out Alfari, headshot with the CBR will do him no good at all. And AG almost finishes off Ares. The CBR battle, but the information to Tin was more than enough. 2-0 as the Huntsmen continue to struggle.
Beautiful comms coming in from Blacklist International. This is what you were saying here with the Huntsmen. They're going back to their shell. They don't know what's happening. When the play doesn't really matter, you can see it faltering just slowly but surely. And now you're going in for a push, going to Bravo, but you do have one person there going in for your eyes, and it's AG. That's going to be very difficult, but now finally the information comes through to the side of Blacklist International. The push comes through, but there you go. One person down coming in from Blacklist International Ultimate. But no, it doesn't really quite happen. As you can see, they weren't able to utilize all the gunfights really well.
Well, Ares is just an absolute slayer right now. Took a dirty shot through that prone and perfect as he got hit by that smoke. Tin will be able to drop Derp. Alfari now almost taking down his opponent, but Jabin finds the headshot onto him. A little unfortunate for the Huntsman. And now, one final player in the mix. The one and only Ares goes in to rotate right through the mid-segment of the map. We'll be able to find Tin around the right-hand side, but timing does not get him the accurate takedown, and Tin finishes that off to put Blacklist International Ultimate in front as usual.
Really fast pushes coming in from Huntsman. They're just not gathering enough information before spearheading through a site. And now that's one thing that they really need to do, especially if after the reset comes through, the switcheroo that we really like to see. That really dictates the pace. But now again, a very interesting push coming in here. The bomb. I don't like where the bomb is at right now. The staircase is going to be that hotspot, and if the bomb goes down, you best believe that your teammates will have to go and adjust to that. And now, the push coming in. It's a 3-2 split. Finally going in from the side of Blacklist International, trying to gather that information.
It's been the weakness of the Huntsmen for a while now, when their opponents get a little too aggressive. And I really feel like it's all got to do with their confidence, because when Derp is confident and he starts popping off, no one can stand before him. But you know, in moments like this, the Huntsmen, they really have to dig deep and find out, ask themselves those tough questions, and whether or not they are ready to hang with the best. Because over at Hardpoint, it was very much a different story. They could most definitely get something done against Blacklist International Ultimate. But you know, these players out of Blacklist International Ultimate, they are SnD specialists, and the Huntsmen, they've got absolutely no room whatsoever in a game against them. Once again, bomb on the ground like you feared earlier on. It didn't drop at mid, but it doesn't really matter as it overextends into its swimming pool, leaving Raven now on a hunting mission to see if or not he can pick it right back up. 1v3, not the best of positions to be in.
Exactly. That was a look. Raven spots one, gets one. There you go. Blacklist International was spread out, but now Raven has a monumental job to clutch this up with 29 seconds left on the clock. That's still a lot of time to work with, but Blacklist International knows very well that they can play for time. And now spots one more. Needs to find out the information where the other one is left, but there you go. Blacklist International. Tin not really quite giving him a lot of room, a lot of leeway to go and get him. Blacklist International with 4-0. Huntsmen need to slow things down and not leave the bomb so open. They need to find a way to get that information, but obviously now Huntsman trying to go in for one last push here.
Raven had a little bit more time to think of his move there after he got the initial information, but instead of looking for the second player, he straight away goes in for the takedown. I mean, you really got to place your bets sometimes in those situations, and Raven just was unlucky that he was being pinched down from both the sides. And now a 4-0 situation for the Huntsmen to make a comeback from, which I don't know if or not is going to be possible. Raven now wrapping right round around Kitchen, finds Yobab at the right timing and shuts him down. The Kilo 141 now. Asmal being tapped up, but has the SVD in hand. That little thumper is not going to be doing anything for the time being as nobody is beside him. Aries, what a slide! Will be able to shut down AG and Huntsman. They are in front on the numbers. Can they now finish off the final two players who have doubled back in towards basketball court?
What's the reason why for you to go back around there? Turn your back around, giving one leeway, but obviously that's a good deal for Huntsman. Finally, 1 point for them, but I feel like they should have just pushed into the side. Like what you said, they were cowering right behind where the bomb. If they were able to get multi-kills, the last members of Blacklist International Ultimate, they could have won that round, but it's a good thing that a lot of the other players were already there. So again, there's like really little mistakes like that and tiny micro decisions where they needed to go and push through. But now Blacklist International will dictate the pace of the game. And now one person down, no, two people down will be really hard for Huntsman.
Yeah, David Yobabs. Oh, Yato finds the kill as well. Blacklist International Ultimate not really happy. Dropping one round against the Huntsman. Aries tries to pull one back with a thumper, but absolutely finds nothing. Jabin now just around the corner. Aries needs to check it. He does! But unfortunately, a little bit of a panic moment there. Alfari gets taken down by AG as the final player, and Blacklist International Ultimate on match point at 5-1.
Fast games here, fast rounds in Search and Destroy hard, and that's going to be very hard because Blacklist International, you already know that they're very, I guess, well-versed in terms of Search and Destroy. Even Almighty has a very hard time, and Almighty's a really good Search and Destroy team. And now Huntsman needs to make a monumental move, and now the push coming in from Alpha already being very aggressive, but then pays the price. Oh. There you go, 1 by 1. That's a really good deal, but the trades does come through, coming against Blacklist International, and now two players going to the side, playing Ring Out the Rose. He gets one, gets two.
Oh my
Yato,
lord.
there you go. This is why you can leave this man alone because he can definitely take down a tank.
And that's exactly why you want to pick up a Mac-10 for yourself as well. I mean, that gun is just insane right now in the game. Asmal, headshot onto Yato, equalizes the numbers. Raven now will be able to catch one inside of the locker if he checks his corners. He doesn't do it just yet. And over on the other side, we have got Asmal coming in very slow on the approach, but Yobabs drops him like a fly. Yobabs now, one more player to shut down. Quick slide, quick scope, and he gets that. Blacklist International Ultimate take an easy win over the Huntsman.
Easy wins for this team, and maybe Slums was a little bit, a little bit sweat breaking, but this is like a tiny little punch. But over here in Search and Destroy, it was just body bags all over the place. And now for Blacklist International Ultimate, they have the monumental job of taking this to a 3-0, and it's very possible for them. I feel like for Huntsman, they just need to be a little bit more fleshed out in terms of the gunfights and just need to get that confidence. Like what you said a while ago, AJ, was really important, that you need to know that when the engagements happen, you need to spearhead your way through. Kind of like when they were already winning the round, they didn't even go inside that A bomb site, knowing very well they had the numbers, they had all the sites down, and eventually that could have been a really great push for them. But Blacklist International just proving that you have the expressions, you do have the experience for you to get that win.
That being said, it is nice to see Aries, the newest addition, performing quite well on behalf of the Huntsman. Derp, he couldn't really hit his shots, and as the sniper of the squad, you really want to be finding the opponents at the end of your scopes. Asmal, the exact same thing. He brought in the SVD, but all he could pick up was that one slay, and that's not going to be enough. As the snipers of the team, as those who are, particularly tasked to thin down the herd before the bomber goes in to do exactly what he needs to do, these guys weren't really stepping up to the plate, and overall the team struggled. But Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, they were the usual Blacklist International Ultimate that we expect out here on SNDs. That hard point might have been, like you said, Beef, a little bit sweaty. They were made to work by the Huntsman, the Malaysian squad, but you know, in this SND, it was just a hands down. In fact, Yato didn't even need to try. Yato could have played that with his eyes closed, and his Mac 10 would have still been able to bag a ton of kills for himself. A well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, definitely. Yato is probably one of these best players that we've seen already so far, and especially with the guidance of very, very talented teams. Imagine being that talented in a sea of talented teams, in a sea of talented players. You just number one off the bat. And now taking a look at our scoreline, Slumps Hardpoint, you've had 150 and 116 in the favor of Blacklist International, and Raid as well. Search and Destroy having that 6 and 1. It doesn't even come close. And now we're going into Summit Domination, where you already know that Blacklist International can definitely go in there very aggressively with the corners that you have, especially with Yato with the Mac 10. That is going to be very scary. So Huntsman needs to play this very smartly, especially going in for the power positions and really just special forces base. That is a good place for them. Okay, that's a good spot to be in. But again, if you don't have the mechanical skills to push through, it doesn't really matter if you have good positioning anymore.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And the problem here is it's a one-sided map, and we've seen many teams be annihilated at Summit. And what matters truly is the communication, going over, taking over those spawns, managing that really well. And of course, the secondary part to this to this domination would of course be making sure you win your gunfights. If you start off at the special forces base, what you would be going in is initially the cable car platform, as well as that control room number 2, which is the B flag. But if you are slightly more adventurous than that, what you want to be doing is flipping out the flags. It's much easier controlling that B and C flag, and I pretty much think that the Huntsmen are going to be going in for the initial flip. But are they going to be able to pull that off, of course, is the biggest question. Will they be able to catch an off-guard Blacklist International Ultimate, or will they just find the guard dogs when they start knocking on that door? That will, of course, decide the fate of Huntsmen, whether they go down 3-0 or they are at the very least able to pull one map back.
Exactly. And now for the Huntsmen, I feel like it's a harder job because you have players like Yato that can hold off on their own. And now with a map like Summit Domination, he can definitely go around slaying around the place and really just being that guard dog like you were saying. Because if you do have B and C, if you are Blacklist International, you need to find a way, if you were Huntsman, to go and take A and C just to go and distract Blacklist International just a little bit. But obviously Blacklist knows this very well. And they'll give Yato the time to just go and slay around because the guy can handle multi-kills after multi-kills. Kind of like what we saw a while ago in the same game in Summit Domination, where you can see that LF had a very hard time because you know that the usage of the score streaks is really good. You leave one player in mid. That can be Yato. He can be that sentry gun, that walking sentry gun to just slay everyone out, and everyone else can be defensive in either C or A.
Yeah, Blacklist International Ultimate starting off on the stronger side, immediately attacking that C flag, sending in 2 players in towards the control room number 2, second floor, to shut down the players of Huntsman. But it's not about the strategy, it's the counterplay that we are interested in. What will Blacklist International Ultimate do as they have to face the Huntsmen, who are going straight in for their C flag? And the Huntsmen have flipped the spawns. What a quick move by the Malaysians, and this is what we want to see out of them. This is the kind of aggression that we need out of the Huntsmen. B flag on the attack, and the strategy has been perfect so far, but a good prevention comes through for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate through the hands of your Bobs. No B flag for you just yet. C flag almost for the capture, and at the end of the day, Huntsmen end up with no flag whatsoever, managing to finally grab that C flag for themselves. But Blacklist International Ultimate, they thought that they were going to be pressured, but remained one step ahead of the Malaysians.
So they just left Charlie open, but for Blacklist International, they didn't really want anything to do with that. B and C already in the hands of the Huntsmen, hunting around through and frolicking, trying to get their prey. And unfortunately, Blacklist International is going to be that. Ares doing a lot of kills here. That's a very good start for Huntsman. The fact that they went and rotated into Charlie first, flipping the spawn, is going to be very smart for them. And now you get to see a lot of bright plays. As you can see, that Blacklist International trying to go in there for the defense here to corner number 2. But no, Alfari gets one more kill. That's a really good defense coming in for Huntsman.
Huntsman just playing this so well, not sitting down on top of that B flag, but getting into those power positions within control room number 2, just making sure they win all of their gunfights hidden and not really taking them out in risky positions. JEUX now trying to make sure nobody else from the Huntsman is in existence at the Guerrilla base so that he can take the spawns right back for his squad, and they do exactly that. And with the better spawns in the hands of Blacklist International Ultimate, now is the time for them to take the C flag back and replace the B flag with their own title there. Huntsman, on the other hand, they will immediately flip out the cable car platform, and it doesn't matter even if they have the weaker side because they are still in front of Blacklist International Ultimate. They now just need to push through either the cable car edge or through the edge platform and once again flip these spawns if they want to stand a chance.
Oh, Predator miss on not getting anyone at all. I feel like it could have just been saved for another day just because Bravo was already getting pushed really fast. And I feel like they could have used it when they were trying to go for that Charlie flag. And now the rotation coming in from Huntsman going in for that Charlie flag yet again. It's really a game of chess here for Blacklist International because they've been going at it. Even though, yes, they were losing a flag, they weren't very aggressive going into just trying to take it. What their job was to flush out everyone else outside and then go and take a flag, which is so smart for them. And now the retake finally coming through as finally the AC split. Oh, a triple cap is in order very quickly, but you already know that Blacklist International will definitely try to get back at them.
Oh, perfect place by the Huntsman, and the triple cap, even if it doesn't last all that too long, it basically shows exactly how ready the Huntsmen are to take on Blacklist International Ultimate. In the respawn, they are not backing away at all, and it just looks like this particular combo of the Huntsmen and the players of Rampage of All seems to be the perfect solution for them to win some matches. And now they need to pull one map back. They start things by pulling that A flag right back into the bag, but can they prevent that C flag from being taken over? No, but they do pull the B flag for themselves. Amazing place, continuously trading out one after the other, keeping up with Blacklist International Ultimate. The Huntsman will reach the halfway point first at 75. Blacklist International Ultimate stick by their 62 points.
Oh, but then here you go. A really good start from Huntsman. But now we are switching sides. But you already know that Huntsman can definitely go in there for the reversal now. Now, they do have the stronger side right now. And that is going to be very interesting because Blacklist International will try to go and pull whatever Huntsman did a while ago. But now, a very interesting push coming in there. The full stack going into Charlie, going into the side through Catwalk. That is going to be where most of the bug fight is going to be happening.
Players now just picking up their home flags first. C and A now all taken up. The next one in contention will be that B flag, but Huntsman, they know exactly what's going to happen. They know that Blacklist International Ultimate will be coming in there for their spots, and they wait by their flag to shut them down, but no gunfights being won on the side of the Huntsman, and that puts them in an unfortunate situation. A flag pulled right back as they spawn out of the Special Forces base. Amazing plays out of the Huntsman, just making do with whatever the gods of RNG gives them, but they cannot continue to make do. They need to take the pace of this match, and they need to decide exactly what happens. But with a sentry set up inside of the control room number 2, touching the B flag just got so much harder.
Hasbal is just so good for Huntsman. He's just slaying out so much, and the new addition definitely was really great for this team. But now, no one has a hold of that B flag, but obviously with the sentry gun presence, that's going to be very hard for them. But Asmon, there you go again, doing a lot of trades, but the response from the thumper from AG just stops the push.
AG, the man, just looking out for the rest of his team members catching out Asmal, but Asmal's fully streaked up already, so he's done more than enough for himself. 92 to 77. Huntsman now making the comeback of their lives. Are they going to be able to shut down Blacklist International Ultimate once and for all, or will there be a comeback from the undisputed champions of Garena? JEUX now with the purifier in hand pulls it out. Wrong timing. His team member helps him shut down the other player right in front of him. 85 to 97. Huntsman now losing that pace, and Blacklist International Ultimate catching up with them. They've got the better side. They've got that B and C flag to play with.
And now they've been already having that 18, no 19. He really wants to have that 20k. But again, I feel like the push coming in from Charlie just stopped going to Charlie, trying to capture that flag. And now they're being stuck right now, being spot trapped by Blacklist. All they need to do is just go in for that Charlie, get rid of that alpha flag, go in for the rotations. That's when they're going to probably get their sights back, because that's what they did in the first half. But now, with a 104 and 101, the lead is not going to be there anymore for Huntsman if they don't try to capture at least one more flag.
Yeah, Huntsman just focusing on the wrong objective in here to take the players out of that A flag earlier on. A little bit of distraction being played by Blacklist International Ultimate, which was just genius. Your Babs! What was that jump? Amazing plays, but just a little distracted with all of the theatrics. Yato now shuts down Alfari. B flag in the hands of the Huntsman. Asmal now just making sure he gets that in, but gets shut down at the very final moment. Blacklist International Ultimate need to deal with the pressure on that B flag, and Din is your man with a kilo 141. There's a little bit more of that market to clear up, but before that, he slays the player of the Huntsman one after the other, allowing the rest of his team members to clear those markers off. This is the kind of slayer you want on your side, and Din is absolutely annihilating the Huntsman right now.
That cluster strike was just not a good place, especially that you don't have the positioning going in for Bravo. Should have just waited for everyone else in the team to try to go in there for one more flag, but there you go, an AC split. I feel like this is the time. There you go, Din with a triple kill, getting really big kills with their name. Stops the push in Alpha. See, the cluster strike, the timing was just so off for Huntsman.
The Huntsman just pulling off a cluster strike in panic, but this is how you use your score streaks. Tin shows them that Bread Missile was one of perfection, and now Blacklist International Ultimate just a few steps away from victory, and nothing that the Huntsman can do to stop them. Even if they do take away this next flag, that A flag, Blacklist International Ultimate will still be the first ones to reach that endpoint. 150 to 130. They shut down the Huntsman at hardpoint.
Shutting down is the name of the game here for Blacklist International Ultimate to everyone who tries to knock on their door. And now that is going to be a very well... I feel like that's a really good start here. 3-0. Obviously, we expected them to do so. But I feel like here for Domination and Summit, Huntsman could have had a chance, especially going into that reset. That was so good for them. But unfortunately, at the very end, that's where they kind of felt the panic. I feel like that's one thing that Huntsman needs to go and pull off. It's really the confidence, trying to be calm in really high pressure points, because you get to see how well they played, especially in that first half of Summit.
I mean, I did not expect Huntsman to perform this well. Let's just say that, right? I expected them to struggle against Blacklist International Ultimate, and the Huntsman did not struggle. They did not struggle at hardpoint. They did not struggle at domination. They were keeping that pace up, and in fact, they were in front at points as well within this matchup, but just a few of those decision-making just really threw them off at the end of the day. Blacklist International Ultimate, on the other hand, they knew exactly what to do. Like I said, when going up against the Huntsman for Blacklist International Ultimate, it wasn't the strategy, it was the counter strategy. It was to find out exactly what the Malaysians were up to and then crush them at their own game, and that was executed perfectly. Just hyper focusing on taking the spawns over at the Guerrilla base, and that's exactly what Blacklist International Ultimate made sure they did each and every single time. B and C flag absolutely shut down from the get-go. And the Malaysians, they could hang with the best. I am absolutely shocked as to how far they managed to push it, and a little disappointed that they weren't able to go all the way. But this shows the quality that they have, and hopefully they'll be able to carry this on in the future matches as well.
Quality they will serve in the next few days. Best believe that, because they had a pretty, I think, a really hard matchup going up against the Kings, right? So again, a really good showing. So especially going up against teams that are also struggling just a little bit, they have definitely a really bright spot to them. And now even showing the points here, taking a look at the KDAs, it's not too far away, especially with Aries, the newest addition, 25 to his name, with Tin also having 25. That's a really good matchup. You already know you have one Slayer, and everyone else, I mean, yes, it's a little bit negative, especially with them having a little bit of a hard time. But you can see how much capture he has. He's basically doing that OBJ that his team really needs. So you can see here, they know their roles. They know what to do. It's really just that confidence. And I think day number one for them, because this is obviously the first time they're playing, that they can definitely pull through into the next matches. And I'm really excited to see how they will perform.
They got close, just not close enough. But all they need to remember is they are taking on the very best. And like I said, potentially the best in the world of Call of Duty Mobile. So nothing for them to feel shy about in terms of eating an L when they go up against Blacklist International Ultimate. In fact, a majority of teams that go up against Blacklist International Ultimate eat that L all the time. What's important here for the Huntsmen is that they learn from this experience and make sure they do not lose the confidence. I mean, we touched on a little bit about how the scene within Malaysia needs to continue growing. But at the moment, they are the Malaysian scene. They are the representatives. So they need to make sure they continue making the nation proud by never giving up in any one of these matches and continuously improving until they reach the very top. And look at this, man, 130 to 150. They almost got it done. And not many teams are able to say that when they take a matchup against Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yeah, most definitely. And I feel like it's also down to the map picks and bans. I feel like maybe if the Huntsmen won the coin toss, maybe if they had their choices, maybe they probably would have a little bit more of a chance here. Especially since even with Summit, that's supposed to be Blacklist International's pick, but they also had a hard time into domination. So they kindly just like picked up the pace a little bit at the very, very end. But that's a really good sign because even though they were at a little bit of a disadvantage, it doesn't really matter. And now taking a look at what happened here in Summit, here in Slums for Hardpoint, that is going to be a very big thing. You got Asmal that can definitely go and slay out. And like what you said, pulled out the XS1 Goliath a little bit too early.
Yeah, and in fact, the Huntsmen, I believe, had a few more captures in comparison to the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. The only difference here is Blacklist International Ultimate just being able to hold on to those flags a little bit longer than obviously the players of Huntsman at the end of the day. If only they could have found a way to hold on to the spawns, maybe things could have been a little bit different. If Derb had his momentum in this matchup, I know for a fact things would have most definitely been different. But it was a disappointment for me nonetheless over at Slum's Hardpoint because the approach towards the very end, the approach in towards P2 when the game was about to finish off, I feel like the Huntsman could have just done a little bit better by breaking it through archers instead of pulling out the cluster strike and then just running straight in towards the hard point through dumpsters because the spawn was already being held on by Blacklist International Ultimate, and that wasn't the wisest of move of them all. But in this domination matchup, they tried to make up for that mistake initially at hardpoint.
Oh, definitely. I feel like it was a little bit better game here for Huntsman, and they really tried so hard into the first half. But obviously in the second half, I feel like the timing was just a little bit off for them using the score streaks where Blacklist International, if you give them a little bit of time, if you give them a little bit of a weakness, they'll definitely hunt like sharks in blood. So now, taking a look at our soldiers in the game, speaking of a shark in shark-infested waters, the biggest shark of them all, the Great White Yato here with average kills of 19, average deaths of 14.33, and assists of 10, average scores of 2,480, and KDA of 1.35. Now this scoreline, this is low for this guy. I mean, you've seen him slay a lot more, but obviously it doesn't really matter for him, and he definitely is the slayer for Blacklist.
And that basically goes to respect the effort out of the Huntsman, right? Because you are absolutely right, Beef. Usually the numbers that Yato chugs out is so much more than this, but the Huntsman just did not allow him to play at his best this time round. Albeit, yes, Blacklist International Ultimate did take a crushing victory over the Huntsman 3-0, but towards the end, Yato was not able to live up to his usual expectation of being a beast out there because the Huntsman were able to keep him contained for a little bit at the very least. But nonetheless, even if the Huntsman did all of whatever they could to hold this beast back, he found a way to break those chains, break out of that cage, and bring that trophy right back home in terms of a victory within the series. 3-0, super impressive. Huntsman, impressive as well. But Blacklist International Ultimate, they might just go down untouched in this competition as well. It's so difficult to pull a map away from them.
Yeah, it's just really hard for them, and I feel like in their particular bracket, it's gonna be, I think, looking for organization was the team that was supposed to do that, but
yeah,
losing against Warlord Esports by that much, that is gonna be very difficult for LF to try and go and make a name for themselves. But obviously, it's going to be just day number one for them, so there's still a lot more chances for a lot of these teams to go in there. But
yeah,
obviously, Blacklist International is the fully fleshed out team here that is very well known for being very collected, calm, and really just in those those high pressure situations, and they proved it here. They could have lost in Summit, but no, in the half after that domination round, they definitely picked things up. And just like a game of chess, like we said a while ago, they were really smart in terms of the gameplay.
Yeah, and of course, you guys have seen two back-to-back amazing series so far. Initially, as we opened up the day, Warlords, Esports, Destra took on LF Organization. Not only did they take them on, they decimated them 2-1. Blacklist International Ultimate just served up the freshest donut of them all to Huntsman. And now, to further up the ante for the next series, we have got the one and only Smart Omega stepping right back up onto the plate, and they will be taking on the champions of the Garena Youth Challenges, the one and only Tyrant Esports. Tyrant Esports was so impressive in the Youth Challenges beef that they only dropped one map in the playoffs. Will they be able to prove themselves yet again against the kings of old?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, I think this is probably one of the most exciting matches that we've had here. I mean, obviously, not because it's Smart Omega, not because it's Tyrant, but because these two have been in the scene for so long. Smart Omega has had a hard time in Garena Master Season 1. And yes, they weren't able to go into the finals, the top 3. But you got Tyrant that got top 1. But you can see that who is going to be winning it? The youth or the people who have been here for a while? But you know what? Let's answer that question later on, as Smart Omega versus Tyrant Esports is going to be greeting you later on. But we're going to be having a little bit of a short break. We'll see you in the next one.
Master Season 2 with your caster for match number 3. It's me, Cali Gaming, and the one and only Mustachio AJ. Earlier, we saw Blacklist Ultimate play, and they won and served the first donut for today's schedule. And this just really showed they still really are the kings of the kings. But AJ, Huntsman caught me by a surprise. Honestly, SnD Huntsman really gave Blacklist Ultimate a really tough time in the response.
Yeah, I want to say that in the SND they did well, but they were absolutely decimated. And I'm not surprised that because Deb really could not wake up in that match at all, right? But in the response, you are right, Callie. They gave them a run for their money. In fact, there were moments where I honestly thought that Huntsman were going to be able to beat Blacklist International Ultimate. But, we've seen this happen one too many times. That last minute comeback from Blacklist International Ultimate. They've already got the strategy as usual down, and it's always playing that counter strategy halfway down the matchup, which is when we see them kind of make that comeback. And almost always they succeed at it.
And just honestly, that's what the Kings can offer in the table. They really play great, especially not only at the start, but at the end. That's where they really are the best
Correct.
at, really good at closing things. And now that this officially said and done, they will be getting that first 3-0 here again today. And we're moving on to this coming game. Smart Omega and Tyrant Esports. AJ, I'd love to know what's your thoughts about this right now.
I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup, right? I mean, first of all, we need to look at the roster. Tyrant Esports, they lost Rage. And who did they lose Rage to? Rage moved on into Smart Omega. And now he's quite honestly crushing it, no pun intended, after Crush left the team, right? Smart Omega, on the other hand, they've been struggling in competitions as of recent times. They only managed to pick up the 4th place when it came to the Season 1 of Garena Masters. And at the Garena Invitational, they did slightly worse. They got the 8th spot. But in recent times, if you look at the trajectory, if you look at the history of Tyrant Esports, they managed to pick up the 1st place in the Garena Youth Challenges. So if you look at who's stepping into this competition, who's stepping into this particular fight with more momentum behind them, it's most definitely Tyrant Esports. But with the loss of Rage to Smart Omega, did they also lose a lot of their strategies to Smart Omega? Because Rage obviously is going to be giving them the down low of everything that's happening behind the scenes. So, it might just end up in the hands of Smart.
And honestly, if Rage has successfully let his teammates from Smart Omega download that resources, that's going to be a lot more easier for them to counter Tyrant Esports. But one thing that I can really commend from Tyrant Esports is how calculated their aggression personality is. You can always expect them to actually play great even though odds are against them. But then again, for Smart Omega, as you said earlier, the roster change is going to be a really important factor here. Now for Smart Omega, they now have three players that can create plays and openings for all the game modes. I'm going to say Rage is the perfect player for Smart Omega. He fits so well in the puzzle. With Rage in the lineup, it allows Kebs and Whoopi to roam freely and slay while Rage plays the OBJ, AJ.
Yeah, and if Whoopi wasn't already an amazing objective player as well as Slayer, now you drop Rage in for the objectives and you allow Whoopi to just purely go out there and show who's the man of Call of Duty Mobile. He's going to be absolutely ecstatic, right? I cannot wait to see exactly what Smart Omega has in store for us as they take this matchup against Tyrant Esports. But, things do not slow down from there, because right after we finish up this banger, we're going to go on to the Battle of the Brothers, right? C8 Legacy versus C8 Stealth, but of course we have to be a little patient. We have to take one series at a time. Smart Omega going up against Tyrant. This, I don't know. I don't know who's in charge of making the schedule, but whoever that person is, he's a genius.
He's really, really a genius, and I honestly would love for him to continue doing the same lineup.
Oh yeah.
And now we are going to see the schedule, and it's going to be the lineup as per se here for Smart Omega: Rage, Idra, Jay-Z, Candy, Kebs, and Woofy. As said it earlier, with Rage in that lineup, it gives Woofy more playing time on the gunfight department, AJ.
Yeah, but I'm just quite curious as to how much is Whoopi going to relieve himself of his past duties, right? Because we've seen him, morph from the best sniper in the Philippines to one of the best objective players in the Philippines. And now, is he going to very easily give that role over to Rage and drop into a Slayer position? Or will he be, side by side with Rage, dropping himself into all of those very important hard points as well as domination flags later on and showing the opponents exactly who's boss? I'm very curious as to what this new composition is going to be like when when Smart Omega continuously takes up matches after matches, right? Because, you know, you can step into a match, you can say that, okay, each and every single one of us, we're going to hold on to these roles, we're going to play certain segments of the maps. But when your opponents are as good as Tyrant Esports, when they are good enough to shut you down the moment they see you, you have to interchangeably take these spots one after the other. You cannot just, you know, be super rigid within your positioning itself. But of course, let's take a look at the lineup of Tyrant Esports and who's going to be doing all of the damage and putting the players of Smart Omega with their backs up against the wall. FDX, Jello, Papi, Susano, Wacky, as well as Young J. These are not new names to the pro scene of Call of Duty Mobile here, Callie.
Yeah, I really have to agree. This team, they're really back for blood now that they have rebounded to Tyrant Esports. And after them winning the Garena Youth Challengers, they're really, really in there for a really huge stride. And again, to touch up on this, the things that you said, Tyrant Esports, they got the core players of PDR Esports, the top four in Garena Philippines Championship 2021. Well, they've been under the radar, but now that they have won one competition here for Garena, they're looking to get more to redeem themselves and get that former glory that they once had. And AJ, with them combining here, with them teaming up with the former players, core players of RTL Esports, just really shows that Tyrant Esports, they really want to make it back. And with them actually winning one already yesterday, it's going to be a lot more really interesting here as we go proceed to the games. Now for your game head-to-head matchup between Smart Omega and Tyrant Esports, you got the soldiers of the game last Friday. For Smart Omega, they got either with 15.67 average kills with 11 deaths, 2.33 assists, 2,064.67 average score, and a KD of 1.42. Meanwhile, for Tyrant Esports Susano, he's got 15.67 as well, a 14.0 death ratio, and of course, a 3-point average assist, a slightly a little bit more better average score with 2,172, but that KDA clearly a lot underperforming for Susano with a 1.12. And honestly, this is the two individuals that's going to be making the plays majority for this game.
Yeah, and I feel like the numbers are a little skewed here because obviously this KDA that we are seeing, Smart Omega built this by taking on C8 Stealth, and Tyrant Esports built their own KD by taking on C8 Legacy. So if you want to speak technicalities and see exactly which one of those two C8 teams are better out there on the battlefield, I would have to say C8 Legacy, right? So maybe these numbers don't really matter all that too much. And on top of that as well, we are not just looking at Susano as the Slayer, as the pure Slayer, right? You also have Young J, who does so much of damage, who really steps up for the team, especially in those SnDs. And you also have a crazy man in the name of FDX. His KDs might not be a lot, but the efficacy of his kills in some of these respawns, because of the positions that he holds onto, really can change the trajectory of the game. But of course, let's see exactly where Lady Luck smiles. It is going to be towards Tyrant Esports, and with winning that coin toss, they remove Summit from the list of maps. Firing range will be the ban in terms of response from the side of Smart Omega, which leaves Hacienda and Slums, but Slums has not been picked. Instead, Hacienda gets brought in here for the SnD. How do you feel about Hacienda SnD, Callie?
I think it's going to be a little bit more one-sided. Obviously,
no, as a player, do you like
get
the
to
map?
be on the defensive side, you're going to be having a lot more advantage. You're just going to have to wait for the both bomb sites, and you're going to have to pick all those skills. But then again, Hacienda really combines the close range engagements and, of course, the sniper. And this is going to be a really good smart pick for Smart Omega. No pun intended. I feel like this is a map that they're looking to throw to Tyrant Esports and caught them off guard.
Yeah, and in terms of playing Hacienda SnD, do you prefer defensive or offensive, man? Because I hate it. I hate both sides on this map.
Well, well, I think I hate it as well. But, you know, I also, for me, honestly, I got to be very biased with the defensive side here. It's going to be a lot more easier to control the situation. But then again, if you predict wrong, if you predict that your opponent will be at the A and they are at the B bomb side, it's going to be a very hard retake. So it's a matter of just balancing everything as a defender here.
Yeah, I mean, and I absolutely agree with you, man. I mean, the map is not as as huge as some of the others that we have in the competition, but it is most definitely one of the bigger sides of the maps. And rotating over from one bomb site to the other is going to take a few years. And the problem here is when you are rotating around as well, a lot of these smaller corners for the attacking side who has already planted the bomb to go in and now just hide and wait for you to appear, and then halfway through the defusal shut you down. So it's really, really tough, and I absolutely agree with you. You get the guess initially wrong, and that's about it. It's game over. So the best thing to do in terms of a defense here, go in here for a split 3-2 and try your best to win your gunfights. Here's the Mustachio stating the absolute obvious in an SnD match, but you know, at Hacienda, bro, I really have not been able to identify perfect plays from teams out there. In fact, it just seems like, you know, some of the pro teams, they themselves are trying to really break this map down and figure out exactly what sort of strats works because of the sheer monstrosity of a map in terms of the size it is.
And honestly, if you have to play Hacienda, it's either going to be a hard point game mode or it's going to be a search and destroy. And for Smart Omega, I really love that they pick Hacienda here. I think this could be one of the better map picks for Smart Omega overall with the available maps that we have in the game. But you know, obviously for Smart Omega, that's going to be that match number 2. First and foremost, we're going to start the first match, which is going to be a hard point, and it's going to be a map pick for Tyrant Esports. And this is, I feel like it's going to be a 50-50 balance. Both teams are now completely ready to go. Here we go, AJ. Match number 3 here for the second day of the group stage. Smart Omega and Tyrant Esports. Hard point at takeoff. Take it away.
Yeah, Whoopi straight away being your objective player, hopping on towards the hard point, super aggressive. I believe I saw the SVD in his hands, and he's going to be holding on to some of that mid segment of the map, but he gets shut down alongside Rage. Both players trying to play super aggressive, not taking the power positions for themselves. In fact, Whoopi should have been backing away from that fight early on. 9-9 now, Tyrant Esports. They easily take the first hard point back and push the players of Smart Omega. But as the first hard point always is, it swings back and forth between the two teams, Callie.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty back and forth here, and it's going to be the scrappiest hard point, especially when it's located in the middle. And for now, Smart Omega continues to soak up that time, but we expect Tyrant Esports to get the contest in and, of course, eliminate the players that will be playing the time for Smart Omega. And now, you're going to see it. Candy dropping 2 players, FDX also dropping multiple kills as well. Final 5 seconds, and we're moving into the next hard point rotation. The good spawns, it's going to be held by Young J for Tyrant Esports, and they're going to have an early advantage here as they move into new. FDX lines 1 shot off. There's going to be one more player all the way to the staircase. Is going to find it, but he's going to get taken down. And honestly, Smart Omega, they're able to break the spawns, and they also find themselves swarming this hard point.
But here comes FDX. FDX has got a really important position here to hold on to the spawns, but instead of doing that, he immediately jumps on to play the objective on his own and slays a bunch of players on the way there as well. 3 back-to-back kills, and FDX, even if he does not focus on the right point, he manages to hold the points just enough for Tyrant Esports to make a small comeback in here. And now Papi backing him up, holding on to the hard point, slaying back and forth as he swings around, managing to streak himself up just a little bit more. Should be able to activate the cluster strike as well, but Whoopi stops him in his progress. 45-34, and Smart Omega are in front, confident, but Tyrant Esports aren't allowing them to run all that too far away with an early setup into P3 as well to make things more difficult for Smart Omega.
Yeah, they're doing whatever it takes for them to reduce that lead, and this P3 rotation is going to be the turning point for Tyrant Esports. If they could handle it, and if they can stand the attack from Smart Omega, they're basically good to go, and they get to pull it away. And now, P3 rotation, you obviously know that there's going to be operators because it's going to get used here, and Rage now just icing players, opening up the hard point now for Smart Omega, but still, Tyrant Esports stands inside the hard point. They survived the first line of the attacks, and they're continuing to do more inside this game. 30 seconds already passing by, and Tyrant Esports they will be counter-attacking the place that Smart Omega hits. But as soon as I said that, they get the break that they need here at this P3.
Yeah, Tyrant Esports just made one small mistake there as they took over this hard point initially to set it up. Nobody was looking at the generator area, which means the better spawns were given over to Smart Omega, and they just throw in the numbers one after the other by holding on to the better spawn for P3. And you really have to focus on generators, because just having that spawn allows you to string your points from P3 straight into P4 as well. And look at the hold that the players of Smart Omega are having here for that early setup into P4. Really important, because this is going to be your money hill, Cali.
And this is going to be the money hill, and they know, and they set things straight. They prioritize what they're gonna have to do, but here comes the play from the back from Jello. This is going to be really icy. And he gets 2 kills there. We're gonna see a refrag back from Ithera, pretty back and forth. Tyrant Esports, they get inside his hardpoint. They're gonna use that Dragonfire, reveal the general location of Smart Omega later on when that gets deactivated. Then for Smart, they still got that good spawn, so they're able to reinforce much faster. And I love how they approach this game. They attack in multiple angles, and it gave Tyrant Esports a little bit of a headache as they continue to step inside and do this.
Triple by Papi and his Pretty, and it doesn't really matter. Smart Omega holding on to the visit center will be able to spawn right back to drop back in here for a good fight. 83-73, they still have got the lead against Tyrant Esports, but Tyrant Esports catching up real quickly in here. Papi now turns around, one more takedown for him, and he will be able to secure those kills as we go in for the reset of hardpoint. Tyrant Esports already present. The question is, will it swing back and forth once again, or will we find this time around players taking over those power positions? 2 power positions very important for this P1. That scaffolding as well as the second floor of Aurora launch, which just doesn't seem to be played, Cali.
Yeah, it looks like the teams are just going guns ablaze here inside this hard point. They're really trying to fight for this mid-map control. And honestly, for Smart Omega, yeah, last Friday, they had a thing at hardpoint where they're gonna start really slow with the first set of hardpoints. Then they will propel their engines, and they're gonna pull away the second half. Same thing is not gonna happen here, though. Tyrant Esports is doing a really good job at just delaying Smart Omega's reinforcements inside this really scrappy hardpoint, and they're doing majority of the time. Now we got this 11-point lead exactly for Smart, and Tyrant Esports, they're growing and they're decreasing that lead at the same time, and this is going to be a great opportunity for them. Final 5 seconds, the next hardpoint rotation. Tyrant Esports, they're gonna be here early, but Candy is going to invest that Purifier, but he's gonna get taken down. But with this Dragonfire from Omega Ithera, this is going to be a really huge handy-dandy score shake here as they break this P2.
Yeah, Young Jay was the biggest playmaker in the previous hardpoint. We were talking about how Nobi was holding on to the power position, and he jumps on into the second floor of control room and brings on so much of impact into the game, helping Tyrant Esports catch up, helping Tyrant Esports take the lead in this hardpoint match at takeoff as well. Now Jello needs to get his job done, but Kemps just purifies his soul, makes it into pure ice, and then shatters it. 110 to 104. Tyrant Esports still keeping their good fight up, but Kemps now, UAV in the hand, is ready. Hunter Killer Drone in hand is not going to be able to pull it out just yet, but with the Predator missile to be able to take down the players out of their spawns, still on for the save. 118 to 110. Tyrant Esports, they lose the hole, but they continue bashing their heads in.
Yeah, and Tyrant Esports, this is going to be the final contest there. And the next move right now after this P2 rotation should come in the hands of Smart Omega, since they got the favorable spawn on this P2. Now they're going to have to work their way back to this P3 rotation where things are still going to get tightly contested. And now Young Jay is going to light things up with the SVD. And you remember earlier, Smart Omega, they invested all their purifiers at that P3 rotation. So now here this time, they're going to have to win with their own gunfights. But speaking of the devil, Ithera able to save one on his own, and they're going to be finding themselves inside his hardpoint, AJ.
And Tyrant Esports makes the exact same unfortunate mistake once again. They go in for the early rotation into P3, but they do not take over the important spawns out of generators. Smart Omega, on the other hand, they take over generators. They spawn out of there, and they annihilate the players of Tyrant Esports. One more point in, and they finish things off 150 to 113. Takeoff played better on the side of Blues.
Yeah, I mean, Smart Omega, I really talked about how their purifiers are heavily invested in that P2 rotation, but it turns out Ithera and Candy and it Cavs it as well will have that Purifier ready up for that P3 rotation, and they were able to create that break. And for Tyrant Esports, they're not really able to use a lot of their operator skills that much to create the plays for themselves. But then again, that first set of hard point is really, really close. But Omega, they really know how to close it at the end, and they were really able to pull away when they are able to get the break, AJ.
Yeah, it's good to see Young Jay, finally start to play some of those power positions really aggressively, especially on the rotation of, the reset of the hard point over at Fountain. That's your P1. He jumps on over to the second floor of the control room, but I just wanted to see more of those plays from him because he had the SVD in hand. He also had the ability to really push down the players of Smart Omega off of that hard point, but just not being the super aggressive Young Jay that we usually see out there on the battlefield. And overall, it's not once, but twice the mistake of Aurora launch, the mistake at P3 happened twice here for Tyrant Esports, and it's just a little upsetting to see that they would fall for the exact same thing twice, because the adjustment should have come through when we went in for P3 the second time round, but instead in the exact similar fashion where they lost it to Smart Omega in the first round, they did the second time round as well. And it was game over from then on end. Young Jay had the right ideas, but I guess overall it just wasn't executed to perfection the way they would have wanted it. 113 to 150 is not as close as Tyrant could have been if those mistakes weren't made.
Yeah, again, rookie mistakes there for Tyrant Esports. They had the intention, they just lacked the execution in order for them to gain an even edge or a better edge against Smart Omega. But do get this, AJ. Omega, they combined for 121 kills and of course 119 deaths. And for Tyrant Esports, they combined for 119 kills and 121 deaths. I mean, coincidence, maybe not, but I don't know. But that's going to be game number 1, a victory in the hands of Smart Omega. Tyrant Esports fell short at the end. And now we're moving into this search and destroy. And I really would like to highlight the plays here for Smart Omega. At the last Friday, they win 6-2 in takeoff against C8 Stealth. Honestly, they got 3 first blood reefers that can collect the souls of their opponents in that early round situation, AJ. Whoopi with that sniper can deal a lot of damage on that long range. Meanwhile, Rage and Cabs on that close range will be able to be enough, of course, for Smart Omega to get themselves in at the game. And now you are going to see it as well, AJ. Tyrant Esports, they're going to pick the defensive side. But here for Smart Omega, last Friday, again, I really have to say this one. Out of the 5 times that they are able to attack, they planted 4 times. So they really like to initiate when they are on the attacking side.
Oh, yeah. Very aggressive. They know exactly how to get to the bomb site. They know exactly how to pile on the pressure on their opponents. But, once again, they did take on C8 Stealth. And, Tyrant Esports, they had to go up against the beastier side of C8 in the form of Legacy. And just in the same way you did mention Whoopi as well as Kev stepping up, I do anticipate Young Jay and Susano stepping up for the side of Tyrant Esports. This has to be a close match to each other. And the only thing that can perhaps not let that happen is Tyrant Esports just not really playing or understanding Hacienda as well as Smart Omega. Initial snipes for those scopes. FDX eats a couple of bullets from Kevs and his CBR4. That's not a great way to open up the map if you're Tyrant, but it doesn't matter. That's just one player down. Rage, on the other hand, going in for the backstab, will find absolutely no one, but if he does drop down towards that warehouse at that A bomb site, he will find a couple of packages awaiting him. Kevs finds the second kill for himself, this time shutting down Wacky. Idra, on the other hand, will be taken out. Oh, sorry, Idra doesn't get taken out. Rage gets taken out by Young Jay from a long off snipe for a 3v3 situation now. It's all equal as SnD goes or attempts that plan at these.
And yeah, now here we go. We got Smart Omega getting that B flag lined up for them. But talk about how Kevs and Rage will be combining for those first 2 first bloods now for Tyrant East for Smart Omega itself. But now Candy making the play, dropping Susano. It's going to give them the chance to have another chance to rotate. And there you go. The fake B, they rotate at the A bombs that entire Esports will be late on rotation. And this is going to be an opportunity for Smart Omega to plant that bomb. And not only that, they can initiate that post-plant defense and fortify it as we get this bomb plant. Here we go, 45 seconds.
SnD on this map is pretty much a game of cat and mouse. If you can trick out that cat as the mouse, you do get to win that round. Whoopi and Idra, they finish things off way too easy. Once again, you get to that bomb site, you plant it, you hide off in those corners, and just stay waiting for your defenders to come through and get annihilated. Smart Omega, they have got the advantage because they hold on to the bomb.
Yeah, and they were able to really plant it as well. And if you're Tyrant Esports, you really need to double it down. And of course, try not to go down as early as possible to give you an edge for your team to have this game. But then again, you take a look at this play, AJ. You got Smart Omega putting players at the mid-map. And basically what that's put in the game is an access point to the A into the B bomb site itself. And right now, Ether is putting in the work, getting these 2 kills. Jello getting that follow-up against Caps. But then again, he's going to win one more huge gunfight, dropping rage. One more, but that won't be enough as SnD finally able to end him. And now this time, Smart Omega, they take a hit to this B-bombs. We got Youngjae as the last guy standing. He spots one swimming. He's not going to get to the elimination just yet. And Whoopi's going to go back away. But that bomb is going to get planted. Youngjae slides. He's going to pick and is about to turn into eyes. Whoopi with the shot. Smart Omega once again making sure that they plant that bomb. They initiate first. They strike first. And Tyrant Esports can seem to respond better.
We are starting to see a few old traits of Smart Omega peeking out from these boys here now. Let's see if or not that will continue as the bomb makes a quick beeline for that A bomb site early. I mean, round after round, Smart Omega's switching things around. Round after round, they are keeping Tyrant Esports guessing. Earlier on, they rushed into Mana. This time, straight into that A bomb site for a plant, whilst Tyrant Esports expects them to do the exact same thing. I love how Smart Omega is approaching this SnD Hacienda.
Yeah, unpredictable is the word of the day here for Smart Omega. They keep things very, very confusing for Tyrant Esports. And now, somehow, we got a 1v5. And Matt Wacky has to initiate a miraculous play, but that soon would end with Idra just defending the back of the Manners. And it's going to be another round win for Smart Omega. Now, here's the question. They have taken the B side. They have taken the A side. What's going to be the next play for Smart Omega? And now, if you're Tyrant Esports, it's either you double down on the bomb side, or
Look at this, man.
you really have to stand and wait for your teammate to get that reinforcements. And now, it looks like it's going to be another hit here at this B bomb site. Youngjae is going to be the only player here in this round. And here at this bomb site, he needs to get those information.
Hey, you just gotta love the way Smart Omega is playing this SnD Hacienda. Round after round after round, they switch things around. Earlier to that A bomb side, this time that B line to the B bomb side. Whoopi shuts down FDX. Earlier on, they took out the one and only Youngjae, who was waiting for the plant, but he took way too long to shut down the players of Smart Omega. And now, like flies, Tyrant Esports, they drop one after the other. Susano makes a quick comeback against SnD. Wacky gets shut down by Kevs, and Kevs shuts out Susano right after that. 4-0. Smart Omega's not allowing Tyrant Esports to do anything. And the one that holds the bomb dictates the pace. And when you fight Hacienda, that pace, once dictated early, really decides this game.
Yeah, and honestly, earlier, I really favored the defensive side, but Smart Omega making me want to switch sides, AJ. Judging from what they've been doing, they really are good at just initiating the attacks. And once they get those early picks that they need, they feed on the numbers and they make sure they go for the elimination. And this is just really going great for them. But Susano, finally, they get the first blood exchange. Andy dropping Jello with the nade, though. Pretty unfortunate for him. And FDX is going to pick in the wrong angle. And things are starting to fall to pieces once again. But that bomb yet to be planted. Susano in a perfect retake. Gets one at the back. Finds one more player. Tries to line up the shot. But he's going to get eradicated. And now, 2v1 here at this game. All down to Youngjae. And he's going to be against 2 players on the mid-map. This is not friendly. And Smart wins another round, AJ.
Hacienda, the best map to catch your opponents off guard if you have gone in there and grinded just enough hours into it. The strategies out of Smart Omega to take over Hacienda has been absolutely perfect. And I'm just curious on whether or not Jericho had anything to do with this, because a little birdie told me in my ear that he's one of the coaches of Smart Omega now as well. And he absolutely loves playing at Hacienda in the old days where he used to be a player for Call of Duty as well. But 5v4 now. Smart Omega, they are down by 1 man, quickly equalized by Whoopi just to take this over. Can they shut it out 6-0? I feel like they can. Rage with a triple, and now final player on the side of Tyrant Esports, FDX. This is a 1v4 clutch that he needs to take if he wants to keep Tyrant Esports alive. But now being backstabbed, Kendi finishes things off for Smart Omega to take a perfect SnD against Tyrant Esports at Hacienda.
There you go. The first donut for the Search and Destroy. Smart Omega, lovely just putting in the work at that Hacienda. Just really shows the hours and hours of practice, the days and days they put in just to make sure their attacking strategies are going to be very efficient at this Search and Destroy Hacienda. And you see the intention really indeed here at this map number 2. We talked about earlier that we got 3 monsters that's going to collect the first bloods.
Yeah.
And it was Rage, Kevs, and Whoopi. But here it turns out Rage is going to be one of the players to score that first bloods. Either would then follow up. Everybody was just involved here, AJ. The Tyrant Esports can't really seem to just get a foothold in the game. Look at this. FDX not really even getting a kill here.
Yeah, and you know, it just makes one think what would have happened if Rage was not taken away from Tyrant Esports. What would this scoreline be like? But it kind of feels like, you know, Smart Omega played that together as a squad so much better in comparison to Tyrant Esports. That being said, the advantage goes to the attacking side on Hacienda for reasons which you guys have clearly seen out there on the battlefield. You get the bomb, you rush on down to the bomb site, you confuse your opponents, you get the plant, and then you get your corner and hide. You just have to keep your eyes on each and every single one of those entry points and easy kills from then on in. Of course, you have to have great mechanical skills, which we know the players of Smart Omega do possess, but the concept of going in there for the aggressive play on Hacienda has truly gone in here and paid off for the players of Smart Omega. Tyrant Esports, on the other hand, we now know which map they might be batting out consistently moving forward.
Yeah, honestly, you just really have to remove Hacienda in every sort of game you play at the group stage. But I feel like they need to go back to the drawing board and see what they did wrong here at this map number 2, because not even able to get any round win at all against Smart Omega is really alarming. And the teams might use it against you. And of course, for Tyrant Esports, they really have to review. But for Smart Omega, that was just really insane gameplay. They were able to just control the flow of the game. At that first 3 rounds, they make sure that they attack the mid-map. And when Tyrant Esports suddenly think about what the defense is going to be like for them, that's where Smart Omega decided to stack the bomb sites. And that's where things gets a little bit more confusing for Tyrant Esports. Thus, they fall in the hands of the kings of old. Smart Omega now having this 2-0 lead, but they're looking to stretch it out even more. Since they have won this 2 maps in a row already, AJ, they're looking to get this other map, and that's going to be Domination. But again, to look at it this way, it's going to be a really small map, and Smart Omega, they do love to play standoff, to think of it.
Yeah, they most definitely do love to play overhead standoff, but at the same time, this is crunch time for the players of Tyrant Esports. They've gone in and lost 2 back-to-back maps. They cannot afford to lose a single one to Smart Omega yet again. And at standoff, it's going to be something that, you know, you're very much used to. Everybody plays Domination at standoff. You drop in there for a ranked match, you are most probably going to end up here within the day a few times as well. So in terms of map mastery, no doubt at all, Tyrant Esports knows exactly how to get this done. It's all going to go down to the teamwork and mechanical engagements whenever they get into a gunfight. And so far, they seem to be doing absolutely stellar. Playing it very, very safe, not going in for the early cap on the D flag just yet. But when they try to do it, Smart Omega shuts them down halfway there. But that's exactly what you got to expect at standoff, a map that everybody loves.
Yeah, the map that everybody loves had its fair share of moments in the major competition, and as it gets continued to be played here once again, Smart Omega suddenly turning the pace up as they will find 3 players killed at that kill feed as they paint that lovely shade of red. They're slowly and surely getting this B flag, and there you go now, 2 flags in play for Smart Omega. One thing that they've been really able to do, keeping their players active inside this domination map. Take a look at this. They do get these 2 flags, but they also have another player just disrupting that rotation at that A flag, AJ.
I just absolutely love what Kevs is doing, right? Keeping the players of Tyrant Esports just so distracted. And when Kevs drops, what happens? Rage steps in and takes over his position. They are not going in for a triple cap. What they are doing is just teasing the players of Tyrant Esports, just keeping them distracted and making sure they do not go in for any of those captures. But when in fact, the players of Tyrant Esports do go in and tease their own home flag, that's exactly when they finally go on to finish the job off. Smart Omega focusing on the 2 flag whole victory all the way to the end, because if you are a proper team within Call of Duty Mobile, you know triple caps are not needed. Those are just flashy moves. Guarantee the victory for yourself through that A and B flag, and Smart Omega is just playing this to the T now, Kali.
Yeah, they're just playing it on a Tyrant now. So you can see the players now for the red side. They're going to have 1 player intercepting the mid-map on the grannies. And Tyrant Esports, they do so manage to break that lower end of the map. That bakery is going to be now in their hands. But the damage has been done already here this first half. Smart Omega, they got Rage fully streaked up already. He's got 10 in a row, exactly. Make that 11.
No.
9 more for something that's going to be unimaginable. But finally, Susano able to shut him down. And here we go, the game just continues. Here it's just a battle for power positions, and slowly and surely Tyrant Esports is able to get their hands inside this B flag. And again, Smart Omega, their map control is on a different level at this point. Look at this. All of the flags, they're making sure they put in the pressure. 2 players hopping towards the Charlie flag, and we got a triple capture inbound, AJ.
Yeah, 66-36. Smart Omega now triple cap, managing to run away with this matchup finally. Tyrant Esports, no matter what they do, no matter what they try, every single time they hop onto the flag, they fail. But this time around, triple man for the capture, and even that is stopped by the clock. 75-37. Unfortunate for Tyrant Esports, but perhaps that will fuel them as they continue their fight here against Smart Omega, who have been just so dominant all throughout this domination matchup. A quick correction earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I did mention that Jericho might be one of the coaches for Smart Omega. I just got information from him that he's not just yet. So a little bit of a correction there. My apologies.
And yeah, now let's continue here. This game, AJ, Tyrant Esports are going to be down for the count as they're going to be spawning and isolated in the lower end of the right map. And not only that, they're going to be spawning at the gas station. And this is going to be easier for Smart Omega to predict. But take a look at this. 3 players hopping on a B flag that's going to give them a chance to get the capture. And now for Smart Omega, they're able to remove that players attacking. And this is just solid defense from this point for Smart. Not only that, they got the sentry turret pointed towards this B flag at the 2nd floor, the Special Forces base. And oh my goodness, I just have nothing to say here, but the total map control is just really something to talk about here at this point. Now that they have cleared off the mid-map, they're going to stack 3 players inside a B flag, and they will be successful to get it. And Tyrant Esports, they're going to invest 3 operators, and hopefully that does so help them create the opening that they need to pressure Smart Omega and spawn them at the right side of the minimap or at the left side to give them an even chance to get this B flag. But I feel like that's not going to happen that easily.
I really don't want to start getting excited just yet, but this just looks like the Smart Omega of old. Are they making a huge comeback here at the Season 2 of the Garena Masters? It just seems like they are making a statement against Tyrant Esports. 103-56 now. Cluster finally is brought out by Rage, and that will hold the B flag for the time being. Whilst the players of Smart Omega, they rush on forth to lock down the players of Tyrant Esports at the mid segment of the map. Rage now, big kill if he manages to get this. He does a headshot onto Papi with his Mac 10. Young J from the back with the defensive shutdown of the SVD, but that's not going to be enough if they want to be able to pull that B flag away from these players. FDX needs to make a play, but the backup is just a little bit too far to support him for that B flag takeover. And now 120-64. Things are looking really bad for Tyrant Esports.
Things are looking really bad now. The only way for them to win is initiate a triple capture. Smart Omega only needs 25 more points to be exact to win inside decide this game as Tyrant Esports looks down the barrels of defeat. Kendi will try to prevent the player, takes him out, and that continues to insult the damage that has been done. Whoopi gets 2 Ps, gets 1 more on the bakeries, and now they are going to be stepping in the B flag, and they're gonna get it once again. Notice how easy it is for Smart Omega to get that B flag in their hands. The map control, the awareness, the gunfights. Rage is just raging right now with the kills. Everybody's just popping up for Smart Omega. Tyrant Esports lost. They're falling, they're shambling everywhere. They're getting dominated. 7 more points for the win for Smart Omega, and they're going to back this victory. And Tyrant Jello looking to create the big play, but is going to get shot down. And it looks like the Kings of old are going to be ending another 3-0 here for today. And it's going to be Smart Omega.
He just needs one hot little donut to be served up and everybody wants to follow along suit. But Smart Omega, this was something which we have not been able to enjoy out of them in a long time. Just pure dominance over a team, and this was no easy win. This was over Tyrant Esports, such a well-decorated team. They are your champions of the Garena Youth Challenges, but over here against the Kings of All, they really could not measure up. Over at Hacienda SnD, it was one-sided standoff domination. It still is one-sided. At the hard point, perhaps a little bit of life was seen within the Tyrant Esports players, but nothing like the likes of Smart Omega. They truly have woken up, and Whoopi picking up the MVP title for himself will continue to be one of the best players out there for Garena Call of Duty Mobile. Indra this time around, unfortunately not stepping up in his usual stance of playing out there on the battlefield, but it really doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter exactly which player consistently grabs that MVP title. What matters is the players of Smart Omega. They continuously interchange between themselves and find ways to get these tremendous victories over their opponents. Tyrant Esports unfortunately just could not get the job done today here, Callie.
Yeah, and then they have to go back once again to that throne board to get themselves back in form for the next game that they will play at the next few stages in the next few days of this group stages. Now, for Smart Omega, I have nothing to say, but wow, they are just totally looking different just by watching the first 2 series that they played here in the first 2 days of Garena CODM Master Season 2. Now, here at Domination Standoff, they really showed their true capabilities. Whoopi, Cavs, and Rage, 3-headed monster that we could say, 20 plus kills. And not only that, this team will be combining for 99 kills with a 72 deaths and a 1.375 KD ratio, completely dominating the statistic sheets and, of course, the battlefield earlier, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. And the players of Smart Omega, this is something that, you know, they just need to chug out consistently from here on end, because a lot of fans all over the Philippines, in fact, Smart Omega has got fans all over the world. They have all been desperately waiting for a strong comeback out of this squad. You know, I asked a really big question. I asked the question on the departure of Crush. Was he the weak link? Was he the piece that needed to be replaced, removed in order for Smart Omega to achieve all of their greatest? And it looks like that particular answer has been received today after LF Organization did not manage to take on Warlord's Destra earlier on, and with Smart Omega truly achieving their best of highs. But now the question then goes back to Crush, whether or not he is going to stand right back up and prove that he is most definitely one of the strongest links that Smart Omega has missed, and whether or not LF Organization can rise back up from the ashes, because a lot of talent within the team that's still left undiscovered. The Brotherhood combination, I'm looking forward to shoutcasting that match all up until now. I haven't had the opportunity of screaming out Hot Dog's name, Callie.
Well, yeah, it's going to be delight if you get to cast it in the next few days. And honestly, for LF Organization, the problem that they face against Warlord Esports Destra earlier is that they are a recently new formed team, and they went up against Warlord Esports Destra, who's been around for so long, as they stick around to make sure that their chemistry is going to be unparalleled. And I feel like for the LF Organization, as the group stage go by, things gets better for them, because they get to play as a unit and, of course, play it through really, really well. But then again, look at here at his highlights, Smart Omega and Tyrant Esports. Rage continues to prove that he's really one of the missing pieces that Smart Omega really needs because of how dominated they just put in an effort here at these 3 matches that we played.
Yeah, and that's really rare, Callie. It's so rare to have a player added into the roster of such a monumental squad out there in the world of Call of Duty Mobile and allow him to sink in as if nothing has happened. In fact, he's not just performing well, he's performing better than some of the players on the original roster of Smart Omega. And that's what's so impressive about Rage. Like you mentioned, and this is a really important point, he's allowing Whoopi to be an even better player as a substitute who plays those objectives so well. And it's just something that's very difficult, right? Because if Whoopi's already that objective player and he's got, those games played so well, it's going to be tough to release your, I guess, duty or your responsibility to someone else, especially when you're playing Call of Duty Mobile at the highest level of them all. But in order to relieve yourself of that particular, instruction or support role, you need to be able to trust in your team member. And to put that trust into their newest player, Rage, is just crazy, right? And it seems to have played off really well. Kev's picking up the Soldier of the Game title for himself this time round. 20.33 average kills, 14.0 on the average stats, which gives him a 1.45 KD. The KD of these boys just seem to get stellar and stellar as we progress on through, and it just seems like Smart Omega are now starting to rise back up to the top. Let's hope that this particular performance continues in the competition, Callie.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel like Smart Omega. People really need to watch out because I feel like they're really back as well, HA.
Yeah.
And honestly, the addition of Rage will give not only Whoopi the chance to slay as well, but take a look at the Soldier of the Game here as well. Cabs, able to propel himself to be the MVP of this game because he's also released. He has his inner demon that's been released, and it's, of course, converting that into kills, and of course, propelling his team to just a victory. And I feel like for Smart Omega, they just have to continuously play consistently. And that's something that we did not see from them at Garena Masters Season 1 and at CGI 2022. Now that they are here, looking at the first 2 matches that they played, they're so structured, they're so organized, and that just really amazed me because after falling for the last 2 major stage, they're now back here to play. And they're not messing around either.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm glad that they're not messing around, man. I mean, even I have been missing the way Smart Omega really pops off out there on the battlefield, right? It just seems like they've lost their spark, which is now starting to reignite little by little each and every single map that they go in and play. And that confidence seems to be coming back as well. And it's not like we have to depend on God Idra to get all of the slaying done out there on the battlefield. Everybody is stepping up. And things have truly changed for the better when your sniper, who just usually performs in SnDs, is now one of your top players for the respawns as well. You can count on each and every single player within the Smart Omega squad as well, which makes them truly a threat within the competition. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be series number 4, the match between the brothers. C8 Legacy takes on C8 Stealth.
what, fam? It's me, Beef Mammy, with the pink man himself, AJ Mustachio. Very pink for you today because it is a very, very special day for you guys. And not just for you, but for everyone else watching at home. But here we go. Smart Omega versus Tyrant Esports was an absolutely dominating matchup. AJ, you casted that. It was absolutely crazy. But we are moving forward against MAMBA LOWKINGS versus GAIJIN Rogue. And MAMBA has definitely made a name for themselves here.
And you see, here's the thing, right? We've got so many of these opportunities to watch all of these guys, but before we go to the MAMBA LOWKINGS versus GAIJIN Rogue, we still have the battle of the brothers beef. We still have to watch C8 Legacy take on C8 Stealth. And I want to know, out of these brothers, who exactly is going to be able to rise up to the top? Because their performance in the competition so far has been quite similar. Both of these teams have taken a 2-1 beating by Tyrant Esports and Smart Omega. And now only one of them can win, which means one brother is going to leave this match a little unhappy.
I know. It's just kind of hard to see because both of these teams definitely are very... I don't know. I feel like they're really, really good. But I think out of everyone else from the C8, it's C8 United that really just pushed through with a 3-0. So Legacy definitely has that pressure of delivering from their past run that has been really, really good. And C8 Stealth being the new bloods here into the C8 Legacy, the C8 clan that we really like to have a lot of teams here. 4 C8 squads in the competition. And not only are they developing the teams that they have here, but they really have something in them.
They most definitely have something in them. The C8 clan, by far, has been the most impressive clan that has made its break into the pro scene of Call of Duty Mobile within Garena. Hands down. No other clan has been as aggressive. No other clan has been as successful in setting up players for the pro scene as C8 has been. C8 United, Legacy, Stealth, whoever that you want to throw in, even in the form of C8 JEUX now, they all know how to go out there and put on a great show for the whole of COD community. But the performance of the brand hasn't been all that too great in the competition so far. Like you mentioned, C8 United are the only ones who have managed to step on up and show us a good time with a 3-0. C8 JEUX, on the other hand, went down 3-0 to the MAMBA 420 LOWKINGS. No surprise there. The LOWKINGS are truly a force to be reckoned with, right? But going back to C8 Legacy as well as Stealth, they both took on really, really strong teams. And it just seems like C8 Stealth had the worst of N as they had to go up against Smart Omega, who very clearly took an easy win over Tyrant Esports. But now pitching both of them up against each other, do you have a prediction for me, Beef, as to who's going to be able to step out of this particular series, the champion?
I don't like this question because they're both brothers, right? We both expect them to come up on top, but I'm just bagging on the experience that Legacy had. Obviously, they've been here before, and having the loss that they had from 2 days ago will definitely be really hard for them. But I think knowing each other very well, obviously they are from the same franchise, they're from the same clan. That's when you know each other's weaknesses and strengths. So I may have to go with Legacy, but I really want to be proven wrong.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. But of course, I see exactly why you would maybe put your money on Legacy. They truly do have what it takes to move on in front. But C8 Stealth might just know exactly what it takes to overcome their big brothers. But of course, to take a quick recap as to how we started the day off, it was the Warlord Esports Destra that served up the 2-1 defeat to LF Organization. A lot of hype, a lot of anticipation behind LF Organization. But unfortunately, they could not live up to their hype. It doesn't really matter because it has only been series number 1 out of 6 that they have within the group stages in itself. So a lot of time, a lot of opportunities for LF Organization to perhaps get a little bit more of that rhythm back into their game. Blacklist International Ultimate, being the undisputed champions of Garena that they are, took an easy win over the Huntsman 3-0. But we did see a few signs of life out of the Huntsman that we hope to see grow in the competition, and that was followed up by yet another donut that we just witnessed, Smart Omega shutting down Tyrant Esports 3-0. And now to the battle of the brothers, C8 Legacy as they take on C8 Stealth. Let us know in the comment section, who do you think is going to be able to rise up to the top as we run through the lineup of C8 Legacy. Freezy, HitX, Justin, Mark, Mids, as well as 7. Every single time C8 Legacy steps out onto the battlefield, we know we have to look out for two main players, Seven as well as Freezy. We've had our eyes on a few other players, but Seven truly has been rising up in terms of grabbing the number of kills for himself and making a name out there on the battlefield, Beef.
Absolutely. And this man can probably spearhead this team going into the championships. But obviously, Mids was the replacement for Dre, which was the absolute slayer who carried his team into the season 1 of the Arena Masters. And with him being absent from his team now, maybe that's the reason why they kind of had a hard time, because they probably surrounded themselves around him and really just play around him. But I guess now what they need to do is not only just rely on one player, but to be good players themselves. And I feel like I can really see that happening here in the Garena Masters Season 2, where every single one of them are really fleshed out, really good, without having to really just acknowledge just one player.
C8 Legacy, once again, playing from their own humble abode, separate rooms, separate places, and that most definitely will be messing up with their communication. We know how important it is for all of their players to be seated in the exact same spot. The C8 clan as a whole is a whole other beast whenever they are in that same position, right? Because we've run over this on Friday as well, and we will bring up the point once again. Being in the same, position, being in the same location as the rest of your team members just really helps the communication piece so much more rather than being in separate spots. Chroma, Kramers, Hotsy, Iron Fist, Cookie, as well as Zero. This is the lineup out of C8 Stealth that will be stepping up against their brothers C8 Legacy.
I've seen Kramers, I've seen Cookie really just perform before. They're basically really well known in the community already, and the fact that they came in fourth in the Garena Youth Challengers is a really big deal because it's their first appearance at the Garena Masters, and they did a pretty good job. Yes, 1 point may not be too big, but it's still an essential point for you, especially going up against monumental teams. And now you're going up against your brothers, and it doesn't really matter for them. They want to beat them. The more that they want to prove themselves against this Legacy team. So I feel like for them, I know that it was a really important matchup in day number 1, but for them, this is the epitome of how they can prove themselves against C8 Legacy.
No doubt about that at all. But in terms of those map picks, in terms of the strategy that's executed out there on the battlefield, it is very tough to think that they do not know each and other in and out. Because obviously before going out there to scrim against any of the other brands, any of the other teams, they do go ahead to battle against each other to make sure they can improve together as a clan. So they should know each and other in and out by now. But as we take a look at the head-to-head, perhaps that can give us a little bit of information what to expect out there. Like I mentioned, Seven is definitely the player we want to keep our eyes on as far as C8 Legacy is concerned, but we didn't touch on the player to look out for within C8 Stealth. Chroma with the 14.67 kills, battles average kills of 7, which is the exact same, but the difference maker here is 7 falls lesser in comparison to Chroma, which puts him on a better KD of 1.26 versus a 1.0. Perhaps this paints the story already before we move on to the matchup, Beef. What do you think?
This is such an impressive thing because they're pretty much level on the points with just a slightly different thing. So I feel like it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a difference, especially from Seven and Chroma. So it really just is up to how well they can perform around their team, right? So for Legacy, with the absence of Jay, like we keep saying, is like they need to find their footing without that really essential team player. And now for Chroma, he needs to find his way to, even though yes, he has the best averages from his team, to be that leader for them, to really just spearhead their way through, to try and get at least one map against a Legacy. So again, from the stats here, it's anyone's ball game. It really is no balls in the court for both of these teams. It really is up to the maps and picks and bans to really decide what is going to go down here, who is going to be into the favor now. And it seems like C8 Legacy will have the luck of the draw.
And of course, C8 Legacy removing slums from the equation here, and C8 Stealth responds by taking away Raid. But thankfully, Hacienda will not be played as we only have the lineup of Takeoff, Standoff, and Summit. I don't know why, but I just hate Hacienda with all my heart, man. I've not been able to win even a single match on Hacienda confidently. I've accidentally won games on Hacienda. I've never intentionally went in for a play and won before. So I'm a little biased on that call. But you know, looking at Takeoff here, we do have a little bit of stat. The last time we saw either one of these teams playing at Takeoff within this competition was C8 Stealth. But that was on a search and destroy where they ate a 6-2 defeat in the hands of Smart Omega. But this time around over at Hardpoint, I'm anticipating them to be able to really put up a fight against C8 Legacy, because one thing's for sure, even in that SnD, we saw that they had quite good map mastery.
And now the mastery is going to come through here in Hardpoint as the rotations need to be really tight. And now we finally get to have an engagement here. Mid is definitely going to be very hard. As you all know, that is going to be the open map. It's going to be the most open Hardpoint that we see here. And being pushed into generators really deeply is going to be a very interesting push from C8 Legacy. That's going to be really good for them. They're trying to hold into it, anchor down, really just engage in those long-range gunfights. But we can see here, C8 Stealth already getting a hold of it.
The players of C8 Legacy, they are trying for the unthinkable so early on. They are flipping out the spawns. They've won the hard point. They've got the better spawns to play that P2 as well. C8 Legacy, they have got a one-up on C8 Stealth from the get-go. And now C8 Stealth, there are two objectives that they need to achieve. Number one, take the hard point. Number two, go in and reset the spawn once again so C8 Legacy cannot stitch in all of their points together for that P2 rotation as well. Chroma stepping on straight in towards that P2 for the break, but he's not going to be able to get it. And the players of C8 Stealth, they focus on that hard point, and they've given themselves enough points over C8 Legacy. But the early approach out of C8 Legacy, is that going to give them the win at the end of the day? We will still have to wait and see. Very easily catching up on the points now, and with one player holding on to the spawns, C8 Legacy should be able to throw in the bodies easily from here on in.
Oh wow, Freezy and Justin just did such a really good hold for them to really get everyone else trying to go in for the pitch play coming in from the side of Stealth. Really good stop there, but C8 Stealth really doing a good job as well at trying to do in the contest, and now it's a back and forth that we really like to see. Only one person coming in there, that's going to be Justin. Really big kill. 7 as well, Iron Fist takes out Freezy. Now that is really good gunfights here coming in from the Brothers of Arms here from the C8 clan. And now just being contested, that's a really good back and forth.
Unbelievable play out of C8 Stealth. Not only do they go in and consistently and continuously bash their heads in towards that hard point, but they also take away the spawn from C8 Legacy. The spawn that C8 Legacy went in there for the early setup no longer belongs to them, and C8 Stealth, they continue picking up points over their big brothers. And now in towards P3. Early rotation by C8 Legacy, but they do not have the favorable spawns. The favorable spawn is taken over by C8 Stealth in the hand of Gramus. Gramus not dropping at all, wins this gunfight and continues bringing in the rest of his team members in towards the generator area. And finally, they open up the battle in towards P3, very easily going in to take out the players of C8 Legacy, but Freezy shuts them down with his Sparrow one after the other. And no way, Jose, are you going to be able to take this even with the better spawns, he says. 46 to 54, C8 Legacy on a streak right now to make this comeback.
Wow, HitX has just so many kills there, not being able to get it. The stop, speaking of the man himself, HitX gets 2 more, trying to extend the combo that he already has from the kills. And he was just absolutely great when it came to the maneuvering of his weapon. He's really good at it. The confidence of his man is just absolutely crazy. And now Cookie tries to go in there, tries to get rid of one more, the Sparrow up in his hand. So for C8 Stealth, it's a good thing because they do have a lot of the streaks coming on. They do have the Sparrows trying to pull out. And now coming into P4, that is where they can finally go in there, especially with generators as their spawn.
C8 clan absolutely loves Takeoff, and because of that, we are getting one of the best played Takeoff hardpoint matches that we have seen in a long time. Strategy is absolutely sound from both sides. The counter strategy is even more beautiful from both sides. They know each other so well. They know the map so well. They know their rotation so well, and it's all left to the gunfights. It's all left to the mechanical capabilities as well as the teamwork of both of these squads. And 80 to 68 now, C8 Legacy trying to run away, but Kramus drops by with his Sparrow, shutting down one after the other all of those players. But the player that he takes on, finally, HitX was running around just trying to avoid those shots, but does not manage to get it at the end. Kramus takes out the sentry as well towards the end. C8 Stealth, they can all owe that break to the one and only Kramus.
You are absolutely right. Kramers with a backstab push, getting rid of one player before going in for the entry, and also getting rid of that sentry gun, and eventually hit X right in that really annoying balcony that he really likes to have. So a really good push, finally getting a lot of the points left that they lost in P3. The rotation needs to come through from both of these teams, but it looks like C8 Legacy has a little bit more leeway going in here in P1.
And now control room second floor taken over by mids. And those are going to be big plays coming out of him. Oh! As I say that, he gets taken out of the equation by HUNTSMEN, who identifies that power position being played. And now HUNTSMEN holding on to that power position himself to make sure the rest of the players of C8 Legacy do not get to play the objective. But C8 Legacy brings on the cluster strike to open it up for themselves to make a strong comeback. But shut down one after the other. C8 Stealth not allowing them to pick up all their too many points. Iron Fist now onto the hard point, challenging for it, will be able to pick up points for himself as well. C8 Legacy has nothing on the counter strats of C8 Stealth as they continue to run away with this matchup, but a little too close the brothers are to each other.
Wow, the movement from both of these teams is just absolutely crazy. The mechanical skill that they all have, and now they're pretty even on the matchup. 98 and 104, that's still not a big deal for them, which we can finally see here. P2, we already saw that C8 Legacy had a very solid hold here. C8 Stealth, yes, they were able to contest it for just a little bit, but it looks like they really want to go in the backstab. One more. C8 Justin, and definitely tries to go in there for a grenade kill. Gets one, but then Chroma as well needs to go in there for the push coming in from the side of C8.
Oh, the closest takeoff match I have witnessed in a long, long time. 107 to 110 now. C8 Stealth losing the ball to the players of C8 Legacy. Hit X just going on a dare, catching players one after the other. Iron Fist doesn't manage to do much as he gets taken out by a Sparrow halfway through as he travels around. Justin brings activating his Sparrow as well, but he does not play it as good as the player before him. 131 to 107 now. C8 Legacy so close to finishing things off, but C8 Stealth will continuously challenge them for the position. 16 seconds to go, 16 seconds to catch up, and with the Sparrow in the hands of Cookie, they should be able to grab all of these points. But look at C8 Legacy, look at that minimap, XS1 Goliath, Sentry Gun all for the setup. They want to win this, and they want to win it big.
Oh, but then there you go, just like that, Kramers gets rid of the XS1 Goliath with the Sparrow. And just like that, the defense, very, very solid by C8 Legacy, wasn't able to pull through with the hands of the Sparrows from C8 Stealth. And now it's all red in the map. It's all up to Freezy to try and take one out, especially with the Thumper in hand. And now they finally get a hold of it. They only need to get rid of one person. Iron Fist is definitely going to be a very hard person to go and kill, though. Finally gets two, and there you go. Ah, but then the portal gun does its job.
Oh, but they managed to break it either way. C8 Stealth now, 130 to 143, a little bit behind their older brothers, but now they're holding on to the weaker spawn as well. Not good at all for C8 Stealth as it looks. 150 to 131. C8 Legacy gets a well-fought victory. What a play from both squads. That has been one of the most entertaining takeoff hardpoints that we have witnessed or shoutcasted in such a long time, thanks to this clan, C8.
Oh, that was so close. I was so scared for both of these teams, but you know what? Only one CA team comes out on top. That is the reality of the situation here. And it seems like CA Legacy just a little bit too sharp for their brothers. And now, taking a look at that, 7 with 26 kills, but only 6 for the time. But it doesn't really matter because everyone else in his team does a great job. But for me, to be honest, it was Hit X. I mean, yes, he got a lot of those kills, but the time that he had there, the fact that he solo held a lot of the points being on top of the balcony really just proves how much of a well-rounded player he is, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Understanding your positions, understanding exactly where you need to move on into to bring the biggest impact into the game. But I have to say that it was not just the players of C8 Legacy who were pulling off those great strategies. I mean, we can allow the scoreboard to speak for itself. This matchup was just way too close, and it went down all the way into that final hard point. And it's just such a shocker that the players of C8 Stealth were able to very quickly eliminate the XS1 Goliath, take away the sentry gun before they even needed to play that hard point at P3 on that second rotation round. Impressive, more than impressive. These guys were mind-blowing when they stepped up to the challenge, but unfortunately, we can only have one winner in this game, one winner in the series, and C8 Legacy just a tad bit better. If at all C8 Stealth had the generator spawns towards the very end, that final hardpoint, if they'd focused on the spawns as well as the hardpoint, things might just be different. But C8 Legacy, one step ahead.
Oh, definitely there. A beautiful scoreline for C8 Legacy. 115-131 close games here. And obviously taking a look at Omega. Omega's not here. Don't worry. That's fine. There you go, production. Thank you so much. Standoff SnD, Summit Domination. We've already seen it before. But you know what? It's just really impressive that C8 Stealth is actually giving C8 Legacy a little bit of a hard time. I think I still
Yeah.
want to go back to it because it was such a good takeoff hardpoint that
Oh, yeah.
I think the only weakness of C8 Stealth was P2. It's really just P2. That's where C8 Legacy takes a lot of their points because of the pinch plays and the positioning in Launchpad.
Yeah, and I can't choose like you whether it was P2 or P3 because for me it was just perfection all around that map, right? So many teams we have seen step into takeoff and really fumble their way around, especially when it comes to hardpoint, not identifying where those spawns are, not identifying where your power positions are. But in this particular game between these two teams, you did not see any one of those moments of weakness. In fact, it was just power plays after power plays, and it was just a never-ending supply of amazing performance out there from both sides. C8 Legacy one step ahead only because the gods of RNG were with them for a little bit, but beyond that, it was their counter plays that they went in for. I mean, any other teams, if they had brought in the XS1 Goliath together with the Sentry and had those score streaks removed from the equation so quickly, would have lost sight of their objectives. They would have gotten shaken just a little bit and perhaps started focusing on, revenge, focusing on their ego plays, not C8 Legacy. So sound in terms of approaching the matchup with their strategy, and they did not allow C8 Stealth to shake their confidence. That's what's amazing about them. But now, as we move on into standoff SnD, my question is, are we going to have a one-sided match where one team wakes up, or is it going to go back and forth once again, just like Hardpoint, and end up in that round number 11?
I think it's going to be close because we saw how close it was in terms of the gunfights and the positioning. Everything, the mechanical skill is on point for both of these teams. It really was a lack of rotation from C8 Stealth, and it was really just a small decision, small micro decisions that it was wrong for this team. And now you have a little bit more time to think here in Search and Destroy. That's why we get to see a lot of things just really pick back a lot when it comes to teams that did lose into Hardpoint. So we've seen it a lot. This is definitely the turnaround that C8 Stealth definitely needs, but it is their pick. So that is probably the reason why they've chosen standoff. So probably, I'm betting my bottom dollar that C8 Stealth will take it to the very end, maybe even around number 11 here, AJ.
I'm going to hold you to your word and potentially take your bottom dollar away.
Oh, no. But yeah, damn, I have to give back the dollar.
C8 Legacy, I'm pretty sure after the victory, they want to keep the pressure piled on to C8 Stealth because, it's too risky to allow C8 Stealth to wake up in this fashion. But now, first blood goes to C8 Stealth as they take out a very powerful player out of C8 Legacy. And if they can continue to go on with this sort of an approach to this matchup, they are not going to be having any problems whatsoever. C8 Legacy with the bomb has been forced to now stall their approach towards that A bomb side with the bomber hit X stuck behind the statues and tank. One player who rotates around to convenience store can shut down the plays of C8 Legacy, but unfortunately C8 Stealth haven't really caught up with that just yet. But Cookie takes out hit X, and it doesn't really matter because C8 Stealth still in front.
Wow, hit X, just unfortunate for him. Cookie was just a little bit too fast. He spotted two players there. So definitely the information comes through from a lot of the teams. They don't have to move at all. They just have to wait for C8 Legacy to just really push into the bomb site. And now, I'm not quite sure if I like this. The bomb holder right now is going to be marked. It's not going to be very handy if he does get taken out. Everyone else from this team, they're trying to look for picks, yes, but he needs to be very careful. Mark overextends himself just a little bit, needs to go and rotate back to his teammates.
Smart play by the players of C8 Legacy, taking that backstab in towards convenience store, playing the game of distraction. But the bomber is all alone, and Iron Fist will be able to punish him as he catches him running in towards the hotel yard. Eat another thumper, says Iron Fist, and then my CBR4 as he finishes that round with a triple for himself. C8 Stealth, what a play!
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with the play, right? When it comes to C8 Legacy, they just took a little bit of time to just go around yes, they were trying to get for picks. They finally got one, but the bomb holder, the moment that the bomb goes down, that's where you kind of have a hard time because the execution was bad. But there you go, Chroma goes down.
Once again, a 4v4, make that a 4v3 as Freezy takes Cookie out of the equation. And C8 Legacy now looking for the bomb site once again aggressively. Mark, will he be able to punish the one and only Zero? He doesn't get punished. And Zero now will be able to play a far up line at the statue and tank. Bomber right in front of him. Zero with the Mac 10 should be able to punish one. But the potential of being traded out really is there. Zero now does not get tagged up, but he manages to get away from the situation, fearing that he might have already been spotted out. 4v3, still a winnable situation for C8 Stealth as long as they remain safe here. Zero, big kill if he can get this hit. Axe, and he does slay him, but traded out by Mids instantaneously on his own Mac 10. And now bomb on the ground, but Iron Fist from the back. That backstab is perfect. He gets a double for himself, and he puts C8 Stealth right in front once again.
Wow, the readjustment from C8 Stealth is just really good. And now C8 Legacy, they need to go in there for another fight. That was such a good push, and now the bomb is going to go down, and it's going to be very monumental right now for this team, for Kramers and Iron Fist to go and stop Freezy. But obviously, we already know that Freezy is going to be a really good player that can definitely clutch up a 1v2, but it's not going to be easy. But I think it's going to be possible as number 5 is a little bit too far. Iron Fist needs to go and push, and there you go. That's what we were talking about. Freezy knows how to go and clutch this up.
And Freezy now quickly tricking out the final player in here. Iron Fist has got no idea exactly where Freezy is, but manages to spot him, repositions, and he's not going to get taken down all that too easy. A waste of a thumper if Freezy does manage to pop this right now. And Iron Fist going in for the long rotation to catch out Freezy. Is he going to be able to catch him off guard? Goes in for the plant. Iron Fist! What a play in terms of strategy, and C8 Stealth remain in front.
That was such a beautiful readjustment by both of these teams. That was a really good play. And C8 Stealth, even though they were a little bit too far away at that time in the 1v2 Iron Fist, but it doesn't matter. He made up for it very well, knowing very well that the time was not on the side of C8 Legacy, and still they struggled to get one round off. That was a really good push, not being overly aggressive, knowing how to place themselves.
Stealth this time plays the Granny's Welcome, not a stepping onto the bomb site just yet. But 7 now, is he going to take Zero down? The answer is no. Mac 10, but pulls out the boxing gloves as well. Does not manage to shut down Mids, who brings out the Mac 10. Mids now waiting up for those 2 players just around the wall to step on out. Pops the grenade as well. Good throw. Does not get it, but gets stumped out by Iron Fist instead. CBR4 won't be able to get the job done as Hit X steps on out with a Mac 10. Thumper says hello to Kramers as well. Freezy shuts down Chroma, and now Stealth, they struggle with the one and only Cookie left in the mix, who doubles back in towards Granny's house with his DLQ. Very low chances for him to get this clutch 1v3, especially after the bomb goes down.
He needs to go pick up another bomb. The boxing gloves will definitely not help him. Yes, a sniper might give him a little bit of a pick, but with Hit-X right there,
Oy.
that's going to be so difficult. Oh, what a
Oy.
cheeky spot. That's really hard to see. Oh, there you go! Hit-X finishes the job. Oy. Oh, that was very close.
Hit X, too sneaky, too cheeky, and you get the kill. Good on you, Mr. Hit X. But that's the kind of positioning that you have to play. You have to play aggressive, especially when you've got the numbers on your side. You can take such a risk, and he was not punished in that situation. But C8 Stealth is still in front. They've got 2 rounds on themselves, and now they double back. They do not want to play the Granny's Welcome anymore, because allowing C8 Legacy into the bomb site clearly is a terrible idea.
Definitely. The aggressive push coming in from C8 Legacy definitely worked out for them at the very end, but C8 Stealth is also there to retaliate just in case they do it again. And now it's going to be a very passive push for both of these teams. And now it's a good thing that C8 Stealth wants to go in there for the back end defense. That's a really good shot for them. Oh, Cookie, unfortunately, with a hit marker, but definitely gives the information away, so it's not for naught.
5v5 still in here. Bomb not approaching the situation just yet as C8 Stealth sets up a stealth defense. A 2-1-2 split with 1 player in the name of Cookie, the sniper, watching down mid, making sure the players of C8 Legacy do not aggress upon the rest of the players. But he will be covered by his team members. 2 players by hotel shortcuts and 2 players at the A bomb site. Neither one side having a lot of pressure just yet, but in a moment, convenience store is going to turn out to be the inconvenience store as Hit X drops by with the Mac 10. Kramers drains out 3. What in the world is in this guy? He had absolute adrenaline for breakfast today, as it seems, as he shuts down 3 players back to back, and C8 Legacy has to back away. Bomb on the ground. Kramers the man.
Bomb is down and they need to go and play. There's only 1 person left, and Freezy accidentally just kills himself. C8 Legacy.
Technically, that's an ace. Kramer's forced him to panic. Kramer's forced him to take that suicide bomb. Kramer's got an ace.
You know what? Yes, we're gonna consider that as an ace. Okay, Kramers, you're an absolute god. And now the play going into back alley definitely did not work out for C8 Legacy, and they just went into shambles at that very moment. And now C8 Legacy goes in for a very aggressive push that worked out at the very end. It seems like it is working with Hit X getting a double. Now he's angry.
Oh, Hit X is absolutely annoyed at this point. But a 3v2, C8 Legacy now down by one man. Kramus, can he continue to down the numbers of C8 Legacy? Has to rotate around. The bomb already at that A bomb site, but is all alone. Statue and Dank will see 7, who's waiting for one of the players of C8 Stealth to aggress upon them. Kramus repositions himself very quickly and smartly to add on in. C8 Legacy is not going to be able to catch them off just yet. And C8 Stealth, they are waiting for the bomb plant. They want to know exactly where those players are. And when the bomb goes down, to a certain degree, you know at least where 50% of the team that you're going up against is. And it's all about the game of information here.
This is such a smart game of search and destroy, and I'm living for it. The C8 clan definitely knows how to play SnD. Not only that, that really smart game of hardpoint as well. And now the bomb does gonna go down. And now we get to see C8 Legacy. How are they going to respond? Knowing very well that C8 Stealth has a man advantage. And now they are going to be heavily stacking that. Oh, they're going to go in for a little bit of a split push, which is going to be good. Gets one. Chroma finally gets another. But there's going to be one more person right below him. 7 doesn't quite get it. And finally, they do get the defusal.
C8 Legacy has got nothing on C8 Stealth in this standoff SnD. C8 Stealth, what a play, man. Strategy round after round is so sound. Pulls in the Granny's welcome. Identifies that allowing C8 Legacy on that bomb site is a terrible idea. Making that adjustment immediately right after that. Shutting down the progress of the players of C8 Legacy. Crazy stuff out of them. And Kramus now, he just needs to continue popping off in order for C8 Stealth to pick up the win. But this time, C8 Stealth, they've got the bomb and they lose Kramus, their MVP.
And now one more trade though comes in for Cookie. Yo, he makes that too! Beautiful quick scope from this man, and now Miz tries to go in there for the retaliation. A 3v3 situation. Anything is gonna go down here, but unfortunately for them, A is completely open.
3v3 now as the bomb should be planted at A. The players off the side of C8 Legacy making that long rotation right down Gorilla Avenue. Nobody inside of Bakery just yet, but even if they do step into Bakery, they have to deal with Chroma, who's waiting for the approach. Now he hears the footsteps. Chroma's just gonna stay quiet and take the backstab on all of them. It doesn't really matter if C8 Stealth moves in for the push or not, but the attacking side now hasn't planted the bomb, and Chroma with this attack might just make that one mistake, gets taken out of the equation, and the players of C8 Legacy will be able to pull one round right back. Unless Zero has something up his sleeves.
Well, Zero right now with the Mac 10 definitely can make a difference, especially since they're stacking Bakery at the moment. So they're stacking Bakery, but they're pretty far away from each other. Hit X spots him, but then there you go. Zero goes down. A really good start from Legacy going in from the defensive side. And CL, I feel like they're having a little bit of a hard time in the attacker round. So what they can do is to definitely just try to be quiet, just like what they did in the defensive round. Play for picks first, because they went in a little bit aggressively there.
Yeah, let's see if or not they can continuously make those adjustments, the players of C8 Legacy. You need to catch up with C8 Stealth, and for the time being, the moment C8 Stealth picked up the bomb, things changed instantaneously. Now they dictate the pace, and they're absolutely confused. But if you ask me, all they need to do is just fork out all of the players of C8 Legacy through Cookie. As long as Cookie can hit his initial snipes, it should put the rest of the players in front. And look at this positioning held on by Cookie. Amazing movements to get in towards Hotel Yard undetected, but he's not able to bring in any impact whatsoever. Kramus, on the other hand, CBR4 in hand, should be able to play this to the T. He's taking on the one and only Hit X. That should be a good 1v1 setup in a couple of seconds, but the bomb still hesitating to move on to site.
Back alley God Kramer's just waiting for Hit X to try and make a move, to try and make a mistake, but it looks like he's not going to be budging either. Let's see if Cookie gets one. Knows very well there's going to be one person right there, so the information knows that they're all spread out. Frenzy tries to go in there for the kill, but no. Zero, Cookie trying to be a little bit quick here. Mid tries to go in there for the contest as well, but Zero, a little bit too slow for him. And now a 3v2 situation, still at the side of C8 Stealth.
hit X. I don't know what happened. Maybe he put down his phone and the gyro was on. He wanted to scratch his face, but he looked at the wall halfway through and he got shut down. 2v1. C8 Legacy. Final hope goes down as well. And match point for C8 Stealth.
Kramers needs to be stopped by Legacy. They just can't get a hold of the guy, and Hit X was supposed to be that man, and we didn't really quite see what happened at the battle at the backside, but doesn't really matter right now. We are finally at game point where you get to see the brilliance of C8 Stealth and the readjustments that they actually do in this search and destroy game.
C8 Legacy finding it a little tough to keep up with their little brother C8 Stealth. And now the attacking side once again moves on, this time a little too quickly towards the bomb side as the Granny's Welcome is played by C8 Legacy. 7 tries to go in for the spam with the Holger, has got the 100 mag stack on it, will not be able to find any hit marks on, so he repositions once again for those wall banks. Mark on the other hand, jump shot finds nothing, no thumpers in as well. Freezy very aggressive mids, and Mark finds their mark. Zero as well as Iron Fist taken out of the equation. Now C8 Stealth, they continue to hurt, allowing C8 Legacy to perhaps make a comeback in here mids. Macdan will be able to find and secure a shutdown for himself, and Kramers, the final guy in here. Can he get anything? The answer is no, as Legacy finds the defusal. Kramers not able to do much in that round at all.
They were just a little bit too spread out in terms of trying to defend the bomb site, and eventually the defusal does come down, and now the very aggressive push going into back alley right now. C8 Legacy doing such a tremendous job, and Kramers will try to go and stop him, but he's a little bit too slow, but gets an information that everyone's going there, readjust, so that's a really good thing. He's going to try to go in there for the fight. Gets one, does go and get one, goes in for the reposition as well. The thumper goes down as well, goes in there, he almost gets another kill.
And Kramers, the man, he goes in with a quick hit and run, survives with his life in hand. 7 on the other hand will be able to find Cookie and trades out one player just to make things equal, but unfortunately Chroma drops Freezy at the very same time. C8 Legacy down by 1 man. 7 trades out Chroma, and this is gonna be a good match between the two, but unfortunately for C8 Legacy, they have to deal with the pressure with the bomb being planted as well. Kramers still keeping the pressure onto them on from the second floor of Bakery. Anticipation for that push, goes in with the thumper. Second one, but reloads at the wrong time for Mids to take advantage. 2v1, final player Mids. Can he get the clutch? Needs to approach this situation, but a pinch set up by the players of C8 Stealth finishes this game 6-3.
Kramers! How was he still alive? There was literally 3 people on his tail the whole time. And the discipline that Kramers had, especially going into Bakery, he could have had that one detail here. Okay, when he was up top, he was taking shots of the person, I forgot who. He could have just went down and finished it, but no, he repositioned himself, pre-fired in the staircase with the thumper, waited in the corner, and the person who was trying to get him from up below went up, and then tried to go pre-fire. That gave him the information that the player was there. This guy is absolutely insane. 12 kills for Search and Destroy. No one comes close.
Game sense 100%. Kramers, I mean, the players of C8 better watch out, because it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, other organizations are continuously trying to build themselves up as well, and they are going to try to steal Kramers away, man. This guy is an annihilator out there on the battlefield of SnD, and the players on the other side just barely had a chance at all against them. C8 Stealth, who would have known? Who would have expected an outcome like this? The brothers are going head to head against each other, but all we are getting out of this battle so far is a 50-50 split in terms of dominance. Now, one final match in terms of domination will show us who is the more dominant team within the clan.
It's going to be close, because that hardpoint matchup and takeoff, that was a really close game. And now the type of game that we saw here in Search and Destroy wasn't even close. And it wasn't even just like a one-man team, right, Kramers? I feel like his guidance, yes, was a really good deal for them. But everyone else, even if he went down, they were able to pull things too. Take a look at Iron Fist having that 8, Cookie having that 7. Everyone did their job to a T, which was very impressive for me. And now we're heading into Summit Domination, where it's a little bit more close quarters combat, where we already know both of these teams, they're really good at their gun skills.
And being good at their gun skills is one thing, but identifying their opponents' strategy and outplaying them at their own game is exactly what will put the final winning team forward. And this is the problem. Both of these teams, they know each other so well, like the back of their own hand. C8 Legacy and C8 Stealth, both struggling against each other within these series. And of course, may the best man win, one may say, but at Summit Domination, there's only one team that can rise up to the top. And then on a one-sided map, it's all going to depend on who wins the more gunfights, because at Summit Domination, those flags switch hands a lot and very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, definitely. The switcheroo from ANC is gonna be a really entertaining thing to see, because how they pull off to go and switch around those maps and really try to go in for the distraction gameplay after that, going in for Bravo, is gonna be really entertaining to see. But how they're gonna pull it off is definitely one thing. But let's see what happens, because it's all about the power positions that you get and the timing of your score streaks. We cannot stress that enough. We've seen it already being misplaced, mishandled, how you can put a cluster strike there, but if they don't go push into a site, into a flag, it will basically not be of importance for the teams.
Kramus stepping up instead of Cookie, and it just looks like that is exactly what is required out of C8 Stealth if they want to continue winning games, because Cookie has to perform at his best, but beyond him, Kramus needs to find his momentum. And if that particular momentum can be carried into domination now, one that they found in this SnD, perhaps this series will end up in the hands of C8 Stealth overall. How dominating is a victory going to be from either side? We will have to patiently await as this match gets set up. But on this one-sided map, Beef, I've asked this question and I will have to ask this question again. Earlier on, your prediction was for C8 Legacy, but after seeing this SnD, any changes of mind?
Well, I feel like I'm not quite sure, because they're pretty even when it comes to the respawns, but it seems like C8 Stealth is just a little bit better when it comes to search and destroy, when you can slow things down. Because what we saw a while ago in C8 Legacy, when they became aggressive, that's when C8 Stealth kind of had a hard time. But we're going to a map like Summit Domination. Maybe if it was a different map, a bigger map where you can go position yourself and have a little bit of time with the long-range engagements, maybe. I still feel like C8 Legacy may have a little bit of an edge since it is Summit.
Yeah, the rotations that we saw earlier on takeoff was solid from both sides, but it was just the spawns that were not kept an eye, was not being managed well by C8 Stealth. And when you look at Summit, spawn management is so important, and we are talking about spawn management for this domination flag. We're not talking about hardpoint, because hardpoint, yes, it's important as well, but when it comes to domination, it is all about taking the powerful side, and the powerful side is the guerrilla base. So from what we can see here, the guerrilla base has been chosen by the players of C8 Stealth already, but unfortunately for them, they have to be aware of two things. Not only will they need to defend their flags, but they also have to defend against the spawn flipped attempt that comes through from C8 Legacy. There's no doubt about that at all, because that's exactly what C8 Legacy needs to be able to pull off if they want to take an easy win over C8 Stealth. Controlling that BNC flag from the second floor of control room is priceless, Beef.
It definitely is priceless. You need to get the second floor, because you have access to Bravo, you have access to Charlie. Not only that, you can go into the staircase having sights at Alpha as well, who really wants to go and push. So we keep stressing it out because of how important that particular L is, in top L in control room. So you need to see it. It really depends on what happens here for C8 Stealth, if they're going to be having the momentum coming in from Search and Destroy, bringing it down to Summit, because they definitely have the gun skills to go in for the 1v1s, but it really is the rotation, like what you said, how to manage the spawn really well, how to efficiently use your score streaks. That is the difference between winning this map and just losing a 2-1.
C8 Stealth, starting off from the better side, will be able to take over that C flag first. And look at this, Zero wants to go for the backstab. Is he going to be able to pull it off? No, guy changes his mind halfway through, but if he had gone for the backstab, it would most definitely change the trajectory of this early setup. But with the players of C8 Stealth winning gunfight after gunfight, getting that B flag is absolutely simple. Kramus with a double for himself, and C8 Stealth are on a tear from the get-go.
And the get-go, they finally get to have it. Justin goes in there for that Charlie flag, but Deck as well going in there for the help, though. A really good push. Now we're going to see another going in. The Predator missile stop the push, but it's a good thing that C8 Legacy, everyone else is there. So now we get to see finally the flip happening, and C8 Legacy is a good thing. They're really getting their sights on for the flip. But you can see here, C8 Stealth, on the other hand, is also spawning into the back end. So even though that C8 Legacy was able to get C and B, they weren't able to go and control their spawn.
into 16 now. Bread Missile comes in to take one player out. They better be planning to take over that spawn because that was an absolute waste of a Bread Missile, if you ask me. And now the players of C8 Legacy very slowly losing their B flag. They will go ahead to sacrifice that, but it doesn't really matter because at the very same time, they will be able to command their position at that A flag. But as that happens, C8 Stealth continuously trading out those flags one after the other to stay in front. 25 to 28, sorry, not to stay in front, to catch up to the players of C8 Legacy. And finally, they should be able to do it right now. Will they be able to run away with this? Yet another Preddy comes through. What is up with these teams and using the Pred Missile as a killing point? I mean, there's nobody going in for the saves of those flags with the Preddies.
I feel like they just want to use it just to really just utilize all of their score streaks, just to refill and replenish it, just so they can have another one at the end of the day. But I'm not quite sure if it's being used very smartly, but I guess they're getting a lot of kills. I think this is the most Predator missiles we've seen here so far.
Yeah, a little too careless. They are taking it easy against each other. Those Predators could have been a little bit more effective in a slightly different situation. Maybe this type of a situation where you are losing your flag. But of course, the players of C8 Stealth would argue that their gun skills are more than enough to protect their flags. Freezy will, of course, beg to differ as he steps on forth with his Magda and turns around, gets that kill as well. Back to back, he slays, getting a 4-kill combo for himself, all on his own, fully streaked up, finally taken down by Iron Fist, but the guy has gotten enough damage done. One Sparrow comes through, but he doesn't take down the final player. Kramus will be able to adjust, and he pulls out the Thumper as well. A lot of effective plays coming out from the players of C8 Stealth to command the fights, but not really playing it all that too well on those flags. They have to be careful now because C8 Legacy is catching up.
This back and forth is just absolutely crazy. Now the triple cap is going to ensue in just a little bit, but we do get to see a split finally happen here in B and C when it comes to C8 Stealth, having no flag whatsoever. Now they're struggling right now. That is the price you pay for trying to go in for the split, but Chroma having a really big kill, having that big 2-piece, but still gets denied by HitX.
Oh, that was a spicy deny. Chroma did so much in that position. Now Iron Fist should be able to secure that B flag for themselves. That C flag not teased upon at all, but C8 Stealth on the way there. Just a tad bit too late as C8 Legacy reaches the halfway point of 75.
C8 Stealth, I feel like in that last push when they got trip cap, probably should have stacked B a little bit heavier and also went in for that Charlie push. But you know what? It doesn't really matter because we are going into our halfway point where C8 Legacy remains a little bit on top, but 10 points between them is not going to be very comfortable. We've seen it already in this competition.
5 now. That A flag immediately on the D. C8 Stealth getting a quick B line set up for the B flag as well, but the exact same approach comes through from C8 Legacy. Kramus will be able to hold on to the consoles right behind that B flag, shutting down play after play. Sentry gun set up onto the B flag as well, but with a very awkward positioning, if you ask me, putting it very open that Sentry's not going to be able to focus on all too many angles from that position. So I wonder if that was a misplacement out of C8 Stealth, or this is some sort of a strategy that I've never seen before. Sentry gun taken out of the equation before it can do any sort of damage to the players of C8 Legacy, and that was once again an absolute waste of a score streak.
Absolutely right. I mean, they could have utilized that a little bit more, and we keep saying that here time and time again from the side of C8 Stealth, maybe even Legacy. But you can see here the usage of the C8 Stealth sentry gun is different from what we've seen now with Legacy's sentry gun up top. Now, a lot of the plays from C8 Stealth, they can't have access to the second floor now. This is what they needed to be. We needed to see them here up top, and now Justin, apart from that sentry gun, is going to be such solid defense. And now you can see that Legacy is doing such a good job at the defense.
Yeah, look at Legacy and look at their sentry setup. This sentry setup is more effective than the one C8 Stealth pulled out right at the flag in itself. It's not going to have enough of room to look around left and right and shut down the players as they approach. But instead, C8 Legacy, the positioning that they put up, that sentry, anyone that's spawning out of C8 Stealth from the green radar station, if they do come up to that second floor through those stairs, they are going to be absolute toast. 108 to 89. Finally, sentry gets taken down, but the damage has already been done. C8 Legacy outplays C8 Stealth for the time being just through those score streaks, but they need to keep this up now because C8 Stealth has proven that they can play catch up many a times already.
And now Framers can't really quite get a lot of the kills, but they'll finally get one. they need to go in for the push here. They need to really just see which flag they really want to go to. And now it just seems like they want to go in for the split push, but it's not really happening that well because C8 Legacy, they're finally having their rhythm. They're winning a lot of the gunfights. You can see here, CX, a lot of kills. CB, one more try here as HUNTSMEN goes in for the 25k. That is a really big scoreline, especially since Zero only has 6.
Yeah, 131 to 101. Things look like it's a little slowed down for C8 Stealth. The passion that they brought into the initial start of the game just not showing through this time around. Iron Fist trying to keep things alive, but gets taken out of the equation all that too easy. C8 Legacy now. No way they're gonna allow their brother C8 Stealth to make a comeback. And the only way to do this is for C8 Stealth to secure a triple cap and to hold it all the way through. The first flag has been taken away, and when they take that C flag, I believe it is gonna be way too late, even if they do secure a triple cap, because all the players of C8 Legacy need to do is spawn off on the other side of the camp and then take one flag back all the way to victory. C8 Stealth, valiant effort, but the big brother C8 Legacy wrap things up absolutely solid. 150 to 119.
That was a really good game for C8 Legacy. Really dominating here. And I feel like we kind of saw it coming because from that hardpoint game, they know how to do the rotations. They know how to go for the power positions. And yes, from the half of the game here in Domination, it was pretty close points. Stealth was able to go and get a lot of the hardpoints. It was more of a back and forth. It was actually a really crazy first half where it was just like a response after response. It was more of a conversation. But into the second half of the game, it was just more of like a monologue where Legacy was just talking. They were dictating the pace of the game. They were basically having control into that 2F in control room.
And I kind of feel like C8 Stealth gave up on the match towards the second half. I am not very happy about that because this could have almost been as good as the take of hardpoint that we witnessed earlier on, where there was just a non-stop fight. But, you know, there was a point where C8 Stealth realized that they might not be able to do anything much from that point on. But I think that the position or the point where they did decide that was a little bit too early. They could have continued to push. They could have continued to force the case. And, you know, if at all that decision to push had been made slightly earlier, a triple cap would have most definitely been possible. But as I was breaking down towards the end of the match earlier on, even if a triple cap was taken in those final moments, the players of C8 Legacy had run away with the game a little bit too far, and just taking away one flag for a few seconds would have still brought it to an end at the end of the day. Freezy picking up the MVP this time around, a truly well-deserved title for this guy. A 27 to 16 only makes that a 1.67, 1.69 KD, I have to say, which is super impressive, going up a stellar side of C8 Stealth.
You can see here the points are pretty equal. Like, take a look at HUNTSMEN. He has 29 kills. Freezy has 27. And you can see it's all equal across the board when it comes to the gunfights and the skills. It's really just the timing of the score streaks that we really saw lack for the side of C8 Stealth. It was that misused Predator missile. It was a misused Sentry gun at the next half, which could have been a really big push for them. But it really is that smartness, really the IQ plays of C8 Legacy really just came out on top at the very end. And so now you get to have who's going to be winning here, because Search and Destroy, you need to have a really good plays here. So I was pretty surprised that C8 Stealth wasn't able to really convert that into the respawn matches.
Yeah, and you know, all of those score streaks could have most definitely been game changers on the side of C8 Stealth, but that's exactly what the difference is between winners and losers at the end of the day. Everyone's given the same number of weapons, everyone's given the same number of utilities, lethals within the matchup. It is all up to you as to what you choose to use and when you choose to use it. And unfortunately for the decision-making part of C8 Stealth in this Domination Summit, it just wasn't the best. C8 Legacy, on the other hand, they had one mistake with the Preddy initially, but there were just adjustments from then on end to make sure they get the best out of the game at the end of the day, and they did absolutely achieve that. 150 to 131 at the hard point. They drop SnD's standoff 6-3, but they make a good comeback at Summit Domination 150 to 119 to take down C8 Stealth 2-1.
Again, but still a very good game here. I feel like that was such an entertaining matchup because it was such a back and forth every single time. And just taking a little bit of a quick recap, but to take off Hardpoint, at some point you get to see the brilliance that is Stealth that really went in for really good plays, but it really just shined over here in standoff SnD where it was no questions asked. It was such a really good play, especially coming in from the side of Kramer's where he just had multi-kills after multi-kills in back alley. They had no retaliation here whatsoever. And
Yeah.
now for Summit Domination, it was pretty close in the first half. It was really, like we said, it was more of like a dialogue. But going in from the later half, it really was Legacy dictating the pace, having the monologue all to themselves.
Yeah, and if at all those mistakes were not perhaps witnessed within the takeoff hardpoint in terms of managing spawns, when it came to that P3 gameplay, C8 Stealth wouldn't have needed to worry all that too much. They wouldn't have needed to panic at the final game. And, it was overall a series of who made the fewer mistakes, and C8 Legacy takes the medal for that. C8 Stealth, on the other hand, were punished for their misplays. But here's the problem. At the end of the day, only a match as golden as this perhaps might only be available when these two teams take each other on, only because they know each other so well. This hard point at takeoff was one of the best hard points that I've seen on this map in such a long time.
You're absolutely right. And another point that you brought up, they know each other very well because that's the feel like that is the reason why the matchup was so good and pretty even, I think. But I think Legacy with their experience, and I think they're really confident when it comes to like the rotations, letting go of one play and just deciding to go for another. It really just goes to show that the patience that they finally put into those respawns and the readjustments and the knowledge that they have when it comes to the maps is really shining for them. But again, that's the only difference between them, between Stealth and Legacy. This makes Stealth such a viable opponent for them. Not only for them, but for everyone else here in the competition, especially here in their Search and Destroy map where they played to the team. When you slow it down, when you give a little bit of time for Stealth, just a little bit of time to go and readjust, that's where they shine. Maybe that's why they kind of have a hard time when it comes to respawn games where the rhythm is a little bit more fast. But like what I said, I feel like if it wasn't Summit, if it was a bigger map, maybe it would be a 2-1 into the favor of Stealth.
Perhaps we just need to wait and see, right? Because at the end of the day, it's a double round robin setup at the Garena Masters Season 2. So we will get the opportunity to see these two Tyrants go up against each other. And hopefully we see similar maps being played at that point, and those adjustments or mistakes that we perhaps called out being adjusted at that point. Either way, I feel like this was most definitely a great series to shoutcast because of how well both of these teams played against each other. This domination match, even this triple cap, held on to so much of value towards the end. When C8 Stealth took their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit, C8 Legacy knew that that was their point to strike. And they, of course, brought out their operators. It was the players of C8 Stealth that tried their very best to go in and control the matchup as much as possible. But towards the end, it was unfortunately a little too late. The one who picks up the Soldier of the Game title, the one and only Freezy, average kills 19.0, average deaths 14.0, which puts him at a KDA of 1.36. Quite a impressive feat for Freezy, but what's more impressive than that is his average score that he picks up for himself. One of the highest in the competition, 2,816 beef.
And you can take a look at that. And not only does he get the kills, but he also does the OBJ. Now, that's a very valuable player for C8 Legacy, where not only does he slay out, but he knows how to also basically put up all of his teammates up. So like we keep saying, Freezy is the guy to look out for C8 Legacy, but we want to give some sort of credit for everyone else in his team that does such a good job. Hit X in that hardpoint matchup did such a phenomenal job. I feel like he could have done so well as well into the Search and Destroy, but Kramer's obviously was in a different league over there. He was basically doing God mode. He was in a really good state of mind, the flow state, like we like to say. But again, it's everything just falls back into place for domination here in C8 Legacy. They did such a tremendous job.
Yeah, shout out to Seven as well, who did step up in the respawns for the team. But overall, the players of C8 Legacy, they have got, exactly all of the strategy that is perfect to overcome all of the other teams. And unfortunately for C8 Stealth, they had to face that on head on. But unfortunately for all of us, we have to take a quick short break. When we come back, the competition continues with series number 5.
Welcome back, community. It's your girl Beef Mommy here, and obviously the very talented caster man himself, Cali Gaming. Obviously, we've seen C8 battle it out, and let's see who is going to come out on top, especially for another franchise that has seen another team. MAMBA LOWKINGS versus GAIJIN Rogue is going to be up next. But a while ago, let's do a little bit of a recap what happened there in our previous matchup, Cali. C8 Legacy versus C8 Stealth. We get to see C8 Legacy come out on top with this franchise, but obviously having 4 teams really just proves that C8 is not a joke.
Yeah, the quality that they can put into the competition is highly commendable. And not only that, they were able to put in a show earlier. The earlier match between the battle between brothers was so exciting. I mean, to watch the punch after punch, the blows after blows that were able to be delivered and that was traded, it was really insane. It was really jump-packed. But at the end of the day, the big brother C8 Legacy able to outclass their little brother in C8 Stealth, winning it close 2-1. Now, moving on to match number 5, we are going to see MAMBA LOWKINGS and GAIJIN Rogue. Both are well experienced in the major stage, but one has far better success specifically in MAMBA LOWKINGS. GAIJIN Rogue showed promises last Friday, able to steal one map against the little brothers of MAMBA LOWKINGS in MAMBA Corinthians, but now they have to face the big overprotective brother in Emperor 20 LOWKINGS, the top 3 in MSP Garena, able to place 3rd in Garena Master Season 1, and of course, place 3rd at the CGI 2022. It's going to be a tough battle here on out for GAIJIN against M420 LOWKINGS.
Tag your overprotective older brother here, please, in the comment section below, because we're seeing a little bit of a pounding, maybe. But you know what? Let's take a look. Let's judge at the very end of the day, because I know GAIJIN can pull this off at least one more map. But taking a look at the big brothers themselves, hello there, Mamba LOWKINGS, Kalo, Fluffy, Alea, PJ, Raf, and Yopi. Luffy definitely stands out to me a lot because of how much of a support that this guy is for his team. But you know what? You know this team a lot better, Callie. So taking a look at the lineup that we have here, who do you think here definitely will dictate the match?
Well, honestly, I expect last Friday I expected Yopi, PJ, and Rap to play extremely well, and they did. But another player is slowly becoming a threat last Friday. Kalo was involved everywhere from hardpoint to domination, and is starting to look like a threat. And that's not going to be really friendly if you're a GAIJIN rogue. And honestly, I really saw how well this guy's been able to put in the work, hours and hours of practice, days after days, months after months of preparing to just surprise us here, not only at the Garena Master Season 2, but for the start of 2022 itself. And honestly, I really have to agree with you. Luffy's going to be one of the best players here for M420 LOWKINGS. Is going to be that ever reliable player for MAMBA LOWKINGS to build up the score streaks and of course support the team itself. And now for MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're going up against GAIJIN Rogue. They got Castle, Flash, Glowy, Mickey, Mythil, and Venom. They're able to steal one map against MAMBA CORINTHIANS at last Friday, but aside from that, they really had a rough time, especially in response, Beef Mammy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But hopefully in the search and destroys, that's when they can go and shine, kind of like what happened in the other days. So you know what? I'm still pretty optimistic for this team to try and go and probably take down one respawn matchup. But again, one step at a time for both of these teams. But now let's take a look at the head-to-head. MAMBA LOWKINGS, Kalo having an average skills of 15, but taking a look at that, Flash has a little bit more, 18 to his name. But then it's gonna be a lower KDA. As you can see, the average death for Kalo is 6.67. That brings up his KDA to 2.25, a very impressive start for him. And now for the KDA of Flash, he has a 1.26. But when it comes to the OBJ and the assists, you can see that Flash definitely has a little bit more. Average scores of 2,330 and assists of 5. Against Kalo's assist was a 2.67 and also an average score of 1,893. So that's going to be really even. You know that Kalo can probably gather a lot of points in terms of the KDAs, but you know that Flash is not only going to be a really good slayer, but also gather a lot of the points being that OBJ. So hopefully he can flash his way and really just outshine everyone else from the MAMBA LOWKINGS.
It's going to be a very important factor for GAIJIN Rogue itself, especially on that response gameplay where his team relies on him at most to play that object and of course be that role player to spark and of course plug the team to victory. Now it looks like MAMBA LOWKINGS will win the toss coin, so they will be picking two maps here first. But before we go and look at the maps, let's take a look at the map bans. Ascenda and Slums is going to be banned both by Rogue and of course LOWKINGS. Meanwhile, for that operator skill ban, we're seeing this really recent trend wherein Sparrow and Fury Fires is going to be the skill to ban and opening up that annihilator to be played here in the coming maps in the respawns that we are going to have. And Beef Mammy, it's going to be 3 maps here. Rated Hardpoint, Firing Range at SnD, Summit Domination is going to be that 3rd map. How are you feeling about the map so far?
Oh, I'm feeling really good. This is a really good telltale sign from GAIJIN Rogue to maybe pull up a map or 3. Yeah, maybe they can, maybe, I don't know, 3-0. I mean, the tide's my turn. It is Mother's Day. And the mother, Beef Mommy, can give a little bit of push for GAIJIN Rogue for, I don't know. Let's see. Raid Hardpoint. That's going to be very hard because MAMBA LOWKINGS can definitely go and engage there. But we've already seen the special ability of GAIJIN Rogue yesterday, especially in Search and Destroy. So now this is a bigger map. So that's a good sign for them. But that Summit Domination, I'm a little bit sketched out over there because we already know they might be struggling in terms of the close range engagements, especially with such a well-rounded team like MAMBA LOWKINGS.
Yeah, I mean, MAMBA LOWKINGS, they get the complete package when it comes to playing this response. But I really expect GAIJIN Rogue to actually play well at this Raid Hardpoint. I do love the point out there. GAIJIN Rogue, they play a lot better when the map is a lot bigger. And that's what we saw from them last Friday when they played Firing Range at SnD. But then again, at that Summit Domination, that's where things needs to get even more elevated for GAIJIN Rogue. If they do want to get that win, They have to find a way to get that overall map control and surprise MAMBA LOWKINGS with the bags of tricks, because eventually you're not just gonna have to win the gunfights. You have to also win with map control. You're gonna have to have that communication to outperform the top three team in MAMBA LOWKINGS currently in Garena MSP server. But then again, just look at it this way. We're gonna start first at that map number 1 in Raid Hardpoint, where eventually GAIJIN Rogue so far at this event has a 0 map win percentage at Hardpoint. Well, you look at LOWKINGS, they were able to win one against C8 JEUX at Summit Hardpoint, wherein they win 150 to 53. While for GAIJIN Rogue, they really had it rough against MAMBA CORINTHIANS, 150 to 118 at the same map itself at Raid. So it looks like MAMBA LOWKINGS, the reason why they pick Raid at Hardpoint is to play it because GAIJIN Rogue is going to be having difficulties here, Biff Mami.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And now we're taking a look at probably the hardest point for Gaijin Rogue right now, because you know you're going up against one of the best teams of the Philippines at the moment, and you already know that the Philippines is a very competitive region. And for you to go and possibly win Raid Hardpoint, if they do this, then I think it's really probable for them to win Summit Domination. But again, let's see. I really want to be optimistic for this team because of how well they've been doing and probably being in the middle of the pack. But they definitely want to change things up, because that one win from day number 1, that should still be a good thing for them. That should be a pat on the back where they, you know what? It doesn't really matter. We're going up against a really strong team. We don't care. So now we're finally going in through what seems to be like a taste of what they had. Day number 1, obviously, they go up against the Corinthians, and now they're going in for the big brothers. So let's see what is going to happen for this one. Obviously, in Garena Masters 1, they were in the very bottom of the pack, kind of like a little bit of a pickle there. But in CGI, they were placed 9 to 10. So they're still kind of in the bottom of the pack. But they will turn things around here because it is a new dawn. It is a new day. We are at season 2 here at the Garena Masters, where we get to see underdogs finally pull off.
Yeah, finally pull up. And Garena CODM Masters season 2 is giving these teams another shot to give themselves the chance to be the best in the competition and to groom and give better competitive play for both ends. And for GAIJIN Rogue, they lost, but they have the chance to turn it around and write a better narrative here now that they are here to season 2 of this major competition. And for them to actually lose one map or lose 2 maps yesterday or at last Friday against MAMBA CORINTHIANS, I feel like today, of course, it's going to be a new day. And GAIJIN Rogue, all they just have to do is oil up their engine right before we start this hardpoint raid for them to get it going. Momentum is going to be a really huge factor here for GAIJIN Rogue if they do want to beat MAMBA LOWKINGS, especially here this respawn game modes. But then again, for GAIJIN Rogue, all they just have to do is find a way to counterattack MAMBA LOWKINGS when they try to place for those retakes, when they try to play for the control of the map, basically overall in that respawn game mode. Honestly, for GAIJIN Rogue, I feel like they could give MAMBA LOWKINGS a really hard time on that firing range SnD.
Well, as we wait for the players to go into the lobby, please bear with us. We're going to be talking about a little bit of how these teams kind of started, right? So I feel like for me, I've seen GAIJIN Rogue grow because I feel like they're one of the teams that I've seen. Yeah, they're one of the few teams that I've seen when I was starting out in shoutcasting. And they really gave me a little bit of a look into how they are as a team. But I really want to know your thoughts for MAMBA LOWKINGS, because kind of like you, kind of like with me, right? You saw this team grow and you've seen how much they've absolutely improved throughout the months, throughout the year, of how they were able to overcome every team that wanted to make it big to eventually, from being the underdogs, absolutely blaze into the competition.
Well, honestly, for MAMBA LOWKINGS, the turn of the tides actually was when Ayesa got dropped by MAMBA LOWKINGS, and the addition of Raph and Loopy gave this team the chance to even amplify their firepower, not only in the minor competition, but here as well at the majors, where eventually they were able to shine at the Garena Masters Season 1. They're also able to showcase what they could do with the best of the best in Garena at CGI 2022. And honestly, for them, I feel like the coach, Olea itself, is also a really huge factor. He has a lot of strategies. He has a lot of things that he could just give to the team and, of course, help them convert. And I think with the guidance of Palea, MAMBA LOWKINGS is just really a really tough team to beat.
Most definitely. Being in the guidance of a really good coach is something that is such a big deal for a lot of the esports teams that we have here, not only for Call of Duty Mobile, but for other titles. Because you can be a really good team, but if you don't have the plays, if you don't have some sort of guidance, some leader to try and give you a lot of the skills that you thought you had, it's a really big deal. Because for you to have a coach, it means they've had experience, and that's the number one thing that you need to know. That yes, you can be good at the game, but if you don't know the plays of the other teams, if you don't know how to counter that, then it's basically a really hard time for you. And now for the side of GAIJIN Rogue, I've seen this team really just grow up to the level that they're at now. And now we're taking a look at MAMBA LOWKINGS, that okay, they have the confidence already, they already know how to play within each other. But for GAIJIN Rogue, it's not going to be the same case, where you've been playing a lot longer than MAMBA LOWKINGS. So you know what, with that discussion, putting it on the back seat, let's finally take a look at our first matchup here for both of these teams today. We're going in here, hardpoint, raid. Let's see who gets that control over the power positions and winning all the gunshots.
Yeah, right off the get-go, MAMBA LOWKINGS, they will be at the red side, so they get control of the laundries right away, while GAIJIN Rogue has to really work it and, of course, wrap around to get that. But for the meantime, the hard point going to be in the hands of MAMBA LOWKINGS, but here comes the contest from Glowy. Gonna be inside, trying to play with his life, but this is gonna get taken down. Absolute defense, zoned out by MAMBA LOWKINGS so far, but Flash looking to attack in the angle, the power position. He's gonna get one, but then again, split spawn for GAIJIN Rogue. So this is going to give him the chance to attack in multiple angles and create that pinch play, and they will be successful. This final 20 seconds, it could be under their belt. Just have to do is get inside and reinforce.
Reinforcing a really strong hold here so far. MAMBA LOWKINGS really proving that they're really wheeling all of the gunfights here, wheeling everything inside the barrel. And now they finally get to win all the gunfights, and yes, the reset really comes through. As you can see here, the rotation coming in from Kitchen is definitely going to be a really big deal for GAIJIN Rogue if they are able to pull it off. But unfortunately for them, MAMBA LOWKINGS just a little bit too fast here. The Mambas trying to snake in here a little bit too slippery. And now the contest tries to go through, but GAIJIN Rogue, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, it doesn't really work. And for GAIJIN Rogue, that first line of attack will not be successful, so they need to find a way to counterattack. And the best way to hit is attack once again at the back, but they would get shot down immediately. And LOWKINGS, they get everything under control. They have stabilized the situation, and they're just converting all these skills. Now that they have been able to create the plays, they're able to build up this core check, and not only that, they have built up that operator skills, and it's already earned up as well. So that's going to be a threat. But finally, GAIJIN, they will be able to take a hold of that hard point, but I don't know for how long, because there's only going to be one player there, as we are going to see GAIJIN Rogue already put their attention here at the next hard point rotation. 14 seconds, still plenty of time inside that hard point, and LOWKINGS doing whatever it takes for them to soak up the time and, of course, stretch that lead even more.
Now, stretching the lead. We finally try to see the lead slowly but surely try to go a little bit here. GAIJIN Rogue goes in there for the garage control. That is the money hill that we like to see here in Raid Hardpoint. It's a good thing that MAMBA LOWKINGS, they know how to go and infiltrate here. Not only that, they also have the streaks to go pull it off. But there you go. GAIJIN Rogue going in there for the response, as well as Glowy tries to get one, finally gets. But it's a good thing that GAIJIN Rogue knows how to hold this really well. The choke points are controlled by GAIJIN Rogue. And now for MAMBA LOWKINGS, they are kind of struggling here, which is a good sign for GAIJIN Rogue to go and finally pick up all of the points. But then just like that, MAMBA LOWKINGS just flashing their way in, but it's going to be really hard for GAIJIN Rogue now to make a response.
Yeah, you obviously know here the speed rotation is the hardest to break, easy to defend, and now for LOWKINGS to have this immense control at every chokeholds, they're going to get this final bit of scrap time, but still, it's going to be a refreshing state there for GAIJIN Rogue. They finally get to soak and sustain some time inside a hard point. They've been able to suck majority of it. Meanwhile, MAMBA LOWKINGS will be daring to contest and get this scrap time. So now we move into new. Here is we are going to see this P4. Basketball court is where we're gonna go and hit. And at the moment, number 4 and number 1 earlier in rotation for GAIJIN Rogue. They need to make things harder for the rotation for LOWKINGS, but they're going to get dropped down and they are gonna get bullied away from this hill. And MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're going going to be inside. It is not looking good for GAIJIN, as we are going to see them really away from this hard point, and they're spawning on one side, so the attack would be one-sided, and this is going to be a lot easier for MAMBA LOWKINGS just kind of anticipate. And right at this point, LOWKINGS is on pace to edit here at map number 4, or this round number 4, this hard rotation number 4. Everything's just going so fast. Final 20 points for MAMBA LOWKINGS.
They want to end it here in P4. That is just absolutely crazy. They don't want anything to do with P5, and now the kills are coming through from this team. 140 and 36, and 1 second contest doesn't really quite make the difference of the 3-man push going in there, but a triple kill from Kalos, Hunter Killer. Oh my goodness, there you go. We're ending things off with a 36 and 150. No questions asked. The 420 Kings, they just do it again.
You obviously know what they could do here, and they really strike first. As soon as they get that control at that P1, they monumentally get the momentum to swing it as well at P2. Had a really rough time to break that P3 rotation at that garage, but they're able to contest the final bit of scrap time. And when P4 hits, that's where they ended. I don't know how much time was left on the clock, but then again, LOWKINGS just really showed the dominance that they could play, that they could really show here at this competition, as they really win it here. 36 to 150, not even giving GAIJIN that 50-point club. The guys specifically got 36 points here out of the P4 rotations that we have done inside the game. Now here we do see it. PJ, Yopi, Kalo, Raph, Luffy, all finding themselves in a positive KD. Meanwhile, you look at GAIJIN. No one even having that positive KD, really underperforming. They need to find a way to bounce back on that next game.
That is just such a crazy matchup. That was so fast. I feel like it's the fastest hard point that we've had here so far, question mark. But anyway, doesn't really matter because we are changing the pace up into Search and Destroy, where hopefully we get to see GAIJIN Rogue finally pull through and flash their way into the competition, getting 1 more point. But obviously, MAMBA LOWKINGS will not make that a very easy feat. But let's take a look at the stats we're seeing here yet again. Kasam having such a hard time, 5 and 19. That is like that's a almost quadruple negative for Kasam. And then for the other side, we only have a 12 and 12, so not even on the negative, but taking a look at that 36 and 154 rate hardpoint. And now we're taking things back into firing range, Search and Destroy, where you don't want to fight MAMBA LOWKINGS in firing range in any game mode. You know that, right?
Yeah, I really know that, right? And Blacklist also knows that, right? Because they were the ones that were able to taste the poison that LOWKINGS give to their enemies when they play at Firing Range Search and Destroy. Blacklist International, they got 6-0 at Garena Masters Season 1. Then last Friday, C8 JEUX just had the same thing. They got 6-0 at Firing Range. And now this time with GAIJIN Rogue picking this map number 2. Yes, they did win against MAMBA Corinthians, but they're facing a totally different team here, a totally different animal in MAMBA LOWKINGS. Who knows when to turn it on and when to slow it down. And this is going to be a really, really interesting take here, Beef Mammy.
An interesting take is a little bit of an understatement because it's an amazing take, because Firing Range Search and Destroy, and you see LOWKINGS playing in it, knowing very well that they gave the L to Blacklist International, the strongest team in Garena, not even maybe in Garena, in the region, in the world perhaps, but it's a really exciting matchup where we see LOWKINGS at their finest, and this team definitely wants to come for blood. And now we finally really want to see what will happen here in Search and Destroy. But Summit Domination, I really want to see GAIJIN Rogue come up here, because obviously the underdogs, they are stepping it up here in Season 2 of the Garena Mobile Masters.
And yeah, now it's time for GAIJIN Rogue to actually put in the effort as well to actually win against MAMBA LOWKINGS, but it's easier said than done. Now, they really have to double down that effort. They're able to win against MAMBA Corinthians. Now, the question is, will they be able to win it here as well against MAMBA LOWKINGS? As we start this first half, MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're going to be defending first. And you know what these guys can do when they are defending? They always like to play for retakes and, of course, get better map control overall when it comes to playing this Firing Range and Destroy. But for GAIJIN Rogue, You've already dropped one player for MAMBA CORINTHIANS, so that's one way to kickstart this search and destroy. Now they got the man advantage. Castle though gonna get turned down by Luffy with this scope, and now we got this first blood exchange. We got a 4v4.
Castle just gets turned on, and now Yopi pays the price as well, and now we get to see a 3v3, so it's still very doable for both of these teams to go in there for the kill. We need to slow it down. GAIJIN, come on, just slow things down a little bit. You have the advantage, and now a 1v2 situation. Finally, Mickey doing an amazing job, kind of like what he did in today #1, but obviously for a guy like Halo, he's been one of these star players for MAMBA LOWKINGS, where he can definitely go and push through. And it's a good thing that Mythil is just staying back a little bit behind, but then one more problem here is that they don't have any sights on here. But then finally, Kalo! But Mythil with a big kill with the turnaround. And even though Kalo had the upper hand, still didn't bag it. GAIJIN Rogue looks like they're such a strong SnD team.
Yep, and I'm starting to see it. That first round was heavily solid. Mickey and of course Mythil combining for 4 kills and adding Flash, able to get another insult to that damage from LOWKINGS. Really able to win it in that first round. But we need to see more consistent attacks here. They have to be very unpredictable. Now this time they're trying to slow it down, trying to play for fix. But take a look at the defense from MAMBA CORINTHIANS. A 1-2-2 defense. They're starting to double down for rotations here. They know that they might have players at that B flag, but Raph, in what angle did he take down Mickey? As he finally gave his team that first blood advantage. So now 5v4 situation, and now LOWKINGS looking to strike here at this trailer, but Flash says no, not today, as he completely flushes Kalo. We got this 4v3 still though in the hands of MAMBA CORINTHIANS.
MAMBA LOWKINGS doing a really good job, and PJ finally gets one more kill. Goes in there very slowly. He's going to be having control here in wood. Good job, but bomb is going to be going down, and that's going to be bad news for GAIJIN Rogue, where they have to go in there for the rotation. Now that's one thing to really just worry about, and Yopi getting one more kill, Chloe out of the situation, and now you only have just one person to go in there. Flash goes in there really fast. Luffy almost gets that.
No way.
Luffy almost gets that. Tries to go in there with a pistol, but doesn't quite get it. Flash denies him. Needs to go and pick up the bomb. The best thing he can do is probably go in there for the plant going into Bravo, but it looks like he doesn't want to get the bomb. Callie, he doesn't want to get the bomb, Callie. He wants to go in there for the 1v4 situation. It's very close for him. He's very doable. Flash goes in there very fast. Goes in there for the backstab, but it's a good thing that PJ knows very well. He's going. He's gonna get it. He's not gonna get the 1v4 clutch as PJ goes in there. He got a little bit greedy. GAIJIN Rogue almost getting in there, but the bomb probably should have been prioritized.
Close, but no cigar. But I do love the intention there. But unfortunately, PJ just had a far better reaction to the situation on that close range engagements. But still props for GAIJIN though. They almost took that round and pulled up the impossible. But here this time, we are going to see death rates. 4v4 situation now. We're going to see a push here for PJ all the way to the wood house, but he's going to double back. And now Mythil gets popped forward. Brap, and here this time, Luffy with the connection gets one. Oh my goodness. The games just happened so fast, and Luffy got 2 kills already. And not only that though, #1 and #5 on the copy. But PJ able to win it, and that bomb pushed all the way to the enemy lines. And this is kind of too risky for Mickey, but with him having that Mac 10 at the close range, it's going to be really, really friendly for him. And now, find a way to spot PJ. This time he gets the conversion, dropping PJ. And now Kalo looking to clutch the game out now for Emperor 20 LOWKINGS or MAMBA LOWKINGS, as he gets one, dropping Glowy. The bomb is about to get planted. Timing is the key. It's going to be the word of the day here for both these two players. 38 seconds, but the wraparound from Mickey, it's going to be impeccable! And he wins it for GAIJIN, Beef Mammy.
Timing at its finest. COD timing at its finest. At some point, I don't know what I was watching. This search and destroy is just so aggressive. It's like team deathmatch, but you know what? It works, I guess. But we are the 1 and 2. GAIJIN is up 1, and MAMBA LOWKINGS is trying to go in there for the aggression, trying to go in for the response, but that was just what am I watching here? But you know what? It works, and they're finally slowing things down just a little bit. When you thought that GAIJIN Rogue didn't really have the upper hand, they still closed things out with a beautiful round off. So now we get to see Kalo trying to go in for the shots, finally gets one, and now we get to see GAIJIN Rogue fall off, but the trade happens in as Kalo goes down.
And Kelo now going down, but PJ able to avenge, dropping Glowy. And we got this 4v2 now, starting to see light. MAMBA LOWKINGS getting involved in that gunfight department. Now they're starting to play it really seriously. In middle, going to be the only player alive, but Raph with the close range is able to drop with a quick flick that scope. And we still have a very tight game here. And for GAIJIN Rogue, that last round, it was so aggressive for my take, and it really led to their undoing. And MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're able to make sure that the game is going to be close. And now one final round for GAIJIN to make sure they got the lead. Now they're going to get it full stack at this A bomb site with middle opening up the trailer. One more to beat up front, but Yopi takes 2 players. PJ around the back takes Luffy. We got a 4v1 now. PJ swings to the left corner. He gets the kill. Yes, indeed, as he takes Flash. They pull up front before we end the first half.
What am I watching here, GAIJIN Rogue? You have the bomb. You're not clearing out the site. Even with that 1v4 clutch, if ever that was able to, you know, I have no words. I was just like, they're rushing it through. It's like they don't want to go plant the bomb. And yes, they're able to plant the bomb once, but they're just leaving it a little bit too open. They're going in the sites really aggressively, thinking that they have 9 lives. That is just absolutely crazy. And now MAMBA LOWKINGS, this is how you play the attacker side. You don't just go in there very aggressively. And yes, you can have an aggressive push, but you still need to have information still. And now you have a slow approach coming in from MAMBA LOWKINGS, and GAIJIN Rogue is probably a little bit better on the defense. So let's hope and pray that they know how to retaliate once MAMBA LOWKINGS decide on which side they want to go and push at.
Yeah, it's all about the defense here for GAIJIN Rogue. If they do want to make sure that the game is going to be very close. PJ now slide to the left side, able to get one against Castle. But a beautiful retribution by Castle with the thumper as he eliminates PJ. Now LOWKINGS looking to attack at his A-bomb site. Glow is going to hold down the lane. Number 2 going to back him up, and Flash able to get Raph. And not only that, they're able to back away MAMBA LOWKINGS at this A-bomb site. And this is going to be pretty huge for them. But Mythal now going to have Kalo right close to proximity. And this is going to be a very huge play. But there you go. Smoke has been diffused. And I think it's going to be a decoy. But looks like middle will not fall for that fall for that fake. And now LOWKINGS, they are down to the final player. And GAIJIN Rogue, as you said earlier, better off in the defense. They made sure that everything is going to be pretty smooth. Take what the offense give.
They're basically playing attackers as if they were defense a while ago, and now they're finally getting a lot of points now that they are at the defensive side. But if things do reach into around number 11, you already know that GAIJIN Rogue will be on the attacker, which they probably shouldn't be doing. And they should just do everything that they can to win all of the rounds they have right now. So you can see here, Mythal taking a lot of shots, but unfortunately goes down. Yopi gets 1. And now the
Number
push
1
coming in for Bravo, but now take a look at number 1. Mickey is going in for the far rotation, gets 1. We'll probably get another. The information coming through from LOWKINGS that there's going to be one spicy player there. There you go. Yopi takes him out.
Yeah, Yopi takes him out. Huge player for LOWKINGS. They intended to attack at the B bomb site, and they were able to execute. But Glowy now dropping Raph. And here comes another scope for Glowy. He's going to have 2 scopes to be played here at this round number 7. 40 seconds. The time to beat. And they have plenty of time to work their way through. All they just have to do is convert and find the perfect spot to just get those kills that they need. But they have to be very efficient now. 30 seconds, they have to move. Number 4 and Yopi just waiting at that tunnels. That angle's going to be very, very chicken. Glowy knows that there's going to be a player there. But still, no information relayed. And Glow is just missing all these shots. And the clock is ticking. And PJ able to get the most out of it. Desperation call there for GAIJIN Rogue. And LOWKINGS took advantage of it. And they will still pull up front. There you see the stats. Beef Mammy, PJ, Yopi. 7 and 8 combining for 15 kills already. Same goes for GAIJIN Rogue. Mickey and Flash doing whatever it takes, having 14 kills, but Glowy takes Luffy. There you go. That's how you start a round.
That's a really good start right now. Glowy has a shot, but then only gets the hit marker. Almost getting another, but then gets traded out. And now Mickey goes in there for a really good response. Takes out PJ as well, so the trades are good for both of these teams. But MAMBA LOWKINGS having a really difficult time. 2 versus 4, and now we get to see a lot of the GAIJIN Rogue players really taking advantage of the aggression that is happening here. Yopi takes a lot of the shots, takes a lot of the damage, gets 2, gets 1 more. No, unfortunately for him, doesn't really quite finish things out, but a really good play. MAMBA LOWKINGS and GAIJIN Rogue having 4 and 4. There's so much eco challenging happening here. They're trying. They're basically like pataasan ng ihe. What the heck? Oh my gosh! Slow things down just a little bit. Mamba can definitely go and play a little bit slow, but here we go. Let's see how GAIJIN Rogue can respond to this.
Uh, that phrase right there just really
I know,
cracked
right?
me
I
laughing.
just
But
had to.
again,
It's
for
basically what I'm
GAIJIN, they've
seeing.
been thrilling so far for the rest, or for the most time here at the Search and Destroy. Now's the time for them to pull up front. This is going to be a round where you get the match point advantage in Flash, able to take down Kilo, going to be a really huge player, but for Rap, having the height advantage, takes middle down, reposition, finds another player on the mid straight, takes Flash as well, but it's going to get exchanged. And again, the ego challenge for both teams are definitely showing, but now things are starting to slow down. But take a look at this Mami, number 1 on the mid map in Mickey. He's got 11 kills already, and he's been the bane for so far for MAMBA LOWKINGS. But here this time, Mickey is gonna get shot down by Luffy with a 2-piece involved, all down to Castle, playing against 3 players. He's gonna get attacked in every sort of N3. And MAMBA LOWKINGS, match point advantage.
We are at match point where GAIJIN Rogue has 4, probably just like 1 more win here. You know what? I'm just gonna guess it. GAIJIN Rogue's gonna win this one, and then they're gonna probably have to go in for the reset and be in the attacker side. Let's see what happens here as MAMBA LOWKINGS goes in there for a very aggressive push going into Bravo. You see 1 information going down. There you go. Kasum gets 2. Luffy, though, gets the exchange. But at the same time, Raph gets another one. So, again, a pretty good reset. Again, very, very aggressive. But the pinch coming in from GAIJIN Rogue might actually work out for them.
Yeah, here we go. Now, this is going to be a really important play for GAIJIN Rogue, but Kalo gets going down, but Mickey still alive. Final hold for GAIJIN, and is going to win more gunfights. 2 Ps now. Kalo, really a tough player to beat here. Very aware of the situation. 1v1, and Kalo ends it. Mickey got shot down, and LOWKINGS able to win it in just 10 rounds. But it was a lot. We expected 6-1, 6-2, 6-3, but GAIJIN Rogue put up a very good fight, and I love what I saw there, Bipami, though they got the loss.
I don't know if I liked what I saw from both of these teams. I mean, I already know. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at what happened in that particular game. Okay. GAIJIN Rogue, very aggressive into the attacking side, not getting information whatsoever. Obviously, LOWKINGS also getting that information and being aggressive them as well. We already know that the LOWKINGS can aggress, going fire against fire. But there were a lot of careless plays from both of these teams. Not only from GAIJIN, but also from LOWKINGS. GAIJIN, on the other hand, you already know that they kind of struggled in hardpoint. Maybe that kind of hurt them into that hardpoint matchup because of how far the points were, but there was no reason for GAIJIN to be that aggressive. So even just like that 1 point, I think it was the second round, where you could have clutched up a 1v4, but you just kept chasing, you just kept slaying, and basically left the bomb in B, where you could have just said, okay, after the 3rd kill, just reposition yourself. You already know where that person was. Just reposition yourself. Go get the bomb and plant the bomb, and reposition yourself well enough for you to do another gunfight. But did not do that. Again, there was so much ego chows here from both teams, which is crazy to me, Callie. I'm just, okay, you know what? It's pretty entertaining to see, I guess.
It is really entertaining because there's a lot of threes that just really happen. And I feel like both of the teams did not stick to their strategies. They were just going guns ablaze, and they just get once they get the opportunity to kill, they get the most out of it without even thinking what's going to be the outcome of the push that they made. And honestly, it went well for both at the start, but when we go at the end, that's where things favor LOWKINGS the most, as they were the ones having more control of the game, and they were the ones just making sure that GAIJIN will fall in the trap. But again, I love the efforts that both teams showed, especially for GAIJIN Rogue. Though they lost 6-4, that was one hell of a match that we just saw at map number 2. And now we're moving into a Summit Domination map picked by MAMBA LOWKINGS. GAIJIN Rogue, they have to take at least one, and it should be here right now at Summit Domination.
You know, I'm gonna keep talking about that SnD game. I just can't get over it. I feel like LOWKINGS was able to take advantage of that because they know they will win those gunfights. And GAIJIN Rogue needs to just step it back a bit, knowing very well that they're playing very well into the trap of LOWKINGS, being very aggressive. That's where you could have just slowed things down a little bit. This was supposed to be the map where you slow it down. But you know what? Maybe they tried something else. Maybe it didn't work out today. So that's going to be another lesson for another day where if you let your opponent get you in your psyche, in your mind, that's when you kind of falter through because there were so many good moments for GAIJIN. There were beautiful moments for GAIJIN Rogue here. But it's just like the pressure, maybe, the ego was in the way. Slow things down. You're not rushing. I know maybe it's probably Mother's Day, you want to spend some time with your mom. Okay, I get it. Fine. But LOWKINGS was able to take use of that. They were able to take advantage of the fact that they know that GAIJIN Rogue was crumbling just a little bit in that SnD, and they can smell blood in the water. They are snakes, but yes, they can smell the blood in the water. But now we're moving into Summit Domination where you already know that GAIJIN Rogue was having a hard time in Raid Hardpoint already.
And yeah, Raid Hardpoint, GAIJIN Rogue really struggled 150 to 36. And I feel like Response is the kryptonite of GAIJIN Rogue when they try to play a best of 3 or a best of 5 series. And that's something that they need to work on. And now, as we are about to start, you see GAIJIN Rogue now trying to prepare. You would also see later on the MAMBA LOWKINGS try to just get their acts together. And there you go. They're up by 2-0, and GAIJIN Rogue needs to get at least one here today to get at least one map win on the current standings, because at the end of the day, every map counts, and at the end of the day, points are gonna matter. And now here we go, Beef Mammy. Final match between these two. GAIJIN Rogue, MAMBA LOWKINGS about to play here at this Domination Summit. It's going to be cold, but as you always said, it's going to melt because of the guns that's blazing. And here we see that the teams are just trying to go and attack back and forth.
Ah, man, back and forth. We already know that this team definitely knows how to handle that. And now for GAIJIN Rogue, they have the monumental job to try and stop the LOWKINGS. And we can see here the AC split already pushing through for the side of MAMBA LOWKINGS. And now for GAIJIN Rogue, they have a hold here from Bravo, but they need to find a way to go and get C as well. So finally, we have a really good push. That's a really big kill coming in from Glowy, but unfortunately for him, doesn't really grab C that well. But there you go. We only have one more push going in there. One person in B, 2 people here in A, but Luffy with big kills stops the push going in. Charlie, that was supposed to be the big push coming in from GAIJIN Rogue.
And GAIJIN Rogue blew the opportunity, and now LOWKINGS Yopi now trying to feed off that mistake. Now they're trying to get that reset. They got the Alpha and the Charlie. Now they could use this as a sort of a diversion to get that B flag, but they're looking just attack the enemy line. This PJ will try to combine for 2, but that reload is going to get him, and he's going to go down. But for now, for GAIJIN Rogue, they're kind of lost in that middle, but getting this Charlie flag is going to set them up for a 2 flag in play. But MAMBA LOWKINGS is doing whatever it takes to make things harder. Mickey is trying to capture Charlie flag, but it's really, really hard. And now LOWKINGS slowly making sure they get this triple capture. Now the Alpha, the Bravo, the Charlie now in the hands of MAMBA LOWKINGS. GAIJIN Rogue spawning on the left side of the minimap. This is going to be a problem, but there we go. Mickey able to convert. Now they get this Alpha flag. Now it's time for them to get that second step and take control of that mid-map if they want to get this B flag.
B flag trying to get pushed out, but Alpha already in the hands of GAIJIN Rogue, so it's really just very slow for them to go in there for the rotation. MAMBA LOWKINGS knows very well that they're going to take advantage of that. And now the A is going to be captured as well. The possibility for another triple cap in 2s, but it's a good thing that Flash absolutely just stops that. Come on, GAIJIN Rogue, you can go in there for that Bravo push. They can finally go in there. One big push going in there, but it's a bad thing because they don't have any kind of control going into controller number 2 2F, where they would have a better time in controlling B and C if they were planning on going in there. But it looks like here, GAIJIN Rogue spawning off very, very well, going in there for that Charlie flag, but they're just losing a lot of the gunfights, only just proving one person here in Charlie.
And that's the problem here for GAIJIN Rogue. They've been always able to get this B flag, but they're having a rough time getting their home flag sustained. And now for MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're able to soften out the defense in this B flag, but Glowy denies 2 players, and now finally they get to defend this B flag that they need. But MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're about to get triple capture, and there we go, GAIJIN Rogue. This is what you want, giving MAMBA LOWKINGs their dose of their own medicine. And let's see how long are they gonna be able to continue and pursue this type of play, because right now it's going great. Everyone is spread out around the map. They get the map control. And for MAMBA LOWKINGs, right now they're playing at the pace of GAIJIN Rogue, which is going to be very alarming for them. Whilst GAIJIN Rogue tries to get things and settle through, this triple capture is wandered around for a lot of time now, and they're able to cut that lead 61-72 this first half. We did not see this one coming, but then again, they're starting to win that gunfights. But this first half is still going to be long, but for MAMBA LOWKINGs, but GAIJIN Rogue showing some promise. And now they're starting to play cohesive. They're winning those gunfights, and that's what you want if you want to win.
GAIJIN Rogue showing there's light at the end of the tunnel, so that triple cap really was important for them. MAMBA LOWKINGs struggled just a little bit in trying to maintain their lead, and now 64-75, very close call. GAIJIN Rogue, you still have a chance to go and take one more point. Glowy takes one more. They're going to be stunned the heck out of here, and now they're trying to see whether or not they can go pull off another A and B split, and maybe they are going to be able to go do that. 3 and 5 going in there for the push. One person going to be here in control room trying to go in for B, but unfortunately for them, PJ is going to be there for the defense.
Yeah, PJ is going to be there, but now finally he's got shot down. 3 players hopping in the B flag now for GAIJIN Rogue, and there you go. 2 flags in play here early, going to be very promising once again. And for LOWKINGs, they need to get their acts together. They've been playing individually, and it's not really a good sight to see, especially when this team is really known for their cohesive team. And honestly, things are somehow falling, and they're taking a step back here at this game. And I'm kind of shocked to see what type of plays are they trying to do here, but there you go. The second step for them is getting this second floor control, and they're doing it right now. Luffy converting with that 2-piece. 14 kills already now, intercepting this spawn. And Free's gonna get one more, make that 3 in a row for Luffy. There you go. They're able to put the players to the left side of the minimap. So now that they have delayed, all they just have to do is make sure they put the pressure towards the B flag, and Luffy's going to continue to add up more in that play. Got that Dragon Fire already earned up 17 kills to his name. He's gonna spot one more. Double challenge gonna get him. And still, GAIJIN Rogue on the top of that lead. They have managed to pull up front now. They got still these 2 flags in play. The control at the mid-map. It's really insane so far.
Beautiful, beautiful play by GAIJIN Rogue. Now that is the catch-up that we deserve from this team. And they're proving to LOWKINGs, yes, you will have a hard time with us here. And I feel like they were just so fired up in that search and destroy that nagigil sila, man. They really wanted to go in here, taking a lot of the points. And now they finally got a really good setup here in Bravo. Control room number 2, they definitely have control over that. But Yopi with Annihilator can definitely be a little bit difficult, but then doesn't really quite utilize it as Glowy takes him out really quickly. Now GAIJIN Rogue has such a strong hold here in Bravo, not only with the beautiful sentry gun, but also with Annihilator as well. So 117 and 106, MAMBA LOWKINGs needs to find a way, needs to decide which flag they really want to get. 120 and 107, it's looking like a GAIJIN Rogue victory here, just slowly but surely. But if they falter, if they make a little bit of a mistake, MAMBA LOWKINGs can definitely go and take that and win it for themselves. And now B push going in from the LOWKINGs, tries to get one, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be very good. But there you go, finally gets in that Bravo flag, but GAIJIN Rogue is there to get it really quickly. Just like that, MAMBA LOWKINGs are in trouble.
Yeah, MAMBA LOWKINGs, they are in trouble now. 20 points for the win for GAIJIN Rogue. And now GAIJIN Rogue continues to step up and continue the rally. But here comes another big play for LOWKINGs. They're gonna have one player make that 2 at the speed flag, but they will be shot down. Now, LOWKINGs in a sudden state of emergency, and they need to find a way to bounce back. The only way for them to win, insert a triple capture, which is going to be a total team effort. Now looking at the game, GAIJIN Rogue, they are able to maintain that mid-map control, which is the key to victory to them. But Kalo gets one, stops the second, and now they will prevent the Charlie flag to be captured, and that's going to be a huge pop-up for Kalo, building up the score streak, but they need to step in that B flag. With Kalo going down, that Predator missile should be used. And here comes the play. Triple captured now for MAMBA LOWKINGS, but GAIJIN Rogue, they will get shot down. PJ, with the help of Kalo's Predator missile, they shot down the players of GAIJIN here at this Charlie flag. But then again, MAMBA LOWKINGS, they will falter. GAIJIN Rogue, they will respond back with the 2 flags, and they will be winning, stunning the Kings of MAMBA. 150 to 143 here at this map number 3.
It's GAIJIN Rogue. I love you, man. Okay. You finally pulled through, and Search and Destroy maybe was not their game. They really wanted to win it. You already felt the giggle in them. There is no word in English to describe what giggle means, but it's like that lust, that desire to win, that you just want to squeeze something so tight, and squeeze tight they did on their cell phones because they did not want to lose that Search and Destroy. They hated that. And now they brought it over here into Domination Summit, where, my goodness, what a beautiful run. And even though MAMBA LOWKINGS had the first half, GAIJIN Rogue with the triple cap in the really early half here into the second round, it's just so good. And now, that was a really close call, though, because MAMBA LOWKINGS really wanted to take it to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, LOWKINGS, KLO making those plays at the end and able to make sure that LOWKINGS stood a chance in defeating GAIJIN by coming back at the late stage. But the lead is already in favor of GAIJIN. They only need like 3 more points to get the victory. And when they had those 2 flags in play at the end, that's where LOWKINGS' odds of winning really fell off of the picture. And honestly, for GAIJIN, they really put a lot of thoughts, but they also put a lot of barge in their heads. They barge in the heads. They barge head with against LOWKINGS, and somehow LOWKINGS has really responded and tries to retribute, but it did not really fall into their hands because GAIJIN, I think it's all about the mind games, Beef Mami.
The mind games in this particular matchup is just insane. It started off in that firing range, and yes, they probably weren't happy. GAIJIN probably wasn't happy with that raid hardpoint matchup, but in firing range, they were playing it very aggressively to the point of carelessness at some point. But sometimes that's the fire that you need. That's the fire that you need to go in there, especially if you're going into Summit Domination where we thought that MAMBA LOWKINGS was definitely going to be winning it. But no, they were able to not crumble under pressure in this particular map, in this particular mode. But that was so impressive to see from GAIJIN. Now, that makes me very excited because LOWKINGS gave a 3-0 yesterday, but they were stopped by GAIJIN. If GAIJIN was a little bit more careful in firing Search and Destroy, they can definitely give MAMBA LOWKINGS a run for their money. This could have easily been a 2-1 into the favor of GAIJIN.
Yeah, if only they had been able to just calm their nerves at the late stage of that firing range Search and Destroy, they could have had the chance to win this one 2-1. But then again, breaks of the game just really favored firing range in the hands of MAMBA LOWKINGS at the end of the game. But I really love how GAIJIN Rogue Biff Mami was able to bounce back, because last Friday they lost against Corinthians 150 to 126. And they were playing individually at that point, and they were spawning crazy in the left side hand of the right side hand of the minimap. But here this time they were totally very different. They were attacking as a cohesive team, and they made sure right from the start of the second half that they get control at the mid map, where they had eyes at the spawn at the green spawns, which is going to be at that alpha flag, and they also had the opportunity to stop the players at that Charlie flag as well. So GAIJIN Rogue just really made sure that they at least take one map against the MAMBA LOWKINGS. But then again, at that first game, at that first hard point, it was totally different, Biff Mami.
Oh, totally different. And now, day after day here, we're only in day number 2, and there's so many things happening already, and it makes me just so excited. I feel like this is the reason why we need new teams in the mix, because of things like this, because of situations where you don't know what's going to happen. The new meta is not just that, the newer players that really just are thirsty for that win. And now we're not going to be talking about this hardpoint matchup because we already know how one-sided this is. MAMBA LOWKINGS definitely played it to the table. But can I just say, that search and destroy firing range. We just move it. Let's just change the scene. Let's move it over there because this is where things went down. Things got personal here in search and destroy firing range, where it was a definite back and forth. But obviously, as MAMBA LOWKINGS ended things here without even any kind of rotation in, no reset coming in from the hard point.
Oh,
But
there
here we go.
go.
This is what we're talking about. But unfortunately, we're not gonna see that 1v3 situation happening here. But you can already tell here, 4 and 3. At some point, Gaijin Rogue was just, you know what, we're just gonna be going in there one by one. This is the big kill from Yopi, and man, Callie, this SnD was so good and so bad at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, exchange of fists, just really able to get those trades. And I think for MAMBA LOWKINGS, the reason why they were forcing so much plays and errors was because things are not falling in their way. And they tried to make up for it with aggression. But then again, for GAIJIN, they're able to respond. And then they were a lot successful. And honestly, I think that was the reason why MAMBA LOWKINGS really tried to force their way at that search and destroy. But then again, at this domination, the first half, again, we have to point it out, MAMBA LOWKINGS, they're able to control it 75-64. But the Gaijin Rogue, they initiated a triple capture before this first half ends, and that momentum suddenly swung in the hands of Gaijin, and they're able to beat LOWKINGS. And this was the play where we thought we are about to see the biggest comeback here for today's matches, where Kalo dropped 3 players. But then again, Gaijin Rogue, they spawn really luckily, and they were able to get the most out of it at that match number 3. But then again, your soldier of the game, MAMBA LOWKINGS PJ, will be the player to watch for the coming games, as he averaged 17.67 kills with a 12.67 that and a 1.50 assists with a 2,285 point average score, and with a KDA 1.39. That's enough for him to be able to be crowned as the soldier of the game. But then again, it's just really I'm still confused of what just happened at that match number 3.
No, exactly. Okay, let's just talk about it since we've already brought it up. Like the mind games that has happened here ever since Search and Destroy, where LOWKINGS came out on top for that. And now for that Search and Destroy, yes, the LOWKINGS definitely went out on top in that when it comes of getting the game down. But in Domination Summit, it went the other way around. It was Gaijin Rogue that was playing mind games against LOWKINGS, and eventually LOWKINGS crumbled in their own psyche. The comeback is so impressive. At some point, I was looking at my stats here, and the moment I look back, especially going into the next half, that's when we got to see the triple cap ordered out, ready for delivery. But anyway, that is a very intense game number 5, but it's not done yet. Callie will be back with AJ, and I'm going to be watching that matchup again because that's going to be so amazing. But yes, we're going to be having a little bit of a short break here in the Garena Masters Season 2. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Masters Season 2. What a fantastic day of games we have enjoyed on broadcast so far. Each and every single series living up to the esports hype that Garena has planned out for the whole of 2022. On that note, don't forget to follow our new CODM Esports page on Facebook at Garena Call of Duty Mobile Esports. That is at Garena CODM Esports, all right? To get timely updates on everything Garena CODM has planned for you guys throughout the whole year. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio alongside the amazing Cali Gaming to bring you guys the final series of the day and, of course, to close off day number 2. Cali, how are you feeling so far, buddy?
Oh, that last match was just really intense. C8 Unite, MAMBA LOWKINGS, and of course, and what was the name? GAIJIN Rogue. I mean,
Yeah.
it was just too intense that somehow GAIJIN Rogue was able to play mental game against M420 LOWKINGS right at the final 2 maps, and they almost won that game. AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it got a little bit too close. The domination match was one of the best played games out of GAIJIN Rogue that we have been able to witness in a little bit. It's not just a single team stepping it up within the competition. It is each and every single squad out there. As Garena Call of Duty Mobile continues to improve exactly what we have for the esports ecosystem out in here, it seems like the players as well as teams are catching up with the hype and are dead set on giving everything out there on the battlefield. Let's take a quick recap of the day. When we started things off, Warlord Esports Destra took on the LF organization and beat them 2-1. And then we had 2 back-to-back donuts being served up by Blacklist International Ultimate as well as Smart Omega towards the Huntsman as well as Tyrant Esports. Moving on, C8 Legacy took on C8 Stealth, and that was one heck of a battle between the 2 brothers. But at the end of the day, the ones to prevail would be C8 Legacy. And like what you guys just witnessed, GAIJIN managing to pull one away from the M420 LOWKINGS. Who would have thought, Cali?
No one thought, even I thought, that MAMBA LOWKINGS would be able to take down GAIJIN Rogue at the end of that game, where eventually they almost clutched it up. But now it's going to be the little brothers of MAMBA LOWKINGS playing at this final game for the day. MAMBA Corinthians, they got Clar, Joshi, Kaylong, the CQT, QWERTY, and Toshi. And this team really able to impress us so far because they've been able to beat GAIJIN Rogue last Friday, where they won both respawns 150-118 at Hardpoint Raid, and they were able to beat GAIJIN Rogue at Summit 150-126. So they did a lot better than MAMBA LOWKINGS earlier.
And what a surprise indeed, right? MAMBA Corinthians performing better against the players of GAIJIN Rogue. But you know, at the end of the day, sometimes a team has got a good day and sometimes it's got a bad day. This time around, it just wasn't the best of days for M420 LOWKINGS. But on the other hand, for GAIJIN Rogue, it was a fantastic day where they managed to go up and prove that they are still most definitely one of the teams to look out for. Shout out to MAMBA Cor with the little balloon there. A shout out for his mom, I Live Nanai, most definitely. And here's the thing. Both of these teams that are about to jump into this battle, MAMBA Corinthians as well as C8 JEUX, this is their first appearance in the Garena Masters, Cali.
Yeah, and they've been able to show what they could do, especially here for MAMBA Corinthians, where at Garena Youth Challengers, they were able to show what they could do, and they're able to place 5th and 6th, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And honestly, they've been able to show impressive gameplay so far. But for C8 JEUX, this team, I feel like after losing that first match on that first day of the group stage, they're back here for blood. You got for C8 JEUX, you got Assay, Baki, Cash, Crate, Noya, and Virus. This team was composed of players coming from the C8 teams from the Garena Youth Challengers itself, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And here's the thing about C8 JEUX. They are a team that was just formed about a week or 2 ago. So not a lot of chemistry has been built within the squad, but they do have a little bit of promise. What is going to sting just a little bit is the fact that they just went down to the brothers of MAMBA Corinthians, the one and only M4 M420 LOWKINGS back on Friday, 3-0. They just had to eat the defeat. They suffered a devastating loss on the SnD where they couldn't even pull a single round. And you are right, they are looking for blood. They are looking for a little bit of revenge, but that revenge is going to be executed on the younger brothers of M420 LOWKINGS, that is MAMBA Corinthians. But MAMBA Corinthians have already proven that they can make quick work of GAIJIN Rogue, a team that M420 LOWKINGS surprisingly, I guess, struggled against. So maybe C8 JEUX shouldn't really be all that too excited about this series that's coming up, because MAMBA Corinthians most definitely are going to be very, very tough to take down, Callie.
Yeah, and honestly, for MAMBA Corinthians, they play a lot like their big brothers. The only thing that really separates them from LOWKINGS is the chemistry, and of course, the time that this team has been formed, because it hasn't been formed ever since. It's only formed right after Garena Youth Challengers. So right before Garena Youth Challengers, and my guy, they're really able to perform really well at that event. But here again, this is Garena CODM Masters, and it's going to be a totally different ball game. And for C8 JEUX, after suffering a really devastating loss, as you said earlier, 150 to 53 at hardpoint, 6-0 at firing range, and 150 to 89, not really been able to pass the 100-point mark at the respawn games, and not even scoring any points at that search and destroy. Really a tough blow for them, but here again, they have the chance to bounce back and redeem themselves. And now your head-to-head players for MAMBA Corinthians, it's going to be QWERTY with 15.67, clearly a lot better than the average kills of Crate with 11.33. But then again, you take a look at that KDA, QWERTY separates himself by ×2 here against Crate. QWERTY 1.57, Crate with 0.89. But again, individual stats, it does matter for the head-to-head matches, but at the end of the day, it's the team fights that really matters the most, AJ.
I absolutely agree with you, but you know, one thing to focus and stress on is the fact that QWERTY outdoes Create on each and every single stat. You talk about the kills, you talk about the number of times he has fallen. QWERTY is able to sustain longer out there on the battlefield, slay a little bit better, assist much, much better, score much better than Create as well. On every single aspect, you see QWERTY doing so much better. And one might think, oh, maybe we did not pick the right person to take this head-to-head on, but no, Create is most definitely one of the better players out of C8 JEUX. In fact, he was the MVP for the hardpoint as well as the domination map that they played against MAMBA 420 LOWKINGS. So it's quite the contrast in terms of a comparison, which once again, C8 JEUX just needs to be looking out for later on. But luck does look at them. Lady Luck smiles wide ear to ear as it gives them the win of the coin toss, and they remove Hacienda from the list. And thankfully, MAMBA Corinthians takes slumps out of the equation. So we go in here with the OG maps, firing range, standoff, as well as summit to wrap up the day in here, Callie.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting map picks. It's going to be really fast-paced. Just looking at firing range, hardpoint, and summit domination, it's going to be full of action. And I am looking forward to this stand of SnD. This is going to be a map pick by yours truly, MAMBA Corinthians. And honestly, with them picking Search and Destroy, they are currently having a 0% win rate percentage at Search and Destroy, because at last Friday, they lost against GAIJIN Road 6-3. So since this is their map pick and this is where they're comfortable at, I expect them to actually win that map, of course, to have one map now for their own. But then again, with C8 JEUX being able to pick that firing range map, this is going to be a chance for them to redeem. This is the map where they are most comfortable at. And if they perform well, I won't be surprised, because now they're really back for blood. Here we go, AJ. Final game for today. C8 JEUX and MAMBA Corinthians playing their map number 1. Firing range, hardpoint. AJ, take it away.
As you always start hardpoint on firing range, hardpoint anywhere, you always want to take over those power positions. And as you can see, the players of MAMBA Corinthians taking over the second floor of auto repair, whereas C8 JEUX focuses on the White Warehouse takeover. It doesn't really bode well with them, because MAMBA Corinthians, although they park park themselves at those power positions. They're also picking up those initial points. But C8 JEUX, they play the long way round. They eliminate those players. They reset their spawns, and then they start picking up points. Much better in terms of composition in comparison to MAMBA Corinthians and the way they started. But the biggest thing here is, can C8 JEUX keep this up? For the time being, it seems to be difficult as the battle swings back and forth. But Ace secures the hard point for them once again. 12 more seconds to go now, and both teams try to rush on over to P2 before even settling P1. Now you gotta finish those rice on your plate before you go for second servings here, Callie.
Honestly, that's going to be a smart play for C8 JEUX, getting the scrap time. And not only that, this early rotation at this P2 is going to give them even more advantage to set up that zone even more as they try to fortify this defense. Virus is going to get one inside his hard point. And honestly speaking, you got a split spawn situation for C8 JEUX, and they could attack in multiple angles. And there you go. They're about to create the plays. Only one player in blue is going to surround the hard point, and they will get flushed away. And C8 JEUX, they will be able to contest for a moment, but C8 Ace, they're going to be here using this Dragonfire to reveal the general location of the enemy, and it's going to be a lot easier for them to spot and eliminate AJ.
Yeah, terrible usage of the Pred missile that we saw earlier on. In fact, a grenade did slightly better than that Pred missile. An absolute waste, because later on in those open hard points, that's exactly where you want to be bringing it out. And when I say later on, I literally mean, when they go in for the rotation into barracks huts, that's exactly where you'll have a lot of players spawning out in the open through backyard, running out in the open, which the Pred missile would come in perfectly for, or even the reset of the hard points if we do get there. MAMBA Corinthians will be able to use those mistakes made by C8 JEUX to propel themselves forward, and now they slowly take over the white warehouse. C8 JEUX starts this hard point off. Virus battling each and every single player outside, and a backup from a couple of players on the side of C8 JEUX will make this absolutely easy for them to hold on to the white warehouse. Now to play catch up is perfect. Can they run away with this matchup? That's exactly what they intend. But Josh trying to prevent that, drops a thumper, finishes off the second player with a CBR, and MAMBA Corinthians, they take control of the hard point.
And this is going to be a beautiful retake situation for MAMBA Corinthians. For a brief moment, they were able to take a step on that hard point with the pinch maneuver. But for C8 JEUX, they're really able to retake it back pretty fast, and it's because of their gunfires. That's where they really shine the most. Backy 3 in a row already extends out. There's going to be an XS1 Goliath right all across the showers, and that's not going to be completely friendly. MAMBA Corinthians not really finding good value off of that XS1 Goliath because it's only down to its low HP. And for MAMBA Corinthians, we are just only about to start this P4 rotation, and that XS1 Goliath is prematurely used, and it got taken down pretty easily. And for C8 JEUX, they're gonna find themselves in a very rough situation, AJ. They're going to be spawning on the open at that warehouse number 4, top side of the minimap, and this is going to be a long journey for them up ahead. As continuously, we are going to see this back and forth. C8, they've managed to find their way inside his hard point now. It's just a matter of conversion. 2 more players reinforcing all the way to the jungle, but they will get flushed away. MAMBA Corinthians doing a great job defending this P4.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is such a good recovery after an absolute waste of that XS1 Goliath moments ago at that P3. And now at P3. Now at P4, Barracks at full control under the hands of MAMBA Corinthians. C8 JEUX unable to step up in front, regardless of whether they attack through backyard or all the way down towards the mid segment of that map, mid square. MAMBA Corinthians winning each and every single one of their gunfights to make up for that initial mistake of the XS1 Goliath. Amazing in terms of execution out there on the battlefield, but things are not done just yet. This is the reset, and MAMBA Corinthians are nowhere near to finishing things off. C8 JEUX still has an opportunity of a comeback here, and they are the ones to open up the hard point at the reset.
Yeah, they have more fight in the tank left here, and C8 Backy is making sure that they will be soaking all this time, but they need to get control of this trailer. But then with him only taking 1 player down, it still leaves MAMBA Corinthians having complete control of this trailer, and they will be taken down. That's a beautiful play for number 1, and now this is going to be a really usable situation for C8 JEUX. Now that they get that trailer, they're going to spawn MAMBA CORINTHIANS into the top side of the minimap, and that's going to be easier for them to spawn trap and get this initial kills. And now they are about to take this lead. Single-digit point lead now for MAMBA CORINTHIANS, but they will step inside this hard point and try and soak in even more. Help the team prevail for a little bit of points in that ingress. And now, 8 seconds left. We're moving on to new, and this is where things get very, very important. The usage of the utilities, the usage of the score check, and of course, the proper timing of the operator skill is going to be pretty useful here when it comes to creating the breaks. We are now at the late stage. C8 JEUX and MAMBA CORINTHIANS holding their ground. Here comes P2.
Oh, a good cluster strike now being dropped, but that might just be a tad bit too late. One player still alive and kicking to go in there for the contest. But look at this, CHU teasing MAMBA CORINTHIANS. Even though the cluster strike has been brought out, MAMBA CORINTHIANS not taking advantage, and CHU take back the hard point. What a waste of a cluster strike. What is up with today where everybody is just not seeming to use those score streaks well? 135 to 113 because of yet another mistake by MAMBA CORINTHIANS. CHU are in the perfect position to finish things off, to take the victory in here for the first game in the best of 3 between these two teams, 143 to 114, and the contest comes right back through for MAMBA CORINTHIANS with the Annihilator. Josh now trying to streak himself up, doesn't get it. Baki as well as Ace with a perfect combo together. A couple of seconds to finish this off. One more, and that's more than enough for CHU.
Wow, that was really persistent gameplay there for C8 JEUX. Remember, they had the early rotation, and the usage of that cluster strike for MAMBA CORINTHIANS really not able to help them soften up the defense inside that hard point, and they were not even close to step inside that hill because they were intercepted across the perimeter. And C8 JEUX, that's one thing that they really did great. Intercepting the players on the entrance, they were really able to drop a lot of the players, and that forced them to buy some time to get that reinforcements that they need for that final rotation at the Americans. And they are able to secure that victory. 150 to 118. It was a pretty back and forth, but at the end of the day, C8 JEUX, they were able to invest those operator skills, those annihilators at the end. They're able to take down a lot of players with it, and that gave them the opportunity to zone up the hard point, and they were able to capitalize on it. Thus, they get this win at this firing range.
Cluster strikes in respawns are pretty much like boons of the gods. You know, you get to change the trajectory of the game so easily if it is used well. In this particular scenario, the players of MAMBA CORINTHIANS, they misused that cluster strike. They brought it out at the worst timing of them all. And let's break down this particular scenario a little bit more. Why was it the worst time? Because there were already 2 players inside of the command center when that cluster strike was brought out. Now, those players are not going to be harmed by that cluster at all. You, on the side of MAMBA CORINTHIANS, needs to get into that point, eliminate them. So the right sequence of movements should have been them going into the hard point first and then bringing out the cluster strike so that nobody else can step into the hard point. And now if you look at command center, there are 2 main entry points, one from the special forces base and another one through the white warehouse. And of course, you're looking at the clearing area where there's a window in between as well. But when you bring out your cluster strike and you block one of those accesses, then all you need to do is just focus on the other entries. Straightforward. But unfortunately, MAMBA CORINTHIANS managed to mess that up. Now, those kinds of misplays are very, very, very common when you are in a heated matchup against a team like CHU. They forced that error. It was not an intentional error out of MAMBA CORINTHIANS, but because CHU was putting on so much of pressure on them, and Baki just being the absolute crazy slayer out there on the battlefield, just continuously pressured them to force those use of those score streaks, and at the end of the day managing to take advantage of all of those mistakes that the players of MAMBA CORINTHIANS were making as well. But that's just been game number 1, and the MAMBA CORINTHIANS squad can most definitely make a strong comeback in this SnD at standoff. Let's see if or not they can get their own map pick on their side.
This is going to be a really crucial game mode exactly for MAMBA CORINTHIANS itself, because going into this day, they got defeated by GAIJIN Rogue at Search and Destroy game mode. At firing range, they lost 6-3. So now this time, they're going to be at their element. Now, the question here is, will they be able to capitalize on their own map pick? Because earlier, that first map, C8 JEUX, they're able to capitalize and win it for themselves, 150 to 118. Now it's time for MAMBA Corinthians to return back that favor by taking one of their own. And this is going to be I believe this is going to be a really close match here. But I'm going to side for C8 JEUX here this time. AJ, I feel like Noya, with that scope, could be very detrimental against MAMBA Corinthians.
And I feel like Ace will be stepping it up as well on behalf of CHU. But we have seen on the side of MAMBA Corinthians the potential out of Sela, the potential out of QWERTY as well. Now, when these two players get into that combo and really focus on shutting down their opponents, I feel like they really have the game sense to pull it off. But moving into standoff, it's all going to be about who's on the defense. And this time around, you can see that CHU, since they don't pick the map, they go ahead and pick their sides. And they want to play the defense first. And potentially, this is exactly where you can set up all of your plays, right? All you need to do is just hang back, wait for the plant, go in for a retake, or if you feel like you want to take an aggressive stance, just head on towards those bomb sites, especially bomb site A, and just wait for your opponents. And it's not going to be a very complicated round to take. Hopefully, the players of MAMBA Corinthians are watching out for CHU a little bit more after this first round at hardpoint, because I don't think MAMBA Corinthians were expecting a result like this.
Yeah, I feel like they're expecting more of a win here at this map number 1. Because to look at it this way, AJ, MAMBA Corinthians, they were able to build up their score streak. So that means we could assume that they were doing a lot better in that gunfight department. It's just that C8 JEUX at the end of the game was just really able to emphasize on cutting that rotation, and they were able to make the most of it inside that hard point. So that was the 2 points, I believe, that won the game for C8 JEUX. And honestly speaking, for MAMBA Corinthians, they could be low on morale moving into this map number 2. But then again, since C8 JEUX will be picking that Special Forces side, do remember that they played against MAMBA LOWKINGS at a Search and Destroy game as well, where they were the ones defending, but they were the ones they were the ones attacking, but they were also the one falling and dying. And again, they lost 6-0 pretty badly against the big brothers of MAMBA Corinthians, 6-0. And I feel like, I don't know. I mean, just looking at the narrative, MAMBA Corinthians, I feel like he's going to be having a lot more chance guaranteed to win the rounds. But I feel like C8 JEUX is going to make things harder, especially with the dual sniper setup that they have here in their lineup, AJ.
I mean, you know, it's really hard to go in here and make a prediction as to who's going to be able to take this. But all I can say is if CHU manages to step on into standoff SnD and take the matchup against MAMBA Corinthians, get the win out of it, they would have most definitely made a name for themselves through this particular battle. Why? Because if you look at the data, if you look at the stats, CHU is not supposed to be winning. CHU should, in fact, be dropping each and every single point against the players of MAMBA Corinthians. But here's the problem. You cannot depend just purely on data. You also need to look at the spirit, the mentality of these players. And CHU, after eating the 3-0 loss against M420 LOWKINGS, are in no state whatsoever to take another L to their name. And, you know, that was clearly shown on that hardpoint matchup at firing range. I mean, the determination to get into those sides, regardless of whatever score streaks that were being set up. XS1 Goliath, I'll take you on. Cluster strike, no problem. I'll dance right around it. And they managed to get it done at the end of the day. And, you know, but the biggest problem here is there's not going to be a moment of comeback with all of the adrenaline pumping through their veins. The players of MAMBA Corinthians will be able to cool off and reset their mindset each and every single round. And that might just be the dangerous point for CHU. They cannot get overexcited. They cannot allow any ego plays like what we saw in the previous series here, Callie. They need to be hyper-focused on taking a slow game against MAMBA Corinthians.
And honestly, that's going to be the name of the game here for C8 JEUX. And now, as we are about to be in the game, Here we go. C8 JEUX and MAMBA Corinthians. We are going to see things a little bit more slower this time compared to Hardpoint, as we are going to play a search and destroy. For those who don't know, right now it's going to be C8 JEUX that will have far better so far. But Birdie almost got taken down there by the frag grenade. But looking at this one, it's going to be a pretty default defense for your boys from C8 JEUX. This is going to give them enough information at all entries, but Baki now able to get the first blood. Great swings to the left side of this gas station, but he's gonna find himself down. Stand to the next round, and C8 JEUX still having the number to their advantage, AJ. They could totally use this one in this first round.
Yeah, that was a great counter challenge by K-Long, anticipating the KRM user will be a little bit slow for the reshot once he missed the initial turnaround around that corner, and he managed to get his opponent down onto the ground. And now C8 JEUX 4-2. Only 2 more on the side of MAMBA Corinthians. K-Long, he managed to get 1 player down already. Can he continue on the same? Yes, he can. Virus taken out. 1 more player right behind Statue as well as Tank. Is he going to find it? Baki gets eliminated from the equation. QWERTY drops 2 players back to back. And MAMBA Corinthians now, they have got the numbers advantage. 2v1. Noya left in for the mix. J358 gets pulled out, but he gets tagged up. Quickscope does not hit. He gets tagged up yet again. And Noya backs away in panic.
Yeah, the timing there for Noya, not really impeccable, but he still has the chance to turn it around. He's still alive, so there's still hope here for C8 JEUX. And for C8 Noya, we know what this guy can do. He can try and perform clutches. All about the timing at this point and the proper positioning. And right now, he turns to the left side. He's to worry about the sniper. But QWERTY able to get the best out of him. And that will be MAMBA Corinthians taking the round number 1 in a pretty resilient manner. AJ, to take a look at it here, MAMBA Corinthians, they were low in numbers, but they were able to turn it around with amazing resilience.
Yeah, it all started off with K-Long and his retake when he got challenged by that KRM around the convenience store, right? That was the start of the end for C8 JEUX. And of course, when you've got QWERTY hitting the 3 kills on 1 single round, there's no way MAMBA Corinthians are going to drop a round like that. Baki hits early, but then the C8 gets Noya traded out as Lexi fires right back with his DLQ. Can he find yet another? 4v4 still in the balance here. C8 JEUX on the defense, they leave that A side wide open, pulling in the granny's welcome, and now it's all up to MAMBA Corinthians for their next move. Will they step on onto the bomb side, or will they try to get yet another player out of the equation? The most probable players to get this done would be Silla, and that is just around the convenience store, unless he drops into the hotel yard and takes the backstab against one of the other players. The rest of the players out of MAMBA Corinthians are hanging back for the time being, especially Lexi with the DLQ. And now Create over aggressive manages to catch off MAMBA Sla, and it is a 4v3 on the side of C8 JEUX.
Yeah, very huge kill there for Crate to put the man advantage now in the hands of C8 JEUX, but they can never be so comfortable. They have to convert right until the end of this second round. And now there's going to be a bomb about to get pushed here. It is a bomb. So now Virus trying to defend it for dear life, but Joshi able to get that kill. QWERTY follows up with another. Now the numbers has been flipped. We got a 2v3 situation now with C8 JEUX now getting this timing. Crate will not find any player at the boxes, but able to prevent one. Bomb blunder out. Another player at the mid statue, but he's gonna get caught by that thumper. And MAMBA Corinthians able to showcase really slow gameplay. They were able to control the pace of the game, and C8 JEUX falling for the same mistake twice. They get the man advantage, but they repeat the same thing. They play so loosely, they drop their bodies, and MAMBA Corinthians able to make the most of it and capitalize on the kills.
I really don't like the fact that C8 JEUX continuously allows MAMBA Corinthians to step on towards that a bomb site, just playing this super passively. The backstab towards the hotel shortcuts behind convenience store just hasn't paid off so far, but you do not see the players of MAMBA Corinthians backing, C8 JEUX backing off of those plays. And now it is going to be the one and only Create that's teasing up all of those players. But has to be careful. K-Long lies in wait.
Yeah, K-Long is going to be a very devastating player if ever meets the guy itself. But for Noya, needs to find a kill, and there we go, picking up the Devil. It's going to take down Lexi QWERTY in a very unique angle as much as possible. And now first blood in the hands of C8 JEUX. But again, needs to find a way to start strong and end the round strong as well. We have not yet seen that bomb committed just yet, but one thing to be really aware of, MAMBA Corinthians, they're known to play it slow. They turtle it up, they make you impatient, and that's where they will try and strike. When you're at the most vulnerable, when you are the most impatient, when you get so overexcited to find those skills, and of course, rush, that's where they will try and strike you. And again now, slowly and surely, they're going to get the attacks. Push here, this A-bomb side AJ. 5v4, an attack might happen here soon. Purdy drops ace. Backing follows up with 2. Look at the defense right now for C8 JEUX. 4v1, all down to number 2 in red. That's going to be K-Long, who's going to find himself with 1 up front. Needs to find a way to kill the other players, but he's going to get tagged. So finally, C8 JEUX, after 3 rounds, they take their own.
Slow and steady most definitely wins the race if you are C8 JEUX. I like the fact that they finally slowed things down after 2 quite improper rounds where they went in a little too aggressively for my liking. And now the defense this time around set up quite close towards that A-bomb side, not allowing the players of MAMBA Corinthians to step on forth a little bit too quickly like they were doing in those initial 2 rounds. Baki with the CBR4 should be able to make quick work of anyone who steps on forth, and Virus with the backup of the Holger 26 100 mag round in there. You know he's going to be able to spray and pray to the death of MAMBA Corinthians. But the bomb in the hands of Joshi, just playing it safe, waiting for the rest of his team members to be able to secure at least 1 or 2 takedowns before he steps on forth. And look at this, man. Lexi anticipating a rush out of the C8 JEUX squad around the gas station. And I think C8 JEUX will fall for this.
Think so, but now Ace takes down Lexi Cutie all the way to the gas station.
GG.
And again, both these teams are showing remarkable angles with this scope. And MAMBA Corinthians, they are now bleeding as they find themselves with 1 player down. And the continuous slow-paced gameplay is getting into them. It's not currently working with the way C8 JEUX has been initiating their defense itself, and now for Crate winning that 1 gunfight against Sailor and giving them even more odds of winning this round. But Ace now able to connect a bit more, all down to the final player. MAMBA Corinthians back against the wall. It's going to be a miracle winning a 1v5, but let's see how this guy can do. He's about to get surrounded. Number 2 in Ace, going to wrap around at the gas station. That's going to be the close player to proximity, but Crate now just making sure he gets the pressure. But Querity able to take down Baki, but no. Virus says, no, not today. We're going to take this round. Now we move into round number 5 with both teams tied to a Piss and AJ. I feel like MAMBA Corinthians, that slow-paced gameplay is getting them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And you know, C8 JEUX, they are slowing it down on their own accord as well. Understanding the pace of MAMBA Corinthians, trying to adjust as best as possible. And it looks like all of those adjustments seem to be perfect. Lexi could have hit that headshot, but did not flick it up quick enough. Josh, on the other hand, will be able to go in for a quick entrance in towards the bomb site with the Thumper as well as Magdan. Thumper's not going to eat anyone just yet, but towards the right, he has Virus. Virus with the Holger does not look up just quickly enough, but grabs a triple kill for himself. And MAMBA Corinthians will continue to struggle against C8 JEUX, who make a comeback out of nowhere.
And honestly, for C8 JEUX, this is just perfect defense. And for MAMBA Corinthians, they step into a marsh where the crocodile lives. And C8 JEUX, being the crocodile, able to bite them for this past 3 rounds, as they've been able to completely make the most of it. But here no executing on the corner. Number 4, does he spot him? Baki hold the way to a very off angle, playing a 3v2 Corinthians. Can they be able to get this? Here we go. Number 5. Watch the player. Oh, he's thinking devil. Oh, he's gonna miss the shot. And there you go. Conversion plays for C8. 2 players converting for 1 each. And they will pull up front before we even move to the second half.
Down 2-0 and an amazing comeback 3-2 before we switch sides. C8 JEUX, just when you thought they did not have enough gas in them to take it all the way, just when you thought they were going to make a bunch of silly mistakes, they make a crazy comeback, shutting down MAMBA Corinthians in all of those off angles that they do hold on to. I absolutely agree with you, Callie. This team is just another breed. Now Baki with an early takedown. Once again, MAMBA Corinthians will struggle. Querity shuts down Create. make that virus as well. And now the players of MAMBA Corinthians, they've got the numbers advantage. Bomb, on the other hand, is at that A bomb site in the safe hands of Silar.
Yeah, Silar is going to be huge here, trying to gatekeep that bomb. But Kaelong about to spot a player right beside. That's going to be back with the scope. Not really useful in the close range engagement. He's about to get attacked, and Kaelong gets one. Josh able to follow up, dropping ace. And this time, Corinthians suddenly have a sudden change of pace, and they are going at it, making sure that C8 will feel that pressure, and Silar getting that final kill, dropping Noya, will give them this tie game in that scoreboard. So that's going to be a nice rotation play for MAMBA Corinthians. I felt like C8 JEUX could have played that one better if they tried to slow things down even more. They were down in the number advantage and they continued to attack aggressively, which hurt the chance of them winning and coming back, AJ.
Let's see exactly what else they have got in store for us here. Players of MAMBA Corinthians, they're not allowing C8 to run away with this matchup just yet. And they pull off the grannies. Welcome, and Kaelong will be able to find ace out of nowhere with the Mac 10 and create now. He wraps around straight in towards Hatelyat. Should be able to catch off Silar off of this angle. Spots the end of his barrel, but I don't know if or not he took note of that. Once again, create this time round will be able to take him out of the equation. Silar will pay for that off angle he was holding on to, which was a little bit too obvious. Kaelong, on the other hand, gets punished by Virus, and now C8 JEUX, they've got the numbers advantage.
This is going to be a great chance for C8 JEUX to pull up front once again. But they need to get that bomb plant and initiate and to force the pressure Corinthians itself. But with LexiQD dropping Noya, here comes the God Nade for Lexi. Let's see if it's going to connect. But no, never mind. But number 5, though, Dashi, gonna take down Crate all the way to this graveyards, and that's going to be Corinthians this time, flipping the script. This time they got the numbers, and that bomb yet to be planted. So this is going to be even more problem for C8 JEUX, as we're gonna see 2 players from Corinthians wrapping around the back. You see Becky with the quick flick of that wrist, dropping Joshi. Very huge gunfight to win, and they're looking to swing the bomb here at this B bomb site. And not only that, they're trying to change it. QWERTY, this could be a huge timing for him. 20 seconds, still a lot of time to use. And for Becky to expose himself in the mid-map is going to give QWERTY the chance to kill him easily. And now, 1v1 AJ. Bomb has been planted.
Good play by QWERTY. Virus now backs away from that equation right after he gets the bomb planted. If only the approach towards that B bomb side earlier on had not been pulled off, it still can be a 2v1. But at the end of the day, there's gonna be this little Holger going up against a huge Mac 10 in terms of meta. Let's see exactly what it can pull off. Holger's not gonna be able to get the spray through the tractor. Mac 10, on the other hand, it just needs to wait for the close quarters combat. Virus looking at the wrong side, repositions at a timely manner now, just using the tractor back-to-back as defense. 11 more seconds on the clock. Time is running out for the player, QWERTY. And now as he goes in for a quick fake of a defusal, misses that shot, and a great play coming out of Virus to play to extend the time. And now the players of C8 JEUX add 1 more point, 1 more round to their side.
Yeah, the final play there for C8 JEUX. He knows what's happening and he knows what to do. And little things like that is going to win you the games. Those intangible plays at the late game will give your team enough chance to even propel yourself even more to win the rounds itself. So now, C8 JEUX, they have the chance to either pull away here or lose another round. But Ace now being so aggressive, able to wrap around, gets the kill there on the back. They're able to spot 1 more, dropping LexiQD.
Wow.
Ace making sure he gets involved, and you did mention that he's going to be one of the players, and he's done a great job right there. But Silar trying to stay alive. Final hope here for MAMBA Corinthians. Looks like C8 JEUX. It's time to pull away here, trying to get this match point advantage. But there you go. Corinthians Silar gonna fall and take a nil. C8 JEUX match point. They only need 1 more. And this is so surprising for me, AJ. This is a team who went 0-3 against MAMBA LOWKINGS. And here this time, they're able to beat MAMBA Corinthians at map number 1. And now this time, they're on pace to win the game.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier on, man, they are hungry for a little bit of revenge. And what better way to execute it, or not on the big brothers, but the smaller brothers, right? The probability of executing that revenge most definitely is higher against MAMBA Corinthians. And they have got the confidence to take this. And, you know, jokes aside, in terms of strategy, C8 JEUX has been going in there and modifying each and every single round's approach against MAMBA Corinthians. Initially, once again, it was MAMBA Corinthians with so much of pressure on this game, and C8 JEUX just made this comeback from nowhere once they had identified how MAMBA Corinthians were playing this whole game. Create shuts down K-Long, a good place to start now, but they also need to be able to take out one more player before they can even dream of getting that bomb towards that bomb site. And one player will be able to pull this off, and that is Noya, hiding behind the statue and tank. The first player he needs to take down is Silla, followed by the one and only Query. But that's easier said than done.
Oh, huge play there for Crate to even down the numbers. And for MAMBA Corinthians, a pretty default defense to cover all lanes here. Number 5 guarding that mid streets. Number 3 guarding the back. And of course, Lex QT dropping crates gonna give them the chance to have the numbers advantage. And not only that, a chance to extend the rounds. But again, Corinthians has to make things perfect here. Sealar about to surprise, hiding in the bush. He gets one, dropping Noya like a snake. He pops up and just takes the bite and poison the last 2 players of C8 JEUX. MAMBA Corinthians able to stay alive, AJ. I think it's possible for them to force a round number 11, but let's come and find out as we start this round number 10.
Award-winning clutch right there on the side of MAMBA Corinthians. And now, to equalize everything, to push this into round number 11, MAMBA Corinthians needs one more perfect defense, but Lexi gets dropped by Noya on the perfect snipe out of the second floor of Hotel, and now repositions. Wallbang! Is it gonna be possible? Noya so close, but a little bit too far from his dreams of that wallbang. Ace, on the other hand, repositions himself together with a Kilo 141, not catching any player off angle just yet. And MAMBA Corinthians, as they reposition themselves, Joshi just gets caught off the angle and will be taken down by a headshot. It is a 5v3, make that a 4v3 as Virus finds K-Long. It is going to be a situation where C8 JEUX needs to slow things down. The bomb is already at the B-bomb side. Is he going to go in and plant it? Yes, he will. Virus with a very cheeky planted B.
I think we need a Kaspersky to just remove their persistent attack there by Virus as he's gonna put the pressure at this B-bombs, but QWERTY still very much alive. Jumping Noya with the scope. That's going to be huge, but number 2 about to attack on the ground, but still QWERTY gets the kill. We got a 1v2 here, AJ and Clar, or Sealar. We have 3 kills here, and Noya, aka Virus this time, gets 1 kill. We got a 1v1 situation. A lot of stakes here at this round. Oh my goodness. Virus with a 1v2 to end it.
Even Kaspersky could not take down this Virus, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. C8 JEUX, what a play, what a player. The one and only Virus with the hold of the century, managing to shut down the approaches by the defensive side of the players of MAMBA Corinthians. And now 2-0 up, C8 JEUX, they are on a roll.
Oh my goodness, what a sudden turnaround. Remember, again, we really have to talk about the situation and the story so far for C8 JEUX. They were slaughtered by MAMBA LOWKINGS. They won no maps at all last Friday, but here, they're totally looking like a different team. 6-4 victory against MAMBA Corinthians on their own map pick, and they were able to make most out of it. Virus with 9, Crate with 11, Vacuum with 9, Ace with 6, Noya with 3. We had the chance to see MAMBA Corinthians clutch it up at that final round, but Virus was just a lot better than anticipating.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no doubt about that at all. But, you know, shout out to QWERTY for the heavy carry that he tried to supply the players of MAMBA Corinthians with. But unfortunately, there was just not enough support for him to continue dealing that damage. QWERTY, he did go out there and dish out quite a number of damage to the side of C8 JEUX, which was quite well balanced. I mean, if you look at the side of C8 JEUX, you see Virus, you see Create, you see Baki, all of them stepping it up in terms of kills on their side. and really playing their position so well. But shout out to the one player who got the least number of kills, but very effective and huge in terms of turning the momentum over for the side of C8 JEUX, and that will be none other than Noya, man. You called him out, and those shots, those snipes that Noya was hitting, it really shook the players of MAMBA Corinthians up, and I feel like that was one of the biggest reasons as to why the win for C8 JEUX was this easy. Continuously and consistently, the players of C8 JEUX unnerved the players of MAMBA Corinthians, and that seemed to have worked. But can they get it done once again? Can they recover from an 0-3 loss to a 3-0 victory over MAMBA Corinthians? This is going to be huge if they can pull it off, Cali.
And this is going to be a really huge one, and it's going to give them the chance to actually put them at the top of the leaderboard for this group number C. And honestly, for MAMBA Corinthians, I expected a lot more from them to win this map number 2 at Search and Destroy, because this was their map pick at the end of the day. And QWERTY, we expected him to play, but we did not really see Kaelong do majority of the damage here at the Search and Destroy, as they take a nil. C8 JEUX able to win Search and Destroy, stand up 6-4. Not only that, they were also able to win the map on the left side, which is firing range hardpoint 150 to 118. And now we're gonna be moving into a map number 3, where it's going to be a map pick by C8 JEUX. So they're looking to try out MAMBA Corinthians in a map where MAMBA Corinthians has a 100% win rate percentage, as they took down GAIJIN Rogue at this map itself. So I expect this match to be really close.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. They did take down GAIJIN Rogue, but they had to struggle to take down GAIJIN Rogue. That match went all the way down into a 150-126, with QWERTY hitting a KD of around 1.7, 1.8. I forgot, but he was on fire on that day, right? And if QWERTY can just pull off all of the momentum that he built up in the previous game into the next and continue decimating the players of C8 JEUX in the same way, then on this one-sided map of Summit Domination, you know the fact that MAMBA Corinthians will be able to, at the very least, pull one back. Now, here's the interesting thing. They go ahead and they start off at the Special Forces base, and I foresee a spawn flip coming up very early, being forced out by the MAMBA Corinthian side.
And this is going to be that's going to be a really important player, since you spawn at the Special Force space. You have the A flag spawn, and the favorable spawn for Summit, for those who don't know, is the Charlie flag. Basically, the travel distance from the Charlie flag to the B flag is a lot closer, and you get to have those height advantage. But to touch up on your point, MAMBA LOWKINGS, QWERTY really did puff off with a 1.73 KD ratio and scoring 26 kills itself. So that's going to be the play that we really need to look forward to for MAMBA Corinthians. But then again, to take a look at it this way, MAMBA Corinthians, when they did play Domination at last Friday against GAIJIN Rogue, they had a total of 41 total flag captures. So we could expect them to flip all the flags that they won and just make sure they get things under their control. But then again, they're facing C8 JEUX, who's currently having a 2-0 so far in the series. Now the question is, will MAMBA Corinthians be able to finally take a round win, or will C8 JEUX bounce back with a 3-0 on their own to serve a donut here at the final game? Here we go to kickstart this game. Alpha and Charlie already played here, and we do still see that MAMBA Corinthians, as you said earlier, AJ, they trying to flip that spawn and a flag.
Dude, that was the fastest spawn flip I have ever seen in my history of shoutcasting Summit, man. That was way too quick, but it doesn't really matter. MAMBA Corinthians focuses on the spawn flip, while C8 JEUX, on the other hand, they want to pick flags up for themselves. And as quickly as MAMBA Corinthians got the better spawn, they went and flipped it right back over. C8 JEUX, what a play, what a team. And now they lose that A flag, they lose the C flag, only to recover C. B flag still in contest between the two teams. Create trying his best to get something done, but QWERTY steps on up with the Kilo 141. Here comes the backup. Baki in the play already, but MAMBA, Josh, he goes in for that shutdown, and MAMBA Corinthians still, with all of that effort, have not been able to secure that B flag. But Kaelong, can he do it? The answer is no. He gets taken out of the equation, and now C8 JEUX to pull it right back. Create needs to win this gunfight, but he loses, and this flag will still remain in the balance between the two teams.
Both these teams really having a rough time taking control of this B flag as much as possible. They like to try and intercept the rotation at this spawns. And that's what happened to Mamba Kailong as he gets way behind the enemy lines. But here this time, the travel distance that C8 JEUX has to take with MAMBA Corinthians capturing this B flag is going to give them the chance to get this. And there you go. Finally, it took us 2 solid minutes to see this B flag finally in play, and it's gonna be in for Corinthians. And now for Kailong, able to intercept once, gets the spray transfer, gets back, he takes him out as well. He's gonna find one more player, shreds him with the Mac 10, finds one more player all the way to the tractors, he's going to contest, and Cash gets eliminated. That guy's just popping off, and that's going to bite him some time to recuperate back, not only at the Charlie flag that they lost, but they will be able to get the B flag defended as well. But I take that back because back is going to be here pressuring it for C8 JEUX.
And the players on for the setup, but is this triple cap going to be possible? C8 JEUX, they managed to uphand the players of MAMBA Corinthians, pulling away the control of that A flag. C flag full under their control, but now as MAMBA Corinthians go in here for the push, they easily flip out that B flag. A triple cap for the hole as they prevent the C flag from takeover, but just for a fraction of a second. C8 JEUX, they will go ahead to lose their C flag towards the very end, but here comes the takeover once again. Once again, they go in for the triple, and C8 JEUX, this is something that nobody expected, for them to dominate MAMBA Corinthians in this fashion. And now MAMBA Corinthians, as they continue to struggle, they have to deal with a hunter killer drone on the way to say hello to them as well. B and C flag, after all of that further extensions out of C8 JEUX, now they can slow the pace down and focus on just keeping these 2 flags, because that overextension might just bite you in the back at one point, Callie.
And there you go. The overextension will put C8 JEUX all the way to the A flag, and we got this flip spawn situation. But for C8 Virus is going to try and hold this ground with a triple capture momentarily for C8 JEUX, and this is going to be the first half. The game just happened so fast. Trades were going back and forth, and at the end of the first half, it's going to be C8 JEUX able to turn it on and able to win it. But then again, for C8 JEUX, they got 4 players with 2 double digits already, except for Cash with 4. And still, they are in the lead. And now this time, they're trying to get the attack of the Charlie flag, and Joshi can get this through. And honestly, Clar, really a huge play there, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And Clar, he just needs to improve a little bit of his takedowns here. His KD's not looking all that too good. He's not able to find all of those angles as well as aims. B flag almost taken over by MAMBA Corinthians, but a final second dismemberment by the players of C8 JEUX will allow them to clear off all of those markers, and now they continue to put on the pressure. But MAMBA Corinthians, they change their objective. They go on ahead to take away that A flag. Here comes the Pretty to drop by to say hello to 2 players on the side of C8 JEUX, and here comes the comeback from the side of MAMBA Corinthians. 60-82, and no points at all for C8 JEUX.
And now we are starting to see Corinthians lighting things up. They're now slowly getting involved in that gunfight, and this is what you want from Corinthians. After dropping the map, we're starting to see light, but we need to see them put it up consistently. That center turret from the top side of the minimap is going to help them stay still at that Charlie flag, and that's going to be even more amazing. But for now, C8 able to intercept the spawns. Cash takes 2 players down. It's just gonna buy some time for number 5 in Create to get this Charlie flag. It's not gonna get denied, but here you go. C8 JEUX finally getting their home flag, AJ. And now, B flag almost in the hands of Corinthians, only needing to step to it a little bit more, and still are getting those 2 Ps, but the prevention play from C8 JEUX is going to be successful.
No, this is a hot play from both sides. Neither one wants to give up on that B flag, and it just keeps just swinging back and forth between the 2 teams. 80-88, 9 points, 8 points now separating the 2. A potential triple strike here, triple cap on the way out of the MAMBA Corinthians side, but they're just not able to go the full distance every time they get so close. But that's all as far as they are gonna get. C8 JEUX manages to foil their plan time and time again. 94-86. C8 JEUX now on a run. They need to prevent that B flag takeover once again, but this time round it's not gonna be successful as they spawn off way too far from that point. 89-96. The perfect comeback now on the setup here for MAMBA Corinthians.
Yeah, this is going to be it now. single-digit lead. Only they have to catch up. Only 4 more points to be exact. But that B flag, it took about a solid 1 minute and 20 seconds to get captured. And that's how solid both these teams are when it comes to playing at this Domination Summit. And now we are at the late game, and that Alpha is going to be in the hands of Corinthians, but the favorite spawn going to be in the hands of C8 JEUX. So they got a lot more opportunities to get this B flag on their hands. But now we have seen MAMBA Corinthians open up that top floor control. Merc is going to use this investment, but Ace is going to get himself in his own. And now later, as he gets 4 kills in a row, and that's going to help them open up some flags at some point in the game. And now we are here at the late stage. Any wrong error is going to bite you, AJ.
Oh, look at them going here for the split pick and A and C flag, all in the strong hands of C8 JEUX, even teasing that B flag as well. A double cap. Bread Missile comes in to shut down QWERTY, who's on the way there. Annihilator play by Sila will be prevented by Baki's grenade out of nowhere. And the luck on the side of C8 JEUX. Triple cap in their hands. Sentry gun plays down as well. 122 to 117. You can take back a couple of flags. It doesn't really matter. C8 JEUX, they're on the way to a 3-0. I don't think MAMBA Corinthians can make a comeback at this point anymore, Callie.
And this is just perfect, and this has been so comfortable so far for C8 JEUX, just dodging from the way they have been executing. MAMBA Corinthians, they take a slack for a moment, and C8 JEUX was able to feed on the mistake in the error, and they were now able to get the triple capture. But then again, Corinthians has something to say. They take the Charlie in the Alpha capture. They only need 1 more flag for them to win the game. And here comes the contest. Pass prevents 1. Will get down. 3 players hopping in the B flag. This is going to be a very huge flag in play for Corinthians.
But now the players of C8 JEUX, they don't need to do all that too much. Holding on to 1 flag will guarantee them the victory. But an overextension comes through from Ace, but he gets eliminated by that Annihilator. Toshi with the job well done. 147 to 137. C8 JEUX, they do the unthinkable. They do the impossible. They 3-0 MAMBA Corinthians in a perfect series to close off day number 2 of the Garena Masters Season 2.
And now, what way to end the first 2 days of this group stages? C8 JEUX, they got bullied by the big brother. So C8 JEUX this time today bullied the little brother, MAMBA LOWKINGS, and they were so successful, AJ. I must say, this has been one of the best turnaround I saw so far here at Garena CODM Masters Season 2. And it's just the first 2 days. And we got a lot more narrative that could happen here in play for this event. But then again, it was a pretty close gameplay for both of this. And it's just that C8 was able to feed on one little mistake that MAMBA Corinthians did at the end of the game, where eventually Corinthians, they left the mid pretty open and they were stuck to one side of the map, and that's where things fell off, and that's where the triple capture came in for C8 as they take this 9-point lead and of course the victory at this Domination Summit.
Yeah, I mean, the whole of the COD community knows exactly how do I put this? Not mean, but direct I am with some of my feedback on performances out of teams. But in this particular game, man, I don't think a lot of mistakes were made. In fact, there weren't any opportunities for mistakes to be made. Such a fast-paced game. Both teams playing it to their very best. It went back and forth. But C8 just prioritized the right flags at the right time. Gods of RNG were on their side. You take my A flag, Gods of RNG give me that C flag. They work it out. They win a bunch of their gunfights. I mean, if you want to take a look at the numbers here, it looks almost equal. 31 on the side of Sila, 31 on the side of Ace, 26 on the side of Baki, 26 on the side of K-Long, so on and so forth. The numbers look so equal, but in terms of the captures and what they were holding on to, the players of C8 JEUX were so proficient in switching sides and making sure they prioritize the right flag. And almost always, it seemed to have been the right decision. Not a lot of mistakes made on the side of MAMBA Corinthians for them to, feel all that too bad about, because on this day, they just played against a better team. C8 JEUX, they were sick and tired of losing after eating the 3-0 donut in the hands of MAMBA 420 LOWKINGS, and no matter what, they wanted a victory, and a victory they secured for themselves. Amazing play. I'm super duper impressed, man.
And honestly, we need to see more from C8 JEUX at the succeeding days of this event. Maybe and on the third day, they will be facing against GAIJIN Rogue. So that's going to be a really good gauge to see how will C8 JEUX really pair up against the three teams that they have been able to play. Because fortunately for them, they win against MAMBA Corinthians, but they took a loss against MAMBA LOWKINGS. But then again, that match against GAIJIN is gonna give us a really good outlook if we are going to see C8 JEUX be one of the teams to advance to the top 2 in this group itself. But then again, everything was just perfect at the end of the game here for C8 JEUX. And for MAMBA Corinthians, they really need to find a way to get back on track, because they lost 3-0 here against C8 JEUX. And one thing that they gotta do is play great at the next day. But I think it's going to be very, very hard for them, AJ, because they're going up against their big brothers at the next day.
Yeah, but going up against their big brothers might not be all that too bad of a thing, because I think they should be able to pull back a minimum of 1 map away from M420 LOWKINGS. And best case scenario, of course, they get 2 maps or even 3, but that's, I think, asking for a little bit too much, especially after how we've seen them perform against C8 JEUX. I mean, we kind of were able to rank the capability of C8 JEUX once they took on MAMBA 420 LOWKINGS, and it was quite the underwhelming performance on the side of C8, right? They really weren't making a great game for themselves. They had an abysmal start at the hard point where they got thrashed 150-53. SnD, they couldn't pull a single round. They went into domination, and their best player, even at that point, couldn't even hit a KD past 1.0. They were really struggling against the big brothers of MAMBA Corinthians. But against MAMBA Corinthians themselves, they just were so confident with each and every single decision made out there on the battlefield. Everything went their way. And this was not luck. This was all their own making. They positioned themselves in the best spots. They made all of the right decisions in terms of which flag to attack, which approach to go for in the SnD, even for the hard point in terms of all of their rotations. Every single thing out of C8 JEUX this time round was perfection. But yeah, man, MAMBA Corinthians, they're definitely going to suffer in the hands of their big brothers when we come back in here for day 3.
Hopefully they do play well, though, for day number 3. But for now, the soldier of the game, C8 JEUX ace with 19 kills, 15 deaths, 5 assists, and of course 2,543 average score with a KD of 1.27. And we did talk about Noya being one of the better players for Search and Destroy for C8 JEUX itself, but you did point out as well that Ace is going to be the one player that will step up for C8 JEUX the most, and he never failed to deliver. He was one of the players that the team can really count on, not only at that Search and Destroy where he combined, I believe, 8 kills earlier against MAMBA Corinthians at that Search and Destroy stand-up, but he was so reliable when it comes to taking down players in that response itself as well, AJ.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Ace truly was an ace in this particular matchup today against MAMBA Corinthians. No doubt about that whatsoever, right? And, the numbers really were not favoring the side of C8 JEUX earlier on as we looked at the head-to-head. Once again, because the initial, numbers that were built up for C8 JEUX was against a really formidable team. That is the big brothers of MAMBA Corinthians. M420 LOWKINGS are no joke of a squad to take on. In fact, one of the harder teams to beat in the competition, and nobody holds that against C8 JEUX. But most definitely praises well deserved for C8 for taking it up to MAMBA Corinthians. And not only were they able to get a victory, they got a perfect victory, Callie. 3-0 is amazing.
Yeah, it's a really hard feat to achieve, especially here at this group stage, but they were able to manipulate every game mode that they play, and they really made sure that they get the most out of it at the end of the game. You did point it out at that Domination Summit. right at the end game, they were able to set their priorities straight and go for that favorite spawn, and they get this B flag as well. And
Yeah.
at the end, they just made sure to convert, and that's what really matters. And it's just going to be a really long ride here for C8 JEUX itself, as they now have been finally able to get a series win now on their standings. So now here we go. We have this day to set and done already at CODM Garena Master Season 2. But looking at Group A first, Smart Omega able to stay at the top with 5 map wins and 1 lose. And of course, having that 2-0 win on this series that they have played for this past 2 days. Same goes for C8 Legacy. They have a 3-3. Very, very shaky. And of course, for Tyrant Esports and C8 Stealth, lying there at the very bottom with 2 map wins, 4 map lose each. And you look at Group B, MAMBA LOWKINGS, they got a dent on their map count as they got 1 loss against GAIJIN Rogue earlier. And still, though, they will be remaining at the top. But here is the really great difference. C8 JEUX able to take down Corinthians 3-0 earlier, gave them the opportunity to stand at the top at that Group B. Now, when we look at Group C, Stage United and Almighty reigning at the top. They will be playing tomorrow or the next day of this competition. Meanwhile, NV Doctors and VIT2P was going to be remaining all the way to that bottom, and that will soon change when we move into day 3. But for Group D, Blacklist Ultimate showed who is the boss against Huntsman earlier, winning 3-0. Warlord Esports, Destra, able to win against LF Organization. Surprisingly, they were able to outdo their opponent, and they were able to win as a cohesive unit, winning it 2-1, only dropping 1 map. And AJ, what's the group that you're eyeing for here?
Now, dude, I'm eyeing all these groups, man. I'm just so curious to see exactly which 8 teams will make it through to the playoffs, because, you know, the numbers that you see in front of you here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do matter, but they don't matter all that too much in the grand scheme of things, because this has just been day 2 out of 8. Out of 9 days. Sorry, how many days do we have? 2 days for the playoffs. So 8 days of group stages, right? And for Group C, they've only had 1 play day in here so far. So in this double round robin setup of group stage, a lot more opportunities for these teams to go out there and earn a name for themselves, show us exactly what they're made of. MAMBA Corinthians, GAIJIN Rogue, C8 Stealth, Tyrant Esports, NV Doctors, VIT2P, LF Organization, Huntsman, they all have an equal chance to make those adjustments, make sure no more mistakes are made moving forward, so that they will stand a better chance against the rest of the opponents in the competition. But of course, this is the schedule for day 3. When we come back, Warlord Esports Destra takes on the Huntsman. For series number 2, it will be one hell of a cracker of a match. I'm very sure the viewership will blow up in game number 2. Blacklist International Ultimate takes on LF Organization, and then the third series, we will see the winners that we have just witnessed. C8 JEUX take on GAIJIN Rogue.
And that's going to be a very interesting match for that match number 3. But we have the second half here in Emperor Twin and LOWKINGS and MAMBA Corinthians. Big brother versus little bro. Then we move into map number 5, or this match number 5, with NV Doctors playing against VIT2P. Both teams coming off top loss against AMT and C8 United, who's going to play at match number 6, coming up a really fresh win. A lot of story, a lot of narratives, and a lot of drama is going to continue here at this day number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, you better make sure you stay tuned in for more actions, right, AJ?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, if you guys were tuning into the action today, you know that what we have served up for you guys at the Garena Master Season 2 is just non-stop, okay? It just does not end. And it's just all amazing series, man. And you know what shocks me, Callie? The fact that not all of these teams are veteran teams. But the way they play, though, they should be able to take a matchup against anyone, man. I mean, we even see teams like Blacklist International Ultimate almost dropping matches in here. We see comebacks out of teams who are so new into the game. And by the way, just to throw it out there once again, C8 JEUX was a team that was formed last week. That's how insane the Masters Season 2 is this time round. But on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's the wrap up for day number 2. Callie and I are going to be signing off. Do not forget, if you haven't dropped that like, if you haven't shared this stream just yet, please do so that the rest of the COD community can enjoy this show just as much as you have. On that note, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only amazing Callie Gaming, signing off from day number 2.